Chapter 96, The Arrival of Bibi Dong. As the figures of the three members of the Yu family completely vanished at the end of the alley, Feng Baiyu finally turned around, looking at the old man standing under the veranda, his tone relaxed. "Grandfather, today's matter is settled, let's go back to our room and rest." "Wait." Feng Qingluan spoke suddenly, simultaneously raising his hand in a pressing motion, halting his footsteps. The old man slowly straightened his back, his previously slightly drooping eyes suddenly opening wide. His sharp gaze pierced through the courtyard's lights, casting towards the deep night outside the courtyard, and he said in a loud voice, "Since the Supreme Pontiff has graced us with your presence, why not reveal yourself? The third elder has impressive methods." As the cold voice finished, Bibi Dong's figure appeared like a ghost. Her purple gold skirt swept across the ground. Her gaze fell upon Feng Qingluan, a smile playing on her lips, "To be able to detect my aura from so far away." Feng Qingluan did not respond, only raising his eyes to look outside the courtyard, his tone calm. "Second brother, I didn't expect you to come as well." "Ha ha ha ha." The rough laughter made the window lattice tremble slightly. Gold crocodile Douluo, wearing a gold-gilded robe, stepped in, his burly figure almost filling the door frame. He patted Feng Qingluan's shoulder, his eyes full of approval. "Third brother, I haven't seen you in just a few short days, and your perception has actually improved to this extent." Feng Baiyu looked at the two people who had suddenly appeared, his brows instantly furrowing. He had long anticipated that Bibi Dong or someone from the Elder Hall would eventually come knocking, but he never expected these two to appear together. If he had to deal with either party alone, he would still have room to maneuver, but with both of them coming together, the situation instantly became tricky. Feng Baiyu sighed inwardly, only able to hope silently in his heart. It would be best if this second grandfather could stand on their side. "Second grandfather, Supreme Pontiff." Feng Baiyu bowed, his posture of salutation composed and just right, neither overly humble nor showing any arrogance. When he straightened up, his gaze swept lightly over the two of them, and he got straight to the point. "The two of you visiting together today, I assume it is for the matter of the immortal herb." Neither Bibi Dong nor Gold Crocodile Douluo answered, but the meaning in their eyes could not be more obvious. "I still have some stock of immortal herbs, but unfortunately, they are useless to you both." Feng Baiyu shook his head helplessly, his tone sincere and frank. "Second grandfather, I have already given the best ones to grandfather and sister Shuiye. After my grandfather took the open black lens bracket wind fluff dew flower close black lens bracket, his spirit ring age was greatly increased. Sister Shuiye's situation is even more remarkable. The open black lens bracket flame radiance holy lotus close black lens bracket allowed the light attribute in her spirit to directly evolve into the ultimate light. As for myself, I only chose an ordinary immortal herb for consolidating my foundation, which just raised my spirit power by a few levels." Gold Crocodile Douluo knew nothing about immortal herbs, and at this moment, he just stood to the side with his hands behind his back, eyes lowered, quietly listening to Feng Baiyu's explanation, with no emotion visible on his face. He had previously sought out Shuiye to verify, and learned that after she took the immortal herb, not only was her body completely unharmed, but both her spirit quality and spirit power had improved significantly. It was obvious that Shuiye had gained tremendous benefits from that immortal herb. In the eyes of Gold Crocodile Douluo, the six-winged angel martial soul was inherently the undisputed strongest spirit in the world. Yet that open black lens bracket flame radiance holy lotus close black lens bracket could actually add the ultimate light attribute to it. Based solely on this heaven-defying enhancement, the price Feng Baiyu had initially set of 300,000 year spirit bones was not exaggerated in the slightest. It was just that Feng Baiyu said there were no other suitable immortal herbs left till the hay. Bibi Dong raised her eyes, her gaze glancing at Feng Baiyu as if containing ice blades, her tone carrying irrefutable pressure. "If you give me 2 immortal herbs, I will grant you the position of Spirit Hall Saint." Feng Baiyu raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, his gaze meeting hers directly, his tone carrying a hint of playful curiosity. "As a mere saint position worth 600,000 year spirit bones. Supreme Pontiff, was your position as Holy Maiden back then also exchanged for 600,000 year spirit bones?" Audacious. Bibi Dong was furious, the purple gold spirit power around her body suddenly surging, and a condensed, tangible blast of spirit power, carrying a biting pressure, rushed straight at Feng Baiyu's face. Almost at the same instant, the prepared Feng Qingluan moved slightly, and as his sleeves fluttered, a powerful qian barrier of spirit power already stood in front of Feng Baiyu. With a soft, hum, sound, Bibi Dong's burst of spirit power collided with the barrier, instantly dissipating without a trace like a stone sinking into the sea. Although Bibi Dong had stepped into the 99th level peak, the shackles of the Rakshasa god's trial meant she could only exert the strength of the 98th level at most. Conversely, Feng Qingluan, despite his cultivation remaining at the 97th level, was a top-tier spirit master known for his speed. Moreover, Bibi Dong had not used her full strength, so it was naturally not difficult for Feng Qingluan to intercept her attack. Bibi Dong, you have gone too far. Just as tensions were rising, Gold Crocodile Douluo finally spoke slowly. His burly body leaned forward slightly, spirit power surging under his gold-gilded robe, his tone carrying unquestionable majesty. Baiyu is a member of my elder hall, it is not your turn to run wild here. HMPH. Bibi Dong let out a cold snort, her purple gold eyes locked tightly onto Feng Baiyu, her tone carrying suppressed anger and an unrefusable forcefulness. What price do you want, exactly, before you will give me 2 immortal herbs? Stop trying to fob me off with 600,000-year spirit bones. Supreme Pontiff, immortal herbs are all about compatibility. Feng Baiyu spoke in a calm tone, as if he hadn't seen Bibi Dong's anger just moments ago. It wasn't that he didn't care, it was just that the situation was stronger than the person, and clashing head-on was by no means a wise move. Feng Baiyu had already noted this debt, and he would have to take revenge later. Immortal herbs and spirits require compatibility. If they don't match, taking them will not only be useless but harmful. Feng Baiyu's tone was plain, and as he spoke, he took out a poisonous herb from his storage spirit tool that was milky white all over, with faint purple veins along the edges of its leaves. He pinched the stem of the herb with his fingertips and held it out, looking at Bibi Dong with a half-smile. Take this herb, for example, some people who take it can possess the cultivation speed of innate full spirit power. But if you were to eat it hey, I'm afraid you would lose at least 10% of your spirit power, and even your foundation would be damaged. You asked for 2 immortal herbs right off the bat, tell me, who do you intend to use them for? A faint smile played at the corners of Feng Baiyu's mouth, his tone unhurried. As for how many spirit bones I want, that depends on the specific value. After all, immortal herbs are also divided into different grades, so the prices naturally differ vastly. 1 for Nana, you've met her. A trace of calculation flashed quickly across the depths of Bibi Dong's eyes, but her tone was feigned as indifferent, as if she were just talking about an insignificant trifle. If you are willing to give her an immortal herb that can improve her spirit quality, I will take charge of this marriage, I will let her marry you. Does she even deserve it? Feng Baiyu didn't leave Bibi Dong any leeway at all, the disdain in his tone almost overflowing. She has no spirit to speak of, no talent to speak of, and even her appearance is incredibly bland. Apart from being a slut, she is useless in every way. Supreme Pontiff, exactly how deeply have I offended you for you to use such a method to torment me? Chapter 97, Confrontation with Bibi Dong. Your words are too excessive. Bibi Dong's expression darkened abruptly, her brows knitted together, and her tone was full of anger. Nana is a fine seedling with innate full spirit power, gifted with extraordinary talent. Where does it fall to you to trample upon her like this? Shuiye has innate 20th level spirit power, her spirit is the top-tier seraphim, and her appearance is unrivaled on the Douluo continent. Feng Baiyu's tone was indifferent, directly comparing her to Qian Runshui. Your disciple, in terms of talent, spirit, or appearance, doesn't even reach 1/3 of Shuiye. How can that not be considered poor? Seeing Bibi Dong's expression sink instantly, Feng Baiyu changed the subject and continued, not to mention Shuiye, even the maids in my mansion, Du Guyan and Shui Binger, in terms of talent, aptitude, and spirit potential, which one of them isn't several degrees stronger than your disciple? She can't even compare to the 2 maids in my mansion, yet she dares to covet marrying into the Feng mansion. Feng Baiyu's tone was full of disdain, and he sneered, "Truly, ugly people make a lot of trouble, she thinks quite beautifully of herself. Feng Xiaotian calls me 7th Grand Uncle, and Feng Chengguang and Lightweight Weight must respectfully call me 9th Great Uncle, yet I haven't even given them an immortal herb. By what right does your disciple deserve one? Just because she is seductive." Seeing Feng Baiyu show such disdain for her disciple, Bibi Dong was so angry that her fingertips were trembling, yet she couldn't find any powerful words to refute him. In terms of spirit talent, Nana and Qian Runshui were as different as clouds and mud. In terms of closeness, she was far inferior to family members like Feng Xiaotian. Du Guyan and Shui Binger were merely maids of the Feng mansion, yet their aptitude and talent could still rival her. With such conditions, wanting to marry into the Feng mansion was indeed not good enough. How could she not want to use the authority of the Supreme Pontiff to pressure others? But looking up at Gold Crocodile Douluo and Feng Qingluan beside her, her heart immediately turned cold. She would have to be wary of them in a one-on-one fight, and fighting two at once would certainly mean defeat. Suppressing the anger in her heart, Bibi Dong finally adopted a negotiating stance, her tone cold. "I want an immortal herb that can improve Nana's spirit quality, name a reasonable price." There is no immortal herb that can directly improve spirit quality, but there is one that can cause her spirit power to skyrocket and allow her to have the cultivation speed of someone with innate full spirit power. Feng Baiyu put on a pained, losing out expression, but his tone didn't yield an inch. "Considering you are the Supreme Pontiff, I'll give you a discount, 200,000 year spirit bones, delivered upon payment. You are simply asking for the moon." Bibi Dong was so angry her jade-colored complexion turned green, and she sharply rebuked, "A mere immortal herb is not worth this price at all." "Not worth it?" Feng Baiyu raised an eyebrow and looked at Bibi Dong, a meaningful smile curling the corners of his mouth. "Your Excellency the Supreme Pontiff should know better than anyone that on the Douluo continent, entering the ranks of titled Douluo before the age of 40 has a certain probability of attracting the attention of a divinity, and even holds the hope of obtaining the qualification for a god's trial. For example, you tilde. What? A divinity? You?" Whether it was Bibi Dong, Gold Crocodile Douluo, or Feng Qingluan, the moment they heard the word divinity, their expressions all changed. Feng Qingluan's heart tightened, fearing that these two big figures from Spirit Hall would take issue with these words, and almost instinctively stepped forward, firmly shielding Feng Baiyu behind her. Gold Crocodile Douluo's expression was solemn. He naturally knew of the existence of divinities. His eldest brother, Qian Dalu, was a descendant of the angel god, and Qian Runshui even had the qualifications to become the angel god. Yet Feng Baiyu, a junior, could so casually keep such secrets on his lips. He couldn't help but be shocked. Bibi Dong suddenly clenched her fingers, her purple gold eyes locking onto Feng Baiyu, with stormy waves surging in the depths of her eyes. Her Rakshasa god's trial was a top secret that no one else knew about except herself. How did this Feng Baiyu know about it? Could it be that behind him, there also stood a divinity? "Don't overthink it, I've only obtained a second-level god's trial." Feng Baiyu waved his hand casually, and a black shadow appeared in response. It was his external spirit, Xiao Haitzi. He glanced up at the unpredictable Bibi Dong, his tone carrying a hint of playful arrogance. "My Xiao Haitzi is a rare intelligent type external spirit. I have spent years meticulously cultivating it. What is strange about it gaining the recognition of a divinity? Does it mean only you, Your Excellency the Supreme Pontiff, are allowed to obtain a first-level god's trial, and I, who am smarter and more talented than you, don't even deserve a second-level god's trial? A first-level divinity?" Hearing Feng Baiyu's words, Gold Crocodile Douluo and Feng Qingluan's gazes shot toward Bibi Dong in unison, their eyes full of shock and solemnity. They never expected that this Supreme Pontiff had already quietly obtained the qualifications for a first-level god's trial. Although they were not clear about the specific difference between a first-level divinity and a second-level divinity, even with their feet they could think and know that the power of a divinity was far beyond what they, these titled Douluo, could reach. Gold Crocodile Douluo's heart felt heavy, and he could only secretly hope in his heart. Shui's angel god's trial must go smoothly, and the angel god position she inherits in the future must absolutely not be inferior to Bibi Dong's first-level god position. only then would Spirit Hall have the confidence to compete with her. It seems you know quite a lot. Bibi Dong's gaze was like a needle quenched in cold, nailed firmly onto Feng Baiyu, with complex emotion surging in the depths of her purple-gold eyes. If Feng Baiyu's external spirit could attract the attention of a divinity, what about Xiaoging? Was there also a possibility for him to become a god? Average. Feng Baiyu waved his hand seriously, his tone carrying a hint of playful casualness. It's just that the divinity behind me is a chatterbox, and when bored, it chatted with me about some secrets. Speaking of which, if you sincerely ask your Rakshasa god, perhaps she might also reveal some information to you. Bibi Dong shook her head slightly and did not dwell too much on the topic of the god's trial. She changed the subject, her tone suddenly becoming high-sounding, carrying an indisputable pressure. Since the immortal herb has the opportunity to become a god, you should contribute it to Spirit Hall even more. Only in this way can it help Spirit Hall grow stronger and let the path of the Spirit Master of the Douluo continent go to a higher level. I am a person of Spirit Hall, right? Shui, is a person of Spirit Hall, right? My grandfather and grandmother are also people of Spirit Hall, right? And Du Guyan, Shui Binger, Wang Long, which one of them is not from Spirit Hall? Feng Baiyu spread his hands, his tone righteous. The immortal herbs I obtained were all used on our own people in Spirit Hall. What is the problem with that? If there is no problem on my side, then I must ask Your Excellency the Supreme Pontiff, where does the problem lie? Feng Baiyu paused for a moment, then sneered, his tone full of mockery. That Juliana is merely Your Excellency the Supreme Pontiff's disciple. She hasn't achieved a single merit since joining Spirit Hall, so by what right should she get an immortal herb? Just because she is your disciple. Tilde. His gaze swept over gold crocodile Douluo, his words pointing straight to the core. If this counts as a reason, then do the descendants of the second elder have qualifications? Do the direct descendants of the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh elders also have qualifications? Chapter 98, Confronting Bibi Dong head-on. She couldn't argue back. She absolutely couldn't argue back. Bibi Dong had truly learned her lesson. Although Feng Baiyu was young, his tongue was incredibly sharp. With his glib and eloquent words, he had rendered her speechless in just a few sentences. Bibi Dong saw things clearly in her heart. Right now, trying to appeal to Feng Baiyu's emotions was like playing the lute to a cow, and reasoning with him was a waste of breath. Even using her authority to suppress him or bringing him to justice simply wouldn't work. The only path left that might move him was to entice him with profit. But spirit bones, she truly couldn't produce any. Although Bibi Dong had gathered a full set of spirit bones, they were not all at the 100,000-year level. Now, to take out 200,000-year spirit bones for a mere immortal herb was absolutely impossible for her. Unless she bought on credit. One had to know, she was the dignified Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, and her status was incredibly noble. If she had to lower herself to ask a junior for credit, it would be a supreme humiliation, damaging her dignity to the extreme. In any case, she could never do such a thing. Just as they were in this stalemate, Feng Baiyu spoke slowly, his tone carrying a hint of probing. Supreme Pontiff, I wonder who you intend to leave that second immortal herb for. Could it be for your own use? If so, that is truly unfortunate, as I do not have a variety suitable for you here. I intend to use this immortal herb to recruit a top-tier theoretical grandmaster. Bibi Dong paused, a look of determination suddenly bursting forth from her eyes, and her tone became exceptionally firm. He comes from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and is the biological son of the titled Douluo Lei Ting. This person's attainments in the field of Spirit Master theory are pinnacle. If he could be brought under the banner of Spirit Hall, it would be equivalent to adding a stabilizing force to our hall, and the foundation and strength of Spirit Hall would certainly rise to another level. Isn't that just nickname? Listening to Bibi Dong continuously gilding nickname's reputation, Feng Baiyu rolled his eyes, his tone filled with speechlessness. Supreme Pontiff, it would be one thing if you were fooling others, but why are you fooling yourself as well? Whether nickname has any real substance, are you unaware, or are we all unaware? Feng Baiyu rolled his eyes and mercilessly complained, I actually went out of my way to inquire about it. Although this nickname comes from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he is incredibly arrogant and always thinks he is superior to others. His talent is outrageously poor, having absolutely nothing to do with the reputation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and even his appearance is truly nothing to write home about. Back then, he consumed countless resources of the family, only managing to cultivate to level 10 with great difficulty. Your Excellency Lei Ting specifically sought out a 400-year-old Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit beast for him, but he couldn't handle it halfway through the absorption. He cried and screamed, desperately begging Your Excellency Lei Ting to stop the absorption. A look of undisguised contempt curled the corners of Feng Baiyu's mouth as he continued. What's even more ridiculous is that he heard some crooked theory about replenishing form with form from somewhere. Seeing that Luo Sanpao looked half pig and half dog, he chose a 200-year-old lightning tusk pig for his first spirit ring. His second spirit ring was even more absurd, mistaking a farting dog for a golden dog to absorb, and in the end, he ended up with 2 flatulent spirit abilities. It's simply laughable. It's hard to say, with nickname's train of thought, it's not impossible that one day he might have a sudden whim to pair a vine or plant-type spirit with a snake-type spirit beast. After all, in his eyes, anything long and thin can replenish form with form. Feng Baiyu left no face, completely stripping away nickname's background, his tone filled with mockery. With those 2 bizarre and trashy spirit rings, he was forced to suffer until he was over 50 years old, only to be stuck at level 29 as trash. Supreme Pontiff, you can't just turn a blind eye and tell lies because he is your ex-boyfriend, treating such a piece of work like a treasure, right? As for his book, The 10 Core Competencies, apart from the phrase, there are no trash spirits, only trash spirit masters, which insulted himself twice, which of the remaining points can actually stand up to scrutiny? Feng Baiyu gave the Supreme Pontiff no leeway, continuing to refute him directly to his face. If you really believed in his theory, it would be fine to at least try following one of the points. But ask yourself, have you really practiced even one of the things he said? Besides using the convenience you provided to plagiarize and misappropriate the massive resources of our spirit hall, and piecing together a bunch of plausible yet shallow nonsense, tell me, does he have even a shred of his own genuine material? Bibi Dong's face instantly flushed red from Feng Baiyu's merciless retort, and her chest heaved violently. She was clearly infuriated. Seeing this, Feng Qingluan and Gold Crocodile Douluo felt their hearts instantly jump into their throats. The 2 of them secretly broke into a cold sweat while keeping their eyes locked on Bibi Dong. Anyone being humiliated like this to their face would be expected to fly into a rage and attack. They had to keep their nerves taut, ready to fight at any moment. Given Bibi Dong's temperament, it wouldn't be surprising if she took Feng Baiyu's life right then and there. But to their surprise, Bibi Dong only let out a heavy cold snort in the end, her spirit power surging around her for a moment before being forcibly suppressed. How could she not want to immediately tear apart the mouth in front of her? But reason told her that with 2 titled Douluo protecting him, even if she could kill Feng Baiyu, she could never escape unscathed. She would just have to keep track of this debt for now. As an existence who had already received a divinity, she wasn't sure how many trump cards Feng Baiyu was hiding. But Bibi Dong knew in her heart that if she dared to make a move, the second elder and third elder would absolutely not let it rest. Even if she had the confidence to face the fury of the 2 elders, she couldn't gamble that the third elder, in his rage, would not strike out at Huliena and Yu Shaogang, whom she cared about. Therefore, she could only endure. At this moment, besides endurance, she had no other choice. But this forbearance did not mean Feng Baiyu could get away with it. Bibi Dong had already deeply carved his name into her heart. A woman's grudge. This debt would one day be collected with interest. Is there any point in saying that? Bibi Dong's knuckles creaked, her fingertips almost embedding into her palms. She was clearly trying her best to suppress the surging anger. She took a deep breath and finally spat out, her tone as cold and hard as quenched ice. Enough nonsense. To help Yu Shaogang break through, what exactly is needed? That depends on what kind of price the Supreme Pontiff is willing to pay. Feng Baiyu was not at all afraid of the anger surging around Bibi Dong, his tone light and breezy, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. If you just want him to break through level 29 and enter the ranks of Spirit Elder, it's actually not difficult, just give him a 10,000-year spirit bone to absorb. If you want him to reach level 40, you'll have to exchange it for a 100,000-year spirit bone. However, given his talent, level 49 is the absolute limit. Any higher, and no matter how many resources you give, it will be in vain. With a helpful expression of, "I'm thinking of you," on his face, after giving Bibi Dong his advice, Feng Baiyu changed the subject, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. "However, Supreme Pontiff, if you want him to break through the shackles of his talent and from then on advance smoothly on the path of a spirit master, I actually do have a treasure here that can achieve that." As Feng Baiyu spoke, he took a open black lens bracket yearning heartbroken red close black lens bracket out from his spirit tool. Chapter 99, Open Black Lens Bracket Yearning Heartbroken Red Close Black Lens Bracket. It was a seemingly ordinary white flower. The bloom was about the size of a palm, graceful in shape, resembling a peony, yet it was accompanied by not a single blade of grass or leaf. Its stem connected directly to a jet-black boulder, a stone so shockingly heavy that it seemed to have taken root and held its ground firmly. What was most startling was the few streaks of blood red staining the pristine white petals. That red was intense and piercing, like congealed blood and tears, exuding a breathtaking eeriness against the white, making it impossible for anyone who saw it to look away. This object is open black lens bracket yearning heartbroken red close black lens bracket. Feng Baiyu's lips curled into a half-smile as he spoke slowly. This is a divine grade treasure among the immortal herb. With Yu Shaoging's level of talent, once he consumes it, let alone making a breakthrough past his shackles, it is entirely possible for him to rise rapidly in the future and enter the ranks of the titled Douluo. Really? Bibi Dong lifted her eyes sharply, the stormy waves in her voice almost overflowing. Could a mere immortal herb truly allow Yu Shaoging to reach the realm of a titled Douluo? A tremendous, wild joy seized her instantly, even her fingertips trembled slightly with excitement as she stared fixedly at Feng Baiyu, afraid to miss a single word. Of course, not everyone has the good fortune to enjoy it. Feng Baiyu said, regarding this open black lens bracket yearning heartbroken red close black lens bracket, there is a sorrowful and beautiful story. Feng Baiyu paused slightly, then recounted the story of open black lens bracket yearning heartbroken red close black lens bracket. A very, very long time ago, there was a youth with a calm and detached nature who loved nothing more than tending to flowers and plants. His small courtyard was like a paradise on earth. Green lotus flowers stood elegantly in the pond, lotus roots quietly gestated in the mud, and the garden was filled with a riot of colorful flowers and trees, brimming with vitality everywhere. In his daily life, the youth often recited poetry and composed songs to the blooming flowers. When in high spirits, he would raise his cup to invite the moon, getting drunk with the flowers and the moon. However, whenever fallen petals drifted, he would feel infinite sorrow, always carefully sweeping up the withered flowers and petals one by one to bury them in a clean place, and he would weep repeatedly before the flower grave, as if bidding farewell to a close friend or family member. As the saying goes, love moves heaven and earth. The youth's sincere and genuine nature of cherishing and loving flowers deeply moved the flower fairy in the heavens. The flower fairy felt a mortal desire, descended to the mortal world in secret, and became husband and wife with the youth. That period was the happiest time in the youth's life. The two supported each other and were deeply in love. But good times did not last long. The heavenly god learned of the flower fairy's secret marriage to a mortal and was instantly enraged. Bound by the heavenly rules and precepts that immortals and mortals must follow different paths, the heavenly god issued a decree to forcibly recall the flower fairy to the god realm. With his beloved suddenly gone, the youth's world collapsed instantly. He sighed and lamented all day long, depressed and unhappy, with no heart left to tend to the garden. The former paradise gradually became desolate, walls collapsed, fences fell, flowers and trees withered, leaving only a scene of bleakness. One day, a white-haired old man floated by for a visit and told the youth that the white peony he had once carefully nurtured was the very incarnation of the flower fairy. As long as he burned this flower, the flower fairy would lose her immortal body, be demoted to the mortal world, and could continue their relationship, but the old man repeatedly warned him never to neglect the care of the garden because of this. After speaking, the old man turned into a breeze and disappeared. The youth awoke as if from a dream, looking at the desolate garden, deeply regretting that he had treated the flowers poorly because of his lost love. He pulled himself together and carefully tended to every plant and tree in the garden. Although he missed his wife to the bone, he could never bring himself to burn the white peony, and instead cherished it even more. He kept watch before the flower day and night, washing his face with tears, until finally, his tears ran dry, his heart broke, he fell ill from longing, and he passed away. At the moment of his death, his blood and tears fell onto the petals of the white peony. In an instant, the white peony shed its form and transformed into a stalk of grass. The pristine white petals were stained with threads of red marks, the imprint of the youth's blood and tears. Later generations named this grass, yearning heartbroken red, to commemorate this deep affection that spanned the immortal and mortal realms and lasted until death. After finishing the story, Feng Baiyu looked up at Bibi Dong, his tone calm but filled with unquestionable certainty. Supreme Pontiff, the method for picking this open black lens bracket yearning heartbroken red close black lens bracket is extremely harsh. The picker must be filled with thoughts of their beloved, their heart and mind must be pure and sincere to the extreme, and they must drip a drop of their heart's blood onto the petals. If there is even half a fraction of impure thought or hesitation, even if they exhaust their spirit and vomit blood until they die, it is absolutely impossible to pick this flower. It only has an effect when consumed by the person who picked it. Feng Baiyu's lips curled into a half-smile as he spoke slowly. Do you want to try and see if your beloved Yu Shaogang has the qualifications to pick this immortal herb? He changed the subject, his tone carrying a deliberate provocation. As long as Yu Shaogang can pick it, not only will I hand over this yearning heartbroken red, but I am also willing to gift you an additional immortal herb suitable for Juliana. The fingers hanging by Bibi Dong's side curled imperceptibly, and she remained silent for a long while. A voice in the depths of her heart was clamoring, urging her to call Yu Shaogang over immediately to try. But more concerns flooded that impulse like a tide. She was afraid. She was afraid to see nickname exhaust his heart's blood yet fail in vain, and even more afraid that the cruel result would shatter the last bit of extravagant hope she had. A vague and ethereal story, who knows if it is true or false. Bibi Dong's face was as dark as a cold pool, her tone filled with undisguised skepticism. Besides this, is there any other way? If you, Supreme Pontiff, feel that nickname lacks the ability, you might as well say so directly. There is no need to disparage my immortal herb. Feng Baiyu's fingertips moved slightly as he stored the yearning heartbroken red into his spirit tool, his tone carrying a touch of seriousness mixed with mockery. To tell you the truth, I originally kept this immortal herb to give to my beloved in the future. Whoever can pick it with their own hands will be the wife of me, Feng Baiyu. As for the other methods you mentioned, naturally, there are some. As Feng Baiyu spoke, a strangely shaped fossil appeared in his palm. It was the dragon dung fossil of the Fire Dragon King. This contains a trace of the true dragon's origin power, enough to solve nickname's bottleneck problem. He changed the subject, his lips curling into a half-smile as he drew out his tone. However, Supreme Pontiff, what do you intend to use to trade for this item? Bibi Dong frowned slightly, her tone carrying a hint of gravity. I do not have any 100,000-year spirit bone in my possession. I am naturally aware of that. Feng Baiyu seemed to have anticipated this, his tone light and slow, yet every word was precise. But your second spirit has not yet been fully equipped with spirit rings, has it? And your disciple Juliana still has 7 vacant spirit ring slots in the future. And counting Yu Shaogang, if you truly intend to cultivate him, he also has 7 spirit rings that can be added in the future. Feng Baiyu's tone was light, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. There are still many spirit beasts you need to hunt in this lifetime. How about using all the spirit bone you obtain in this life as compensation? He looked at Bibi Dong with a certain smile on his face, further clarifying the terms. As long as you, Supreme Pontiff, nod and agree, from now on, every single spirit bone obtained by you, Juliana, and Yu Shaogang from hunting spirit beasts will belong to me. I will immediately hand over the immortal herb and treasures that Juliana and Yu Shaogang need, and I will never go back on my word. All spirit bone. Chapter 100 Taking Action. Feng Baiyu's tone was casual, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Regardless of whether you three use them to obtain spirit rings or increase your strength, as long as they appear after hunting a spirit beast, they all belong to me. 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, 100,000-year, not a single one can be missing. Feng Baiyu paused slightly, then continued, even if someone gets lucky and obtains a rare external spirit bone, they must rip it off and deliver it to me. Supreme Pontiff Tilda, Feng Baiyu drawled, his lips curling into that signature half-smile. Not only am I allowing you to buy on credit, but I'm only asking for a vague promise. I've given you enough face, haven't I? He changed the subject, his tone carrying a playful air of detachment. If you really want to make me suffer a loss, it's easy. From now on, the three of you should only absorb 100-year spirit rings and never hunt any other spirit beasts again for the rest of your lives. That way, I'd lose 2 supreme treasures. The Supreme Pontiff would surely be very happy, right? And don't think about going back on your word, Tilda. Feng Baiyu seemed to have seen through Bibi Dong's thoughts, speaking slowly with a deliberate, flippant tone. You can certainly hide the spirit bone from me privately, but if I find out, who knows, the story of how Shuiye was born might just spread across the entire Douluo continent. Audacious. This time, Bibi Dong was truly enraged. Her spirit power surged, and the purple-black energy, carrying a bone-chilling cold, struck out towards Feng Baiyu in a palm strike fueled by hatred. At the critical moment, the expressions of Gold Crocodile Douluo and Feng Qingluan changed drastically. Almost instinctively, they both channeled their spirit power simultaneously, unleashing their strongest defensive spirit abilities in an attempt to block the blow that was powerful enough to instantly kill Feng Baiyu. Boom! The three massive forces of spirit power collided violently, and the shockwaves rolled out like a tsunami. Gold Crocodile Douluo, Feng Qingluan, and Bibi Dong, these 3 top-tier titled Douluo, had their spirit power shields shining brightly, standing as steady as rocks amidst the impact. Only Feng Baiyu was sent flying by the aftermath, crashing heavily into the palace wall like a kite with broken strings, emitting a dull, thunderous sound. He struggled to climb up from the ground, his body unsteady and staggering. A wave of metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and with a puff, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, staining his clothes red. Baiyu. Feng Qingluan's expression changed drastically. He instantly flashed to his grandson's side. After checking his pulse and confirming that he had only suffered concussive injuries and was in no mortal danger, he turned his head sharply. His murky eyes welled with monstrous rage as he stared fixedly at Bibi Dong, speaking every word with ringing clarity. Supreme Pontiff, this old man will remember this debt today. Bibi Dong, I'll remember these 2 blows today. Feng Baiyu forced himself to stand straight and suddenly looked up and laughed. His laughter was filled with unyielding arrogance and ruthlessness. I can't beat you today, but just you wait. One day, I will definitely repay these 2 blows 10-fold, 100-fold, starting with the person you care about most. Audacious madman. Bibi Dong was already still furious, and seeing him dare to provoke her to this extent, her spirit power instantly surged to the extreme. The purple-black Rakshasa power surged like a tide. Her eyes were wide with rage, and it was clear she intended to kill, wanting to execute this ignorant boy on the spot. At that moment, Feng Qingluan and Gold Crocodile Douluo completed their spirit avatars almost simultaneously. Feng Qingluan's body erupted with blue light as he directly unleashed his spirit avatar. A blue phoenix shadow that blotted out the sky emerged behind him, with 8 black and 1 red spirit rings arranged neatly, pulsating with a heart-palpitating radiance of spirit power. Supreme Pontiff, please enlighten me. Feng Qingluan's voice was like an ice blade. Before his words had faded, his spirit power was already pushed to the limit. 9th spirit ability, Sky Feather Phoenix Slash. The phoenix shadow flapped its wings and cried out, and a solidified blue light blade tore through the air, rushing straight at Bibi Dong with the force of splitting the heavens and earth. Seeing the 3rd elder unleash a killing blow, Bibi Dong dared not be the slightest bit careless. Her purple-black spirit power suddenly exploded, and she also completed her spirit avatar, with the shadow of the Rakshasa devil spider looming behind her. She formed seals with her hands, spirit power flooding into her 9th spirit ring, and she shouted sternly, 9th spirit ability, Death God Prison. Bibi Dong's ninth spirit ring was also taken from a 100,000-year spirit beast, and it was of the same origin as her spirit, the open black lens bracket Death Spider Emperor close black lens bracket. The two major spirit abilities this 100,000-year spirit beast brought her were the open black lens bracket Undying Body close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Death God Prison close black lens bracket, which made countless powerhouses fearful. The former allowed her to be nearly immortal against attacks below the divine rank. Even if her body were blown to pieces, it could reassemble, and she could even turn her body into energy to evade damage. The latter was a domineering offensive killing move, which, combined with the terrifying foundation of her twin spirits, was enough to tear through the defenses of strong enemies in an instant. The purple-black vortex of spirit power collided with the blue-light blade with a boom, and the entire palace trembled violently under the impact of these two terrifying forces. Two titled Douluo unleashed their ninth spirit abilities with full force. That world-destroying might instantly swept through the entire palace, and even the air seemed to be torn apart, striking terror into the hearts of all. Gold Crocodile Douluo did not join the battle. His figure flashed, and he blocked in front of Feng Baiyu, shielding him tightly, and scolded him irritably, "You brat, are you really not afraid that Bibi Dong would kill you right here and now?" Gold Crocodile Douluo was clear in his heart that Feng Baiyu was always the type to hold a grudge and refuse to suffer the slightest loss. Bibi Dong wanted to take the immortal herb but was unwilling to pay with a spirit bone. This was indeed the result of sectarian bias and overbearing behavior, but if it weren't for Feng Baiyu's repeated, deliberate provocations, things would never have escalated to the point of drawing weapons. Bibi Dong is merely a tool chosen by great-grandfather to pave the way for Sister Shuiye, but lately, she has increasingly failed to know her place. Feng Baiyu swallowed a medicinal pill for healing, staring intently at the fierce battle between his grandfather and Bibi Dong in the arena, and said in a deep voice to Gold Crocodile Douluo beside him, "It is time to show her some color and make her distinguish who is the master and who is the servant. Otherwise, once she truly believes her wings have hardened, it will be difficult for Sister Shuiye to clean up the situation in the future. You brat, weren't you afraid that she would really kill you just now?" Gold Crocodile Douluo glanced at him sideways, his tone carrying a hint of lingering fear and reproach. "If your grandfather and I had been even half a beat slower just now, you would have already returned to the West. Since ancient times, who has ever escaped death? Let my loyal heart shine in the annals of history." Feng Baiyu straightened his back, putting on a look of righteous indignation, and said aloud, "If she dares to touch a single hair on my head, my grandfather will never acknowledge her as Supreme Pontiff again. Just think, a level 97, agility attack system peak powerhouse with 8 black and 1 red spirit rings. If he played sneak attacks on her every day, I don't believe Bibi Dong could live in peace." This was a lie. The reason Feng Baiyu deliberately provoked Bibi Dong time and again was that his true intention was not in the wine. He wanted to test Bibi Dong's bottom line of tolerance for him, and even more so, he wanted to figure out how much the Elder Hall, represented by Gold Crocodile Douluo, would look after him. But if the Elder Hall chose to stand by and remain neutral, then he would have to reconsider whether he should get out of the muddy waters of Spirit Hall as soon as possible. Anyway, Feng Baiyu had open black lens bracket Phoenix Nirvana close black lens bracket, and could be resurrected after death. Chapter 101, The Battle Ends. If it truly reached the desperate situation where he needed to fake his death to escape, then the person Feng Baiyu would have to deal with would not just be Bibi Dong alone. At that time, he would completely abandon all external layouts and schemes, hide his sharpness, and go into hiding, focusing entirely on completing the Phoenix God trial. Once he truly mastered the divine force of the Phoenix and possessed the strength to overturn everything, he would re-emerge into the Zhonggu, settle all grudges one by one, and make those who had once been his enemies pay a bloody price. However, looking at it now, the situation was far from that dire. The Elder Hall was clearly leaning towards him. Just now, Gold Crocodile Douluo's speed in making his move was not a bit slower than grandfather's, which proved that he had been protecting him all along. As for Bibi Dong, a cold, sharp glint flashed in the depths of Feng Baiyu's eyes. She was merely a supreme pontiff. I can replace her. And Tilda, Feng Baiyu drawled, his tone carrying a hint of mockery, I really want to properly experience just how strong the aftermath of a titled Douluo's battle truly is. A plot point from the original work suddenly flashed through his mind. Tang Hao, having just stepped into the realm of a titled Douluo, held the newborn Tang San in one hand and forcibly fought against 3 titled Douluo for 3 days and 3 nights. Thinking back to how he had just been grazed by the aftermath of a titled Douluo's battle, only to be sent flying and have his blood and qi surging, it was quite a contrast. That Tang San was just a newborn infant, without food or drink, yet he survived 3 days and 3 nights in the aftermath of a titled Douluo-level battle unscathed. If one said there was no Asura god secretly protecting him, he would never believe it, even if he died. High above, the duel between Feng Qingluan and Bibi Dong had already entered the white-hot stage. 2 titled Douluo above level 97 were exerting their full strength, their surging spirit power sweeping across the surroundings like a tsunami. Feng Qingluan's spirit manifested, with a wingspan of 1,000 zhong, the cyan gold gale tore through the clouds, and wherever it passed, space rippled with distortions. Bibi Dong's Death Spider Emperor sprayed countless poison mists and spider webs, every strike carrying the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Rows of buildings in the Feng mansion collapsed with a roar in the aftermath of the spirit power, bricks and rubble poured down like a rainstorm, and the once glorious Feng family was now nothing but broken walls and ruins. After over 100 rounds, both were injured. Feng Qingluan's feather robe was corroded by the poison mist, leaving charred holes, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Bibi Dong's black robe was also covered in marks from wind blade cuts, and cracks appeared on the carapace at the joints of her spider legs. In the gazes they exchanged, their battle intent remained piercing, yet there was also a bit more solemnity. They both understood that with their respective cultivation levels and spirit characteristics, it would be extremely difficult to determine a victor in a short time. Today's battle had merely completely torn apart the superficial peace that had been maintained for so long. If they were to fight to the death, it would only result in 1 death and 1 disability. With another earth-shattering collision, the shockwave sent both of them retreating 100 zhong. Bibi Dong looked at Feng Qingluan, a fierce glint flashing in the depths of her purple eyes, but it finally turned into a cold snort. The purple mist around her surged violently, and her figure retreated rapidly like a ghost, vanishing at the edge of the sky in an instant. Feng Qingluan stood in the clouds, watching the receding black shadow, and slowly withdrew his spirit. Feng Qingluan landed back beside Feng Baiyu, turned his head to look at Gold Crocodile Douluo, his tone full of gratitude. Second brother, thank you for protecting Baiyu. Hey, we are brothers, why thank me? Gold Crocodile Douluo laughed heartily, his voice like a booming bell. That child Baiyu calls Meshkond grandfather, so affectionately, as his elder, isn't it only right and proper for me to protect him? His words were half joking and half sincere. Gold Crocodile Douluo had never had any good feelings towards the Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong. If it weren't for her status, he would have been unable to resist stepping in to help during the fierce battle between Feng Qingluan and her just now. But Feng Qingluan was a brother he had known for many years, and that bond was there, let alone just protecting Feng Baiyu. Even if it were to go through fire and water for Feng Qingluan, he would never frown. Feng Qingluan did not stand on ceremony with his second brother any further and turned to look at Feng Baiyu, his tone full of concern. Baiyu, how is your injury? Grandfather, I'm fine. Feng Baiyu shook his head gently, his tone carrying a bit of a youth's stubbornness. It was just being grazed by the aftermath of the battle. This little injury can't knock me down. It's just. As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the broken walls and ruins behind him, and his voice lowered. Our Feng mansion was destroyed by Bibi Dong. That was his home after all, and now it had become a ruin. Even with his resilient heart nature, it was hard to hide the melancholy in his heart. If it's gone, it's gone. As long as you are safe, that's fine. Feng Qingluan's tone was relaxed, as if what had been destroyed was merely an insignificant house. Although he said this, his gaze had already turned to the front left, where the main gate of the Feng mansion had once been. Now only half a charred door pillar stood alone in the ruins. That was, after all, the place where he had grown. Up since childhood, every brick and tile was engraved with childhood memories, but now it had become a ruin, and even with his resilient heart nature, it was hard to hide the melancholy in his heart. Just then, Zhanying and Shui Duanliu, protecting several children, were walking quickly towards this side. When the great battle broke out just now, they had immediately gathered Du Guyan and the others in a safe area, keeping a careful watch. At this moment, although the Feng mansion had become broken walls and ruins in the overwhelming aftermath of the spirit power, fortunately, everyone in the mansion was safe and sound, and not a single person was injured in this catastrophe. Grandfather, second grandfather, let's go find a hotel to stay for the night first. Feng Baiyu looked at Gold Crocodile Douluo and said, Second grandfather, I previously taught Dugu Bo a method to improve his strength. You should take a look tomorrow, this thing is an extremely powerful asset for our elder hall. Grandfather, second grandfather, let's just make do with a hotel for the night. Feng Baiyu turned to Gold Crocodile Douluo, his tone carrying a bit of mystery. Second grandfather, I previously taught Dugu Bo a method to improve his strength. You should take a look tomorrow, as this thing is a treasure for our elder hall. He knew clearly in his heart that the spirit core method could not be hidden at all. Once his grandfather cultivated it, with the high priest Qian Daoliu's discernment, he would surely see through its mysteries at a glance. Rather than hiding it away, it was better to take the initiative and bring it out in exchange for some benefits. Originally, he had planned to have his grandfather organize it well and give it to Qian Runshui, then have her present it to Spirit Hall. Now that Gold Crocodile Douluo was here, it would be safer to let this second grandfather see it with his own eyes and then have him take it back to the Elder Hall. Gold Crocodile Douluo heard this, but there was no ripple on his face. In his view, although Feng Baiyu had potential, he was still young. What could he possibly bring out that would require him to learn? However, he did not spell this out. Having lived for so many years, he understood this bit of worldly wisdom and did not need to lose face in front of a junior. Gold Crocodile Douluo had no objection to going to an inn to rest. With his cultivation, even staying awake for 3 days and 3 nights would have no effect. Now that the Feng mansion had become ruins, he followed Feng Baiyu's arrangements. Just as they were about to set off, Gold Crocodile Douluo suddenly looked up at the sky and saw a figure rapidly approaching. The figure was clad in black armor, and a long spear on his back gleamed with a cold, piercing light. It was none other than Spirit Hall's Snake Lance Douluo. Chapter 102, Spirit Core Condensation. After the battle at the Feng mansion broke out, Qian Runshui immediately dispatched Snake Lance Douluo to provide support. However, the duel between the two titled Douluo ended too swiftly. By the time he rushed over in a flurry, the once grand Feng mansion had already been reduced to a scene of broken walls and ruins. Snake Lance Douluo scanned the area and quickly spotted Gold Crocodile Douluo and Feng Qingluan standing amidst the ruins. He hurriedly checked his momentum and landed on the ground, bowing respectfully to the two of them. He said in a deep voice, Subordinate Snake Lance pays respects to the second elder and third elder. Rise, Gold Crocodile Douluo said, his brows slightly furrowed. He spoke in a deep voice, with me here, there is no further trouble. Return to Shuiye immediately. Protecting Shuiye is the priority. You are not needed here. As you command, my lord. Snake Lance Douluo acknowledged, turning to leave. Senior Snake Lance, please wait a moment. Feng Baiyu suddenly spoke, his tone carrying a touch of solemnity. Please convey a message to Shuiye for me. Ask her to come to the Dugu mansion tomorrow morning. Yes, I have noted it. Snake Lance Douluo bowed again in acknowledgement before spreading his form and vanishing into the sky as a black shadow. Feng Baiyu's gaze swept over Du Guyan and the others. Seeing that although they looked slightly alarmed, they were all unharmed, he finally felt relieved and said in a deep voice, let's go. The next morning, the rising sun began to peek over the horizon. Feng Baiyu, accompanied by Gold Crocodile Douluo, Feng Qingluan, and the others, traveled all the way to the Dugu mansion. Upon hearing the announcement, Dugu Bo hurried out to greet them. Seeing Gold Crocodile Douluo and Green Phoenix Douluo, he quickly cupped his hands in a respectful salute, his tone deferential. Dugu Bo pays respects to His Excellency Gold Crocodile, and to His Excellency. Qingluan. After paying his respects, he looked at Green Phoenix Douluo, his face full of shame. Yesterday, I was in the Sunset Forest acting as a protector for Dugu Xin and was unable to arrive in time to fight alongside His Excellency Qingluan. I am truly deeply sorry. Dugu Bo had just returned home yesterday after obtaining the 6th spirit ring for his son, Dugu Xin. Dugu Xin, having nothing to do, was currently guarding the ice and fire yin-yang well, watching over the 2 imprisoned spirit beasts. It is of no consequence. Green Phoenix Douluo waved his hand, his tone indifferent. That was a personal grudge between Bibi Dong and myself. Even if you had come, I would not have let you intervene. It was not that he felt Dugu Bo lacked the strength, but rather that there was another important matter today. Changing the subject, Green Phoenix Douluo looked at Dugu Bo with a solemn gaze. Dugu Bo, make your preparations first, we will begin the spirit core condensation shortly. With me and my second brother here to act as your protectors today, we will ensure you are completely safe. Gold Crocodile Douluo, who was standing to the side, added. His deep, resonant voice carried an unquestionable air of confidence, and the spirit power faintly circulating around him demonstrated his immense strength as a level 97 titled Douluo. Many thanks, His Excellency Qingluan. Dugu Bo's face was filled with gratitude. Believing that Green Phoenix Douluo and Gold Crocodile Douluo had come specifically to act as his protectors, he quickly agreed and turned to prepare for the spirit core condensation. Just then, a fluctuation of spirit power came from the distance, and Qian Runshui walked over slowly, accompanied by Snake Lance Douluo and Porcupinefish Douluo. Feng Baiyu spoke up, Mr. Dugu, Sister Shui is my elder sister. Her bringing people here is also to ensure your safety. Dugu Bo looked up, his pupils suddenly constricting. Green Phoenix Douluo and Gold Crocodile Douluo were already top-tier titled Douluo. Now, with the addition of Snake Lance Douluo and Porcupinefish Douluo, plus a quasi-titled Douluo who only lacked a spirit ring, there were actually 4 titled Douluo and 1 quasi-titled Douluo acting as his protectors. Standing there, he felt his heart racing, a sense of overwhelming, flattered panic surged in his heart. He was merely a poisoned Douluo who had lived in seclusion for many years. What virtue or ability did he possess to warrant so many experts from Spirit Hall gathering here? While Dugu Bo was adjusting his breath, Feng Baiyu had already instructed everyone to watch from the side and not to interrupt. No matter what happened, they were not to make a fuss. Half an hour later, Dugu Bo finally finished adjusting his breath. His complexion was ruddy and his aura stable. Clearly, he had adjusted his state to the optimum level. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Green Phoenix Douluo, Gold Crocodile Douluo, Qian Runshui, and the others beside him. He nodded slightly, signaling, everyone, I am ready. The group understood and signaled that he could begin. Dugu Bo said no more. He sat cross-legged and formed a complex hand seal with his hands. Taking a deep breath, his spirit power surged suddenly, and pale purple spirit power overflowed from his body like a tide, enveloping him completely. As his spirit power circulated, fine beads of sweat seeped from Dugu Bo's forehead, and his expression gradually became solemn. Following the method taught by Feng Baiyu, he guided his spirit power to slowly gather at his dantian. At first, the spirit power, filled with jade phosphorus serpent poison, was only loosely gathered together, like scattered sand, making it difficult to take shape. However, Dugu Bo did not dare to be the least bit negligent. He carefully controlled every wisp of spirit power, compressing and refining them bit by bit. Time passed second by second. The mass of spirit power at his dantian gradually became compact, and its color deepened, shifting from pale purple to deep purple, and finally, it faintly revealed a hint of black. Green Phoenix Douluo and the others stood to the side, watching Dugu Bo's transformation without blinking, their own spirit power quietly circulating, ready at any moment to deal with any accidents that might occur. Suddenly, Dugu Bo's body trembled violently, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. The spirit power within him began to churn as if out of control, and the spirit power mass at his dantian showed signs of collapsing. Not good, his spirit power is in turmoil. Snake Lance Douluo exclaimed, hurriedly blocking in front of Qian Runshui. With Douluo's strength as a level 89 spirit Douluo, if this highly toxic power were to explode, Qian Runshui would undoubtedly die at such a close distance. Green Phoenix Douluo also raised his hand, preparing to make Douluo stop his actions. Do not rush, Feng Baiyu said in a deep voice. Condensing a spirit core is inherently extremely dangerous. If he cannot even pass this stage, even if we help him, he will not be able to truly succeed. Douluo gritted his teeth, sweat rolling down his forehead incessantly. He desperately mobilized the spirit power within him, attempting to suppress that turmoil. Feng Baiyu's instructions echoed constantly in his mind, and his focus was highly concentrated, placing all his energy on the spirit power mass at his dantian. He did not know how much time had passed, but Douluo's complexion gradually eased, and the restless spirit power was brought back under his control. He took a deep breath and began to compress the spirit power mass once more. This time, the compression of the spirit power mass went much more smoothly. Its volume became smaller and smaller, and its color grew deeper, until it finally turned into a black bead only the size of a thumb, quietly floating at his dantian. It's done. Douluo felt a surge of joy. Just as he was about to relax, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his dantian. The black bead seemed to come alive, beginning to frantically absorb the spirit power within his body. Not good. Could it be a backlash? Gold Crocodile Douluo's expression changed, and he prepared to step in and assist. Wait. Feng Baiyu hurriedly stopped him. This is the final step of condensing a spirit core. The spirit core needs to absorb enough spirit power to stabilize itself. As long as he endures this stage, the spirit core will truly be formed. Chapter 103, Successful Condensation. Douluo's face turned pale once again. He felt the spirit power within his body being absorbed by the spirit core at a terrifying rate, and his body was becoming increasingly weak. But he knew this was the final test, he could not give up. He gritted his teeth, mobilizing the last sliver of spirit power in his body to cooperate with the spirit core's absorption. Gradually, he felt the spirit core's absorption rate slow down, and the intense pain in his dantian began to fade. Replacing it was a warm current of qi that emanated from the spirit core, slowly flowing into all his limbs and bones. Gold Crocodile Douluo had been watching Douluo's state with focused attention the entire time. When he sensed that the other party's spirit power had steadily crossed the threshold of level 90, a sharp light suddenly erupted from his cloudy eyes. He finally realized that this spirit core method was by no means ordinary. It was a miraculous technique capable of overturning the spirit master cultivate system. He quietly leaned closer to Feng Baiyu and asked in a low voice, "Baiyu, this spirit core method of yours really has a lot of depth. Tell me quickly, what is this all about?" Feng Baiyu responded just as quietly, his tone carrying a hint of slyness, "Second grandfather, don't ask so much. If you ask, it's just an ancient secret technique I obtained by chance. Simply put, it allows a spirit master to continuously compress the liquid spirit power within their dantian until it condenses into a solid spirit core, which is stored in the dantian during daily life and can significantly accelerate the recovery speed of spirit power." He paused, then added, "However, I wasn't sure if this secret technique was reliable, so I let Douluo test the waters first, treating him as an experimental guinea pig." As he spoke, Feng Baiyu looked up at Gold Crocodile Douluo, his expression becoming solemn. "Since you have witnessed the effects with your own eyes, you can take this method back to show first grandfather and the others for their consideration. If it is confirmed to be without issues, everyone in our elder hall can cultivate it. By my estimation, once you have all condensed a spirit core, when fighting in the future, you might be able to use your 9th spirit ability several more times." While the two were speaking, Gold Crocodile Douluo had already used his spirit power to seal off the surrounding space, their whispers firmly wrapped within a barrier, and not a single sound leaked out. Gold Crocodile Douluo looked at Feng Baiyu with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. He knew clearly in his heart that this spirit core method was unfathomably miraculous and was definitely not some ordinary, accidentally obtained, secret technique. It was 9 times out of 10 related to that divinity legacy. However, he did not expose it, regardless of the source, as long as it was beneficial to the Elder Hall, it was fine. All right, Baiyu, I've noted it. Gold Crocodile Douluo patted his shoulder, his tone solemn. If this matter succeeds, the old guys in the Elder Hall and I will support you, ensuring you sit in the position of Elder Hall Saint. As for the position of Supreme Pontiff, that belongs to Sister Shuiye. Feng Baiyu did not wait for him to finish, waving his hand with a smile, his expression full of openness. Second grandfather, rest assured, I have no interest in that position and will absolutely not compete with Sister Shuiye. After the two finished whispering, Feng Baiyu's gaze returned to Dugu Bo, observing the final stage of the spirit core condensation with focus. Gold Crocodile Douluo quietly circulated his spirit power, instructing Qian Runshui, Snake Lance Douluo, and the others via sound transmission. Today's matter concerns the future of Spirit Hall. You must all keep your mouths shut and not leak a single word. Qian Runshui and the others were all clever individuals and naturally understood the weight of the spirit core method, immediately responding via sound transmission and solemnly agreeing. They stood still, holding their breath. Although their gazes were fixed on Dugu Bo, they dared not discuss it in the slightest, even lightening their breathing. Time flowed slowly in the heavy atmosphere, and the spirit power fluctuations around Dugu Bo became increasingly condensed. The light purple spirit power that initially surrounded him now completely converged into his dantian. That originally swollen mass of spirit power was shrinking and solidifying at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the last wisp of spirit power merged into it, Dugu Bo's body shook violently, and a warm, gentle purple light suddenly erupted from his dantian. Although not blinding, it carried a sense of heavy and steady power. The spirit core was finally condensed. When the last wisp of spirit power was absorbed by the spirit core, that black bead suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, then slowly converged, becoming as warm and gentle as jade. Dugu Bo slowly opened his eyes, a flash of sharp light passing through them. He could clearly feel that his strength had undergone a qualitative leap, and the spirit power within his body had become more condensed and pure. I succeeded. Dugu Bo stood up and said excitedly. Feng Qingluan and the others also revealed gratified smiles on their faces. Feng Qingluan stepped forward, patted Dugu Bo's shoulder, and said, "Congratulations, Dugu Bo. From now on, your strength will rise to a new level." Dugu Bo looked at Feng Qingluan gratefully, then looked at Feng Baiyu, saying, "Thank you, His Excellency Qingluan, thank you, young friend Baiyu. If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to condense a spirit core." Feng Baiyu smiled and said, "Mr. Dugu is too polite. This is all the result of your own hard work." Just at this moment, Gold Crocodile Douluo suddenly spoke up. "All right, since Dugu Bo has successfully condensed the spirit core, we should also return." Qian Runshui nodded and said, "All right, second grandfather." Having said that, Qian Runshui left with her two subordinates. Yan Yan. Dugu Bo looked at his granddaughter beside him, his tone gentle yet carrying undeniable certainty. "Take Baiyu and the others to look around the mansion. Feng Mansion suffered a disaster last night. You all should stay here for now, and I will arrange everything." "All right, grandfather." Dugu Yan was so intelligent that she saw at a glance that her grandfather had important matters to discuss with Feng Baiyu and the others, so she immediately agreed, smiling and greeting Shui Duanliu and the others. "Let's go, I'll take you to choose your rooms." As she spoke, she led everyone away, deliberately leaving the space to the elders. After the figures of the few young people completely disappeared into the depths of the courtyard, the gentleness on Dugu Bo's face instantly faded, replaced by incomparable solemnity and gratitude. He took a deep breath, bent his legs, and with a thump, knelt on the ground, kowtowing heavily to Feng Qingluan, his wife, and Feng Baiyu, family head. "Madam, young lord, there were too many eyes earlier, and Dugu Bo did not dare to lose proper etiquette. Now, I will kowtow to the three of you." His forehead touched the ground, his voice carrying uncontrollable excitement. "Thank you, the three of you, for bestowing upon me the method to condense a spirit core. Not only did it help me completely resolve the suffering of being plagued by the jade phosphorus serpent poison, but it also allowed my cultivation, which had been stagnant for many years, to break through the bottleneck and enter the level 90 threshold in one go. This grace of rebirth, Douluo will never forget. Completely different from the poison pill that could only temporarily suppress the poison, the spirit core was the key to truly eradicating the jade phosphorus serpent poison. The moment Douluo successfully condensed the spirit core, he keenly sensed the changes within his body. The jade phosphorus serpent poison, which had previously been like a maggot attached to his bones, would now, as soon as it reared its head, be firmly absorbed by that warm spirit core in his dantian like a magnet attracting iron, instantly decomposing, purifying, and transforming into the origin that nourished his spirit power. From now on, not only would the jade phosphorus serpent poison not harm his body, it would be more like a source providing him with spirit power at every moment. Feeling the unprecedented freshness within his body, Douluo's heart, which had been hanging for decades, finally settled completely. The virulent poison that had plagued him for half his life now had no possibility of causing chaos ever again. From now on, he would no longer need to be constantly on guard against the poison's backlash, nor would he need to carefully suppress the toxicity while cultivate. He could finally charge toward a higher realm without any reservations. Chapter 104, The Mystery of the Spirit Core. Mr. Douluo, you are being far too polite. Feng Baiyu wore a gentle smile on his lips, his tone sincere. We are all on the same side. Your strength reaching a higher level is also of great benefit to me. He paused, looking at the other with a solemn gaze. First, calm your mind and familiarize yourself with the surging power within you. In 7 days, I will accompany you to seek your 9th spirit ring. Once your cultivation breaks through to level 95, that snow-colored swan kiss will be yours for the taking. Naturally, the earlier one consumes an immortal herb, the more potent its effects, but this, snow-colored swan kiss, was a complete anomaly. It lacked the gentle and nourishing qualities of ordinary immortal herbs. Instead, it was like a raging fire that could catalyze and amplify the hidden, potent poisons within a person's body 1,000-fold. Even the slightest contact would trigger a frenzied proliferation of toxins, making it the devil of poisons, for which there was no cure. Yet, this peril, that would make even a titled Douluo turn pale, was nothing short of a tailor-made heaven and earth treasure for Douluo, who had already condensed a poisonous spirit core and dominated the continent with his jade phosphorus snake spirit. His poison arts were already renowned for their dominance. The properties of the snow-colored swan kiss were exactly what he needed to push the jade phosphorus serpent poison within him to its peak, bringing about a qualitative leap in both the range of his poison domain and the intensity of his toxins. A single, snow-colored swan kiss, would be enough to propel his cultivation from level 95 directly to level 97, and he might even be able to capitalize on that momentum to strike at the bottleneck of level 98. As for the legendary level 99, it was an unreachable ceiling in the Spirit Master's world, a realm that could by no means be easily reached by relying solely on an immortal herb. That was a domain that could only be barely touched after long years of arduous cultivation and accumulation, supplemented by serendipitous opportunity and fortune. This subordinate understands, Douluo replied, abruptly cupping his hands, his voice overflowing with excitement. At this moment, his spirit power still carried the burning afterglow of his breakthrough. Having just crossed the threshold of a level 90 quasi-titled Douluo, the satisfaction of fulfilling a long-cherished wish softened his usually arrogant expression. For someone who had already cultivated his poison arts to a transcendent state, getting his 9th spirit ring a day earlier or later was no longer so critical. The Feng mansion had already become scorched earth, but Feng Baiyu had no intention of finding another place to stay. Before the new mansion began reconstruction, he simply moved in with Douluo, which proved to be quite comfortable and worry-free. Douluo was quite sensible. He immediately ordered his butler to craft a brand new Feng mansion plaque and, without a word, replaced the plaque on his own gate. After all, 3 generations of his family had already pledged their allegiance. Why would he begrudge a single residence? Regarding this, Feng Baiyu did not stand on ceremony with him. From that day on, he settled down in Douluo's mansion, focusing on his cultivation to stabilize his realm while methodically handling affairs from all sides. On the other side, Feng Qingluan and Zhan Ying had already studied the method of spirit core condensation thoroughly. At this moment, their eyes were filled with irrepressible excitement, waiting only for a suitable opportunity to attempt to condense the legendary spirit core. The two exchanged brief greetings with everyone before hurrying back to their room. They sat cross-legged facing each other, one focused their mind and closed their eyes, guiding their spirit power according to the cultivation technique to attempt to condense a spirit core, while the other remained fully alert, their spirit power silently circulating as they acted as a protector for their companion. After one cycle of the cultivation technique was complete, the two tacitly swapped roles, repeating the process. Zhang had broken through the level 90 mark months ago and later received the immortal herb, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, to temper his spirit. The ultimate yang fire contained within that immortal herb not only helped him complete the essential evolution of his spirit but also raised his foundation of spirit power and physical body strength to a higher level. Although Zhang had not yet obtained his 9th spirit ring, he already possessed combat power that even ordinary titled Douluo would find difficult to match. As for Feng Qingluan, she was already a peak expert at level 97, only one step away from the level 98 that her second brother had been stuck at for many years. The spirit cores they were about to condense were far less dangerous than the one Dugu Bo was relying on, which was filled with variables due to the potent poison. Their process was much more stable. In just 2 short days, both of them successfully condensed their spirit cores, their auras becoming even more concentrated and profound than before. Zhang felt his spirit power surging like a tide within him, and his strength had undergone a transformative improvement. He was now full of confidence, feeling that he was fully capable of withstanding the pressure of a 100,000-year spirit ring. Feng Qingluan, seizing the opportunity of condensing her spirit core, broke through her shackles and entered level 98 in one go. The depth of her aura had already steadily surpassed the current state of her second brother, Gold Crocodile Douluo. Qian Runshui returned to the mansion with Snake Lance Douluo and Si Shui Douluo. Once the attendants had withdrawn, she turned to the two of them, her tone calm but scrutinizing. Have you both grasped what young Master Feng showed you today? Snake Lance and Si Shui exchanged a glance, unable to hide their excitement. They both fell to their knees with a thud, their voices slightly hoarse from uncontrollable trembling. Thank you for your grace, young lord. Thank you for your gift, young Master Feng. The two were originally just guards under Qian Runshui. Spirit Hall had treated them well, and there was never a shortage of rewards, but what they had seen today was an opportunity they had never dared to imagine. That secret method of the Spirit Core gave them a chance to achieve a qualitative leap in their strength. The rewards from Spirit Hall were a matter of duty, but this secret method that could break through the shackles of cultivation was a monumental favor that could change their lives. That the young lord was willing to let them come into contact with such secrets clearly implied her permission for them to cultivate it. This trust and favor had long surpassed the ordinary bonds between sovereign and subject. Just remember the kindness of this young lord and young Master Feng. Qian Runshui raised her hand in a gesture to help them up, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. She never doubted their loyalty. Now that Feng Baiyu was willing to bring out the secret method of the spirit core, it was already an exceptional reward. What she needed to do was to ensure that this gratitude was tied to both herself and Feng Baiyu. Although she had not caught up with yesterday's disturbance, she had heard that a rift had formed between the Feng family and the Supreme Pontiff Palace. The Feng family was powerful and naturally did not fear Bibi Dong, but as someone both parties cared about, she had to plan more for Feng Baiyu. Thinking that her mother had actually harbored the intent to kill Feng Baiyu, a surge of anger rose in Qian Runshui's heart. If it were anyone else, she might have helped her kin without hesitation, but Feng Baiyu and Bibi Dong were equally important to her. In her eyes, Feng Baiyu was a gentle gentleman who would never provoke trouble. The fault for yesterday's battle must surely lie with her mother. To avoid the escalation of conflict in the future, she had to recruit more support for Feng Baiyu. As for the woman who had given birth to her but had never fulfilled the responsibilities of a mother, as long as she lived quietly, that was enough. Snake Lance and Si Shui listened while prostrated on the ground, their hearts already crystal clear. They were originally people of the young lord's faction. Now that the young lord was so close to young Master Feng and had received such a massive benefit from him, their hearts naturally leaned towards the two of them. They immediately kowtowed heavily. "Young lord, please rest assured. We too will definitely remember the grace of the young lord and young Master Feng. From now on, we will follow your lead." Chapter 105, Movements of All Parties. Big Brother, that is the sequence of events. Gold Crocodile Douluo bowed to Qian Douluo, recounting the ins and outs of how Feng Baiyu revealed his divinity legacy and offered up the secret method of the spirit core. His tone was firm. Feng Baiyu openly admitted to having obtained a second-tier divinity legacy, and he produced Spirit Core method, a treasure capable of shaking the entire continent. This clearly shows his heart. There is absolutely no possibility of him betraying Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, a faint smile spread across Qian Daolu's face, and his tone was calm. "Baiyu is loyal and devoted, I have never had a shred of doubt. He is gifted, and it is only natural that he could gain the favor of a divinity. However, this Spirit Core method was truly beyond my expectations." He tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of his seat, a flash of approval in his eyes. With his hard nature, if he wanted to keep it a secret, he would have had plenty of ways to do so. Yet now, he has taken the initiative to offer it up, which speaks to his breadth of vision. Since he is so generous, as his great-grandfather, I naturally cannot be stingy. After speaking, Qian Daolu looked up at Gold Crocodile Douluo and ordered in a deep voice, "Gold Crocodile, you shall condense a spirit core right here in front of the other elders, allowing our brothers to witness the mysteries of this secret method with their own eyes, so they may study it as well. Afterward, you shall represent the Elder Hall and deliver the appropriate rewards to him." Before Qian Daolu had even finished speaking, he raised his hand and retrieved two items from the spirit tool at his waist. One was a token shimmering with purple gold luster, its patterns intricate, faintly exuding a sacred pressure. The other was a translucent white spirit bone, its texture clear, with faint fluctuations of spirit power lingering on its surface. Gold Crocodile Douluo scanned them, his pupils suddenly constricting, his face filled with incredulous shock. Clearly, he had not expected Qian Daolu to take out such treasures. Gold Crocodile Douluo was not surprised by the purple gold, saint, token of Spirit Hall. The High Priest Qian Daolu had long intended for Feng Baiyu to succeed as saint, but Feng Baiyu had always refused, feeling he had not yet achieved enough merit. What shocked him, however, was the other translucent white spirit bone. It was actually 100,000-year spirit bone for the leg. The spirit bone was as lustrous as mutton fat jade, with a faint halo flowing on its surface. One could vaguely see strands of golden spirit power winding between the bone markings. Although the pressure unique to 100,000-year spirit bone was deliberately restrained, it still made Gold Crocodile Douluo's heart tremble. A spirit bone of this grade was considered top tier even within the collections of Spirit Hall, something ordinary titled Douluo could only dream of, yet Qian Daolu was willing to give it away as a reward. As the young lord of Spirit Hall, and for offering such an esoteric secret method to our Elder Hall, he is naturally worthy of 100,000-year spirit bone. Qian Daolu handed the token and the spirit bone to Gold Crocodile Douluo, his tone steady and filled with unquestionable certainty. "Go." "Yes." Gold Crocodile Douluo replied in a deep voice. Without another word, he immediately calmed his mind and began to channel the spirit core method under the gaze of the other elders. The other 5 elders all set aside their usual composure, their eyes locked tightly on Gold Crocodile, even their breathing softening. When the aura around Gold Crocodile suddenly condensed and the heavy pressure after his breakthrough radiated outward, the others could no longer restrain themselves, exclaiming in low voices, their eyes filled with shock and envy. The mysteries of this spirit core method were even more astonishing than they had imagined. "This is a spirit core. Second brother's strength seems to have more than doubled. It's too magical, simply inconceivable." Qian Daolu watched the entire process of Gold Crocodile Douluo condensing the spirit core. Even though he had been mentally prepared, he could not hide the shock in his heart. He had never expected that a single spirit core could bring about such an earth-shaking improvement. It directly compensated for the fatal flaw of a spirit master's insufficient spirit power reserves. Ninth spirit abilities that previously had to be used with caution could now be cast as easily as basic spirit abilities. And the wonders of this spirit core were clearly far more than this. The stronger a spirit master's cultivation, the more restricted they were by the shackles of spirit power. This small spirit core could just pry open that layer of imprisonment, opening a brand new dimension of power for them. For top experts, this was not just a secret method, it was a heaven-defying gift capable of rewriting the landscape of the spirit master's world. A mere saint position is simply not enough to match Baiyu's contribution this time. Qian Douluo looked in the direction where gold crocodile Douluo had departed, and a thought suddenly arose in his mind. Was it time for the current Supreme Pontiff, Bibi Dong, to step down? His fingertips unconsciously stroked the armrest of his seat, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The value of the spirit core method had long surpassed any merit. That Feng Baiyu could offer it without reservation, this sincerity and breadth of vision were enough to support the future of Spirit Hall. On the other hand, Bibi Dong had become increasingly paranoid in her actions recently, even coming into conflict with the Feng family. If she were allowed to continue holding the position of Supreme Pontiff, she would likely hinder the grand cause of Spirit Hall. During the days Feng Baiyu spent in secluded cultivation at the new, Feng Mansion, the power centers of Douluo continent were already surging with undercurrents. The eyes of all parties were locked onto this residence that had suddenly changed hands, and countless speculations fermented quietly among the imperial courts and the sects. The earth-shattering confrontation above the Feng Mansion yesterday had already exploded like a thunderclap within the intelligence networks of the major powers. Emperor Shui Yi sat uneasily on the dragon throne in the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, the coiling dragon pillars outside the hall reflecting his uncertain expression. He could clearly perceive those two terrifying fluctuations of spirit power that tore through the clouds yesterday from dozens of miles away, yet none of the titled Douluo around him could investigate the truth. He was wary of the source of that power, yet he dared not rashly send anyone to approach, so he could only feel anxious in the empty hall, fearing that this confrontation would affect the stability of the Heaven Do Empire. In the meeting hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji held a jade cup, his fingertips turning slightly white. Beside him, Sword Douluo Chen Xin closed his eyes to rest, but his brows frowned involuntarily. With their insight, they had long recognized the familiar aura from the spirit power fluctuations. One was the cold, bone-piercing pressure of Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong, and the other was the azure pheasant gale of Spirit Hall's third elder, Feng Qingluan. The Supreme Pontiff is fighting with the Elder Hall. Ning Fengji whispered, turning the jade cup in his hand. Is Spirit Hall about to have an internal conflict? Chen Xin slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in his pupils. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman gains. No matter why they have turned against each other, it is an opportunity for us. The same thoughts were brewing in the main hall of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, where Sect Master Yu Yuanjun gazed at the lightning outside the hall, lost in thought. He had only just left the Feng Mansion yesterday before the great battle broke out there. With his strength, he could naturally recognize the identities of both sides in the battle. Feng Qingluan is Qian Daoliu's confidant and has always only listened to the High Priest's orders. Yet now, he is crossing swords with Bibi Dong. Sect Master Yu Yuanjun curled his lips into a cold smile. It seems the balance within Spirit Hall has finally tilted. The wariness of Emperor Shui Yi, the calculations of Ning Fengji, and the cold smile of Sect Master Yu Yuanjun all ultimately pointed to the same name, Feng Baiyu. Chapter 106 Lower Volume. They simply couldn't understand why the Pope and the Elder, who should both belong to the Spirit Hall faction, would fight each other in the Feng Mansion territory. Has the Feng family's stance already wavered? Or is it that the power struggle within the Spirit Hall has reached a point of no return, with tensions running high and faces turning sour? However, one thing was clear to everyone: the Spirit Hall, this seemingly invincible behemoth, was no longer a monolithic entity. Now that this crack had appeared, it was a golden opportunity bestowed by heaven. If we can't win them over, we'll try our best to win them over. If that fails, we'll find a way to make them split apart completely. Ning Fengji looked up at Chen Xin, his tone revealing an undeniable determination. Even if we have to give up 30% of the sect's assets, it's absolutely worth it to bring the Feng family to our side. In his view, worldly wealth is nothing but fleeting clouds, but top-tier combat power like Feng Baiyu and Feng Qingluan is the key to truly propelling the 7 treasure glazed tile school to a higher level. Thinking of this, his gaze unconsciously fell on Ning Rongrong beside him. It was time to take this girl and personally go to Feng Baiyu to ask about the elixir. Yu Yuanjun slammed his fist on the table at the sect assembly, his voice booming like thunder. Tianeng, Tianxin. You two must devote yourselves to seclusion for the next 2 days and do your utmost to break through to the next level of soul power. From today onwards, all the resources of the clan will be allocated to you. Spare no effort, and break through to level 40 as quickly as possible. Although he was reluctant to use the 100,000-year-old soul bone ahead of time, he had no hesitation in investing resources to pave the way for his 2 grandchildren and helping them to lay a solid foundation as soon as possible. He had secretly decided in his heart, as long as the 2 of them could obtain the 3rd spirit ring of 5,000 years and the 4th spirit ring of 10,000 years, he was willing to give up all the assets of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan so that all the eligible juniors in the clan would have the qualification to absorb the 2nd spirit ring of 1,000 years. Although Emperor Shui had no titled Douluo by his side, he was secretly plotting a strategy to befriend the Feng family. Soon, a bold idea took shape in his mind: a kingdom. Even before he learned that Feng Baiyu had offered an exorbitant price for the immortal herb, he had repeatedly weighed the options, but he had never considered ceding the city. It wasn't until he heard that the Star Luo Empire was willing to exchange the kingdom of Hadrian for the immortal herb that the invisible shackles in his heart finally loosened. Now that someone has already set a precedent, it's not so difficult to make the decision to take this step myself. However, unlike the Star Luo Empire which abandoned the uncontrollable Hadrian kingdom, Emperor Shui wanted to offer up a well-established and mature kingdom, the Baroque kingdom. As one of the 4 vassal kingdoms of the Heavenly Do Empire, the Baroque kingdom is located in the southern part of the empire, bordering the Fasno province to the north. Its territory is vast, covering about 3/4 of the Fasno province. It borders the Star Luo Empire to the south and the vast Star Do Great Forest to the east. More importantly, it is separated from Wuhan City by the entire Star Do Great Forest, making it naturally geographically isolated. This land is not only the southern gateway to the Heavenly Do Empire, but also boasts abundant grain production due to the presence of Soto City, known as the Granary of Baroque, and a complete political and economic system, far surpassing the kingdom of Hadrian. Emperor Shui's actions demonstrate the strength of his resolve to befriend the Feng family. By gifting the kingdom of Baroque to the Feng family, it can serve as a strategic outpost between the Heaven Do and Star Luo kingdoms. If a soul beast uprising were to occur in the Star Do Great Forest in the future, this region would be the first to bear the brunt of the impact. While there is certainly some calculation involved in taking advantage of the situation to avoid danger, it is undeniable that the Baroque kingdom itself is indeed quite valuable. Abundant grain production, well-preserved city defenses, and a crucial geographical location, enough to exchange for the immortal herbs. In the blink of an eye, the 3 major powers, the Heavenly Do Empire's imperial court, the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, had already reached a tacit understanding. What they sought was no longer a superficial exchange of benefits with the Feng family, but rather to completely sever Feng Baiyu from the Spirit Hall's camp, even at the cost of their lives. If they could turn the Feng family against the Spirit Hall, no matter how high the price, it would be a surefire win for them. After all, on this Douluo continent, nothing could make them feel more at ease than personally weakening the behemoth that is the Spirit Hall. The loss of a level 97 title Douluo to the Spirit Hall is definitely a devastating blow. Young friend Feng, Ning Fengji and his daughter Rongrong request an audience. The following morning, Ning Fengji, carrying the sword Douluo Chenxin and leading the exquisitely beautiful Ning Rongrong, paid a visit to Feng Baiyu. He made no mention of the fight between Feng Qingluan and Bibi Dong at the Feng mansion the day before, as if that titled Douluo duel that shook the upper echelons of the Heaven Do Empire had never happened. At this moment, his expression was gentle and his tone earnest, as if he had come only for a trivial private matter. He earnestly requested Feng Baiyu to refine a pill that could guarantee at least a 9th-level innate soul power for his young daughter. Deep within those seemingly calm eyes lay a subtle probing and expectation. They wanted to confirm the rift between the Feng family and the spirit hall, and also wanted to use the elixir as a pretext to forge a deeper bond with this young powerhouse with unlimited potential. So this is Miss Ning. She is indeed beautiful and charming. Feng Baiyu had a perfectly measured smile on his face, and his tone was a tactful compliment. Seeing that Ning Fengji didn't mention the incident from the day before, he tacitly refrained from discussing those sensitive topics and didn't say a word about them either. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his wrist, and a bright white porcelain bottle was taken out from his storage soul tool and handed to Ning Rongrong. Miss Ning, this is a pill that I prepared especially for you. After you take it, you will be guaranteed to have at least a 9th-level innate soul power when you awaken your martial soul in the future. If you have a good chance, it is not impossible to break through to the 10th level of the innate. Feng Baiyu's tone was calm, as if what he was offering was not a heaven-defying pill that could shake the soul master world, but just an ordinary greeting gift. At this time, Ning Rongrong was still an innocent and naive young girl, but she had already heard about innate soul power from her elders' casual conversations. Innate full soul power is an extremely rare existence. It's no exaggeration to say that only one person is encountered every 10 years or so. In the days when full soul power was extinct, innate level 9 soul power was already recognized by the soul master world as a genius. What excited her most was that none of the current disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school had ever produced a disciple with innate 9th level soul power. Now, this glory, enough to bring honor to the family, is about to fall upon her head. The little girl gripped her skirt tightly. With her fingers, her eyes filled with undisguised joy and anticipation, even the tip of her nose wrinkled slightly, as if she could already see the dazzling blue light shining from the crystal ball when she awakened her martial soul. Dad and Grandpa said they had a surprise for her today, and Ning Rongrong waited all day with a little anticipation in her heart, but she never expected that the surprise would be like this. A pill that can help her break through to the 9th level of the innate soul power. Chapter 107 The Kingdom of Barak. The little girl's eyes instantly curved into crescents with joy. She skipped and hopped as she took the porcelain bottle from Feng Baiyu's hands, and sweetly thanked him in a clear voice. "Thank you, Brother Baiyu." Her voice was full of joy, and even the tip of her nose was flushed with excitement. She looked just like a little lark that had just stolen a bite of honey. Feng Baiyu nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Ning Fengji and Chen Xin, his tone calm. "Sect Master Ning, would you like to check the pills?" "Ha ha, no need, no need." Ning Fengji laughed loudly, his tone full of certainty. "If I didn't even trust young friend Feng, how could I have made up my mind to exchange 3 100,000-year soul bones for a treasure for martial soul evolution?" After saying that, he looked down at his daughter beside him and gently instructed her. "Rongrong, take your medicine." Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously, her small hands holding the porcelain bottle as she poured out the lustrous pill, and without thinking, she put it into her mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth, and a refreshing, warm current slid down her throat into her abdomen, instantly spreading throughout her body. She couldn't help but squint her eyes, like a kitten basking in the sun. Ning Fengji's gaze was fixed on Ning Rongrong, his breathing even becoming lighter, his tone revealing barely suppressed nervousness and anticipation. "Rongrong, how are you feeling? Is anything different?" Ning Rongrong tilted her head and carefully felt it for a moment, then shook her head and said softly, "There's nothing special about it, it's just that my belly feels warm and my whole body feels very comfortable, just like usual." Sect Master Ning. Feng Baiyu looked up at Ning Fengji and said calmly, "This pill will not have an immediate effect. Instead, it will slowly nourish Miss Rongrong's meridians and bones, and cleanse her body of impurities. The medicinal power will be fully released on the day her martial soul awakens, helping her to break through to the innate soul power." After saying that, he raised the corners of his lips slightly, revealing a confident smile. "Rest assured, if Miss Rongrong's innate soul power does not reach level 9 by then, I will return double the previous transaction price." His words explained the working principle of the elixir and dispelled Ning Fengji's concerns with a firm promise, striking the perfect balance. They were neither exaggerated nor lacking in confidence in the elixir's efficacy. Not at all. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Ning Fengji's face as he quickly explained with a smile, "I was worried that Rongrong was too young and might not be able to withstand the effects of the overpowering medicine." Upon hearing this, Feng Baiyu chuckled softly, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. "Sect leader Ning is overthinking it. This is merely a nourishing pill made from the whiskers of a 10,000-year-old ginseng king. Its medicinal properties are very mild. After Miss Rongrong takes it, it will only slowly nourish her meridians and solidify her foundation. Not only will it be harmless, but it will also accumulate some foundation for her future martial soul awakening." He knew perfectly well that even without this pill, Ning Rongrong was naturally capable of awakening innate level 9 soul power. But with the nourishment of this 10,000-year-old ginseng king's whiskers, things would only get better, and there would be absolutely no harm in it. As for whether she could break through to the innate full soul power level, Feng Baiyu wasn't entirely confident. But he was certain that this pill would only enhance her abilities and would never make Ning Rongrong's talent worse than before. Seeing that Ning Rongrong showed no abnormalities after taking the pill, Ning Fengji was completely relieved. He then changed the subject and started talking about serious matters with Feng Baiyu. All the previous politeness and probing had faded away, and his tone became more serious. "I have dispatched the 7 treasure glazed tile school to search for traces of 100,000-year-old soul beasts. In addition to the Stardow Great Forest, a traditional gathering place for soul beasts, we have also learned of the activities of powerful soul beasts along the coast, but we cannot yet confirm whether their cultivation level has reached the 100,000-year level." Ning Fengji's initiative in mentioning the progress of the search for the 100,000-year-old soul beast was actually a clear signal of goodwill to Feng Baiyu. He was demonstrating through his actions that the 7 treasure glazed tile school firmly stood by Feng Baiyu's side. However, the whereabouts of a 100,000-year-old soul beast were extremely difficult to find, and even he could not give a definite answer as to when they would be able to hunt down a soul bone. Today, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, besides having 2 peak title Douluos, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, also has 5 soul Douluos under its command with a soul power of level 87 or above. Ning Fengji had long planned to focus on nurturing these 5 individuals, devoting all his resources to helping them break through to level 90. He intended to allow them to directly absorb a 100,000-year-old soul ring when they hunted a 100,000-year-old soul beast in the future, thus avoiding wasting such a heaven-defying opportunity. In his view, even if the sect would pay a heavy price when hunting 100,000-year-old soul beasts, as long as they could gain another title Douluo with a 100,000-year-old soul ring, the deal would be a sure win. After all, with one more top-tier fighter, the 7 treasure glazed tile school will have more say in the Douluo continent, enough to deal with the undercurrents between the spirit hall and other forces. Feng Baiyu naturally couldn't fathom Ning Fengji's plans, and even if he did, he would only laugh it off. Did he really think that a 100,000-year soul ring was just roadside weeds that anyone could easily absorb? If one's physical strength and mental fortitude do not meet the standards, attempting to absorb a 100,000-year-old soul ring is nothing short of wishful thinking. One might even be devoured by the raging soul beast's soul power, ending up exploding and dying. For Feng Baiyu, it was completely irrelevant if the 7 treasure glazed tile school produced a few more title Douluos. What he truly cared about was whether the other party could produce the 100,000-year-old soul bone he so desperately desired. The rest are nothing more than trivial details. After a brief exchange, Ning Fengji bid farewell to Sword Douluo and Ning Rongrong and left. Just as their figures disappeared around the corner of the alley, Qian Runshui appeared in front of the Feng mansion in the guise of Shui Qing. Her face remained as aloof as ever, her gaze fixed directly on the interior of the mansion, clearly indicating that she had been prepared and had calculated the opportune moment for Ning Fengji to leave. "Brother Baiyu." After entering the sect, Qian Runshui shed her disguise, revealing her original appearance, a magnificent gold and red robe and a cold, exquisite beauty. She quickly approached Feng Baiyu, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "I have good news for you. Emperor Shui has decided to exchange an entire kingdom for your immortal herb." "A kingdom?" Feng Baiyu raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. "I didn't expect him to be so willing. I wonder which kingdom it is." "The kingdom of Barak." Qian Runshui didn't keep her in suspense at all and directly announced the name, her tone tinged with a hint of mockery. "Shui Yi said that as long as you nod, he will immediately withdraw all the troops stationed in Barak. At that time, all the land, people, and taxes of Barak will be your Feng family's possession." "It's actually Barak." Feng Baiyu's smile faded slightly, replaced by genuine surprise. He sighed softly. Emperor Shui really went all out. The kingdom of Barak is far superior to the kingdom of Hadrian. Although they are located on the east and west sides of the Star-Do Great Forest respectively, their strategic value and abundance of resources are worlds apart. By offering such a truly wealthy kingdom as a bargaining chip, Emperor Shui's sincerity was already at its peak. Feng Baiyu knew in his heart that since the other party had gone to such lengths, he had to offer a few immortal herbs worthy of this price. Chapter 108 Open black lens bracket Frosty domain soul devouring grass close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket crimson flame heart corroding mustard close black lens bracket. You really want to give them the immortal herbs? Qian Runshui's eyes were filled with disbelief, and that world-shaking wisdom instantly emerged. Seriously, one immortal herb can create a title Douluo. What makes the Barak kingdom worthy of us giving up 3 herbs to cultivate 3 title Douluos? The most important thing in life is integrity. Feng Baiyu smiled faintly, his tone relaxed yet undeniably firm. A vast ocean universe cover, plus the Barak kingdom, is enough to make me offer up 2 immortal herbs. Before Feng Baiyu could finish speaking, 2 immortal herbs appeared in his palm. A plant, entirely white as if frozen snow, was surrounded by wisps of cold air, as if even the air itself was about to freeze solid. The other plant was crimson red, like a raging fire, with sparks dancing between its leaves, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply as soon as it appeared. The extreme energies of ice and fire intertwined and collided, forming a strange, hazy halo in his palm. These are open black lens bracket frosty domain soul devouring grass close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket crimson flame heart eating mustard close black lens bracket. Feng Baiyu's lips curled into a meaningful smile, his tone relaxed yet carrying a chilling undertone. After consuming them, not only will their bones and muscles be reshaped, granting them the rapid cultivation speed of innate full soul power, but their martial souls will also possess the attributes of ice and fire respectively. Even better, the medicinal power will continuously propel their soul power upwards, helping them reach the peak of Soul Saint. However, his tone abruptly shifted, becoming slow and leisurely, tinged with a cruel mockery. The moment they truly reach the peak of Soul Saint, the effects of the medicine will wear off. Then, their lives will begin their countdown. Their remaining lifespan will be directly proportional to their original age. Even if a title Douluo were to personally intervene, they couldn't snatch them back from the clutches of the King of Hell. Moreover, unless someone knowledgeable sees these 2 miracle herbs with their own eyes, once they are consumed, no one will be able to tell that I have tampered with them. What? Qian Runshui suddenly looked up, her phoenix eyes filled with shock. She felt a chill run down her spine and her voice trembled slightly. There is such a vicious immortal herb. It is truly terrifying. This thing is useless to us, but it's perfect to give it to Shui's 3 sons. Feng Baiyu's lips curled into a cold smile, his tone filled with a knowing confidence. In ancient times, there was the story of 2 peaches killing 3 warriors, which was the punishment of those who were arrogant and fond of fame. 2 flowers killing 3 princes is the punishment of greed and ambition. With a slight twitch of his fingertips, Feng Baiyu enveloped the 2 immortal herbs in a layer of shimmering spiritual energy, transforming them into 2 exquisite brocade boxes. He handed the boxes to Qian Runshui, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable air. Take these back and give them to Shui. Let him decide how to distribute them. All right. Qian Runshui paused slightly, carefully putting the 2 brocade boxes into her storage soul tool. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she suddenly looked up and said, "But if they die suddenly and mysteriously, won't Emperor Shui suspect you?" Unclear and ambiguous. Feng Baiyu seemed to have heard something amusing, a mocking smile curving his lips as he looked at her with a half-smile. "Do you think these two prodigies are qualified to live until the day the drug's effects fully take hold? Even if Shuai's 3 sons were to start cultivating at the speed of innate full soul power from this moment on, and diligently cultivate step by step, it would still take them a full 10 years to reach the threshold of the peak of Soul Saint. Will Feng Baiyu give them 10 years? That's an absolute joke." He had even anticipated that the Snow Knight Emperor might be tempted to embezzle the immortal herbs. After all, the alluring effects of the medicine were enough to tempt any emperor. But so what? Even if Shui Yi really did take the immortal herb, before the poison took effect, the heavenly Dou Empire would have already changed hands and fallen into his control. Qian Runshui shut up. Her astounding wisdom is not worthy of pondering these questions. Qian Runshui temporarily suppressed her thoughts about the immortal herb, changed the subject, and asked Feng Baiyu, "The kingdom of Barak is now in your hands. What do you plan to do with it next?" "We will follow the instructions of the high priest." Feng Baiyu had a perfectly timed smile on his lips, his tone respectful yet measured. "It is true that our Feng family has conflicts with the Pope, but we have never betrayed the Spirit Hall. My grandfather and I are both members of the Spirit Hall, so the High Priest should naturally decide on the next course of action for the Barak Kingdom." Ha tilde. Just as Feng Baiyu and Qian Runshui were talking, a deep laugh suddenly rang out. The golden crocodile Douluo appeared out of thin air like a ghost, as if he had appeared out of nowhere in front of the two of them. "Xiaoshui, look how quickly Baiyu has taken over the territory without shedding a drop of blood. He's much faster than you." Golden crocodile Douluo stroked his snow-white beard, his face full of approving smiles, his tone tinged with a hint of teasing. "In my opinion, you should just give up this laborious task and leave everything to Baiyu. 2 immortal herbs are enough to conquer the Barak Kingdom. If we had a few more, taking over half of the Heaven Dou Empire wouldn't be a problem." "Second grandfather, I don't want to." Qian Runshui puffed out her cheeks, looking like a little phoenix with its feathers standing on end, but her tone was stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. "If little Bai can do it, I can definitely do it even better. With the two of us working together, it won't be long before the entire Heaven Dou Empire is in our hands." Tisk tilde. Golden crocodile Douluo stroked his beard, letting out 2 meaningful chuckles. He had always known Qian Runshui's proud nature and hadn't held much hope for her so-called world-shaking wisdom. However, with Feng Baiyu's assistance now, taking over the Heaven Dou process should be much easier. "Baiyu, your great-grandfather asked me to bring you 2 things." As he spoke, golden crocodile Douluo flipped his palm and handed Feng Baiyu a gold-plated jade token engraved with intricate martial soul patterns and a lustrous, translucent 100,000-year-old leg bone that emanated a powerful surge of soul energy. His tone was solemn, carrying the certainty of the Hall of Offerings. "Your great-grandfather said that your 2 groundbreaking discoveries, whale gel body refining, and Asul core secret technique, are enough to secure your position as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. The entire Hall of Offerings supports you." "Holy Son." Qian Runshui's gaze fell on the gilded token, a gentle smile spreading across her lips. She raised her hand and lightly patted Feng Baiyu's shoulder, her tone affectionate. "Little Bai, congratulations tilde. According to the rules, she should have been the rightful Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, but now, in order to infiltrate the Heaven Dou, she has to fake her death and hide behind the scenes, temporarily putting aside her glory in the spotlight." But seeing Feng Baiyu holding the Holy Sun token, she felt no resentment whatsoever. They were all family, so what difference did it make who held the position? Chapter 109 Kingdom Arrangements. "Thank you, Grandpa, and thank you, Second Grandpa." Feng Baiyu accepted the token and soul bone with both hands, his fingertips tracing the patterns on the gilded token before storing it in his storage soul tool. When he looked up, his tone was solemn. "I accept the position of Holy Son. However, in order to ensure a smooth transition and successful development for the Barak Kingdom, I ask that you 2 keep this a secret for the time being and not publicize it to the outside world." As for the kingdom of Hadrian, Feng Baiyu turned his gaze to golden crocodile Douluo, his tone somewhat solemn. It would be best to arrange for someone from the Hall of Worship to take over control. That's natural. Golden crocodile Douluo stroked his beard and laughed loudly, saying in a calm tone, your great-grandfather had already made arrangements. Zan will serve as the new city lord of Hadrian's kingdom, while the position of deputy city lord will be handed over to the royal family. The Zan family is the family of Zan Ying, with several Sol Douluo in charge. They have a deep foundation and are more than capable of holding the position of city lord. As for the Wang family, it is the family to which Wang Long belongs, with the support of the 6th and 7th imperial envoys. These two families already had deep ties and intricate relationships with him. Allowing them to manage the daily operations of Hadrian's kingdom was tantamount to indirectly bringing this territory under the control of the Feng family. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Feng Baiyu's eyes. However, seeing that his second grandfather had already put it this way, it would seem pretentious to refuse further, so he readily agreed. He never expected the Feng family to take control of the Hadrian kingdom. After all, even if the entire Feng family mobilized, they might not be able to secure all the positions in the Baroque kingdom. If they tried to spread their energy across both, they would only end up with nothing to show for it, a pure waste of effort. Thank you for informing me, second grandfather. Feng Baiyu bowed in thanks, then with a flick of his finger, he took out an antique and elegant brocade box from his storage sole tool and handed it to golden crocodile Douluo, his tone sincere. With second grandfather's cultivation level, ordinary immortal herbs are no longer of use. This junior has 2 caddies of treasured pre-rain Longjing tea here, with a mellow taste. Please accept it, second grandfather. Oh, then I won't stand on ceremony. Golden crocodile Douluo laughed heartily, readily accepting the brocade box. His fingertips unconsciously caressed the surface of the box, a hint of warmth in his eyes. For him, external things like immortal herbs were no longer of any importance. After all, the soul core secret technique, created by Feng Baiyu, brought him a leap in strength that no immortal herb in the world could match. That secret technique directly targets the essence of soul power, giving him a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough in his cultivation that had stagnated for many years. This gift is far more valuable than any rare treasure. After finishing his explanation, golden crocodile Douluo did not linger. He nodded slightly to Feng Baiyu and Qian Runshui in farewell, then turned to find his third brother, Feng Qingluan, to catch up. As he walked, golden crocodile Douluo couldn't help but sigh with envy. My third brother is truly blessed to have such a brilliant grandson as Baiyu. This feeling of envy welled up in his heart, leaving him speechless for a moment. All right, I should go back and report now. Qian Runshui waved to Feng Baiyu, her eyes crinkling with a smile, her tone light and cheerful. Little Bai, see you another day, Tilda. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and strode away, her skirt sweeping across the bluestone ground, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Just as she was about to step out of the Feng mansion gate, her soul power fluctuated slightly, and her appearance and figure subtly changed, transforming in an instant into the gentle and refined crown prince of Tiando, Shui Qing. Water pipe. Once Qian Runshui's figure had completely disappeared from sight, Feng Baiyu slowly spoke, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. Pass on my order to notify all members of the Feng family's collateral branches to immediately depart for the kingdom of Barak. Upon our arrival, we must completely take over all local power without any mishaps. Your subordinate obeys. Shui Duanliu bowed and accepted the order. He immediately turned around and walked quickly outside to arrange for people to relay the instructions. Feng Baiyu did not intend to interfere too much in the aftermath of the Barak kingdom's affairs. With my grandfather in charge, all I need to do is have him arrange for a few members of the collateral branches to take up key positions, and that will ensure a stable situation. For him, nothing is more important than improving his own strength right now. Only by refining his soul power and deepening his foundation can he firmly grasp the power of discourse in the unpredictable spirit hall and the continent's political landscape. Feng Baiyu now has 2 major tasks. First, to cultivate his soul power to level 40 and obtain a 4th soul ring that suits him. second, to hunt down a true dragon and complete his predetermined goal. He had already planned his fourth spirit ring: head straight to the far north to find the ice phoenix. That vast, frigid land, frozen for thousands of miles, is the habitat of ice attribute soul beasts. Since the Shui family mentioned there are traces of ice phoenixes there, let's just go and try our luck. As for hunting a true dragon, he didn't have the idea of finding one immediately, he just considered it a matter of chance and hoping to encounter one that was a bit older. In his view, although true dragons are rare, could they be even harder to find than phoenixes? For example, the Hell Dragon clan, since it can be called a clan, is definitely not just ZG. When Feng Baiyu selects a phoenix soul ring, he only needs to lock onto the race. He can hunt true dragons, but he can also take into account the age limit of the soul beast in addition to the race. However, he had no interest in hunting the Hell Dragon at the moment. If this attracts ZG's attention, it might alert the lurking beasts and cause them to reveal themselves prematurely. It would be best to avoid this risk. If all else fails, hunting down any other dragon would suffice to complete the divine trial. This is the legendary immortal herb. Emperor Shai's gaze was fixed on the open black lens bracket frosty domain soul devouring grass close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket crimson flame heart eating mustard close black lens bracket before him. His usually majestic eyes were now filled with an uncontrollable fervor, and his voice trembled slightly with excitement. Simply consuming them will allow one's martial soul to undergo a heaven-defying transformation. Yes, Father. Qian Runshui lowered her eyes to conceal the calculation deep within them, her tone as respectful as Shui Qinghei's usual. This is the immortal herb in Feng Baiyu's possession. He said that even with the open black lens bracket vast ocean universe cover close black lens bracket, the Barak kingdom, and those 2 soul bones, it would only be enough to exchange for 3 immortal herbs. If Father feels that these 2 immortal herbs are not worth the price we have paid, we can send them back at any time within 7 days. Go back on your word. I have already made up my mind, how can I go back on my word? Emperor Shui sneered, his tone full of imperial authority that left no room for argument. His gaze swept over the 2 immortal herbs on the table, which were shrouded in spiritual energy, and then he glanced at his 3 sons who stood with their heads bowed in the hall. His brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Finally, his gaze settled on his second son, Shui Luoquan, and he said in a deep voice, "Luoquan, this first immortal herb is yours." As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Shui raised his hand and handed the open black lens bracket crimson flame heart-eating mustard close black lens bracket to Shui Luoquan. The crimson leaves gleamed eerily under the palace lights, as if every line of them was captivating. The moment Shui Luoquan's gaze fell upon the immortal herb, his heart began to race uncontrollably, as if a wildly beating deer was pounding in his chest. My father still cares about me. Chapter 110 Shui Luoquan's immortal herb. He suppressed his surging joy, steadily accepted the immortal herb with both hands, and knelt down with a thump, his forehead heavily pounding on the golden brick. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Your subject thanks your majesty for your great favor. Get up, Emperor Shui responded calmly, his gaze falling on the immortal herb with a mixture of scrutiny and anticipation. Take it here and see what miraculous effects this legendary herb truly possesses. With a gentle smile on her lips, Qian Runshui calmly said, "Second brother, you only need to swallow this immortal herb directly and then use your soul power to guide and refine its medicinal effects." Thank you for your guidance, brother. Shui Luoquan hurriedly thanked him, but his eyes were fixed on the open black lens bracket crimson flame heart-eating mustard close black lens bracket. Before he finished speaking, he eagerly grabbed the immortal herb, tilted his head back, and swallowed it. The open black lens bracket crimson flame heart-eating mustard close black lens bracket was scorchingly spicy upon entry, as if a ball of fire shot straight up the throat and into the abdomen. However, Shui Luoquan did not even flinch and quickly swallowed the entire immortal herb. As soon as Shui Luoquan finished eating, he immediately sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his soul power, fully guiding the refining of the medicinal herbs. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became heavy. Qian Runshui sat upright to the side, the gentle smile on her lips long gone, her phoenix eyes fixed on Shui Luoquan, a barely perceptible undercurrent surging deep within them. Emperor Shui leaned forward, unconsciously softening his breathing, his gaze fixed on his son, filled with both anticipation for the transformation of his martial soul and a barely perceptible tension. He wanted to see just how much of a miraculous change this precious herb, obtained at great expense, could bring. Shui Heizang and Shui Beng exchanged a glance. The moment their eyes met, an undisguised wariness and vigilance surged in both of their eyes. With one immortal herb already consumed by Shui Luoquan, the remaining one became their sole target for competition. Already lacking in brotherly affection, and now with the immortal herb within reach, and the opportunity for their martial souls, transformation right before their eyes, neither was willing to yield an inch, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. Shui Haikang opened his mouth, intending to ask Emperor Shui for the remaining immortal herbs, but upon meeting his father's solemn gaze, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He knew in his heart that this was definitely not the time to make a request. Time passed slowly in the silence of the hall. 2 full hours later, Shui Luoquan, who had been sitting cross-legged, finally withdrew his soul power and slowly opened his eyes. The next second, his face lit up with uncontrollable joy, his eyes shining brightly, clearly indicating that the harvest after refining the immortal herb far exceeded his expectations. Luo Chuan, Emperor Shui Yi said in a deep voice when he saw Shui Luo Chuan open his eyes, show your martial soul. Your subject obeys the decree. Shui Luoquan stood up without hesitation, his soul power surging suddenly. The next second, a phantom of a swan covered in crimson feathers appeared out of thin air, and the scorching fire attribute soul power swept out instantly, even the air in the hall seemed to be scorched and slightly distorted. As its wings flapped, sparks flew, and a sharp aggression swept over the target. Anyone could see that this martial spirit, after being tempered by immortal herbs, had undergone a complete transformation, becoming even more powerful and extraordinary. Father. My martial soul has evolved into the open black lens bracket fire feather swan close black lens bracket, and my soul power has directly surged to level 30. Shui Luoquan's voice trembled with excitement as he added incoherently, I feel this isn't the limit yet. Only after obtaining the 3rd soul ring will I truly reach the ceiling of my soul power. His clenched hands trembled slightly, his eyes surging with uncontrollable ecstasy, and even his breathing was rapid. The powerful force of his martial soul transformation surged through his meridians, and the exhilarating feeling of being reborn made him almost unable to suppress the urge to spread his wings and soar immediately. Ha ha, good. Emperor Shui looked at Shui Luoquan's brand new fire feather swan martial soul and his face instantly broke into a bright smile, sweeping away the gloom of the past few days. The fact that a single immortal herb could bring about such a transformative evolution of his martial soul was beyond his expectations, and his joy was palpable. Luo Chuan, Emperor Shui Yi asked urgently before he could finish speaking, his gaze fixed on his son with undisguised concern, do you feel any discomfort anywhere in your body? Your Majesty, I am better than ever. Shui Luoquan's face was beaming with joy, and his voice was full of excitement. This immortal herb truly has the effect of defying fate. I can clearly feel that my cultivation talent has been greatly enhanced. Not to mention ordinary obstacles, even the bottleneck of becoming a titled Douluo in the future may not be able to stop me. Hearing his son's spirited words, Emperor Shui's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up, filled with satisfaction and pleasure. His martial soul evolved without any side effects, and he even seemed to be approaching the threshold of becoming a titled Douluo. Such an incredible opportunity made it difficult for him, who was used to seeing rare treasures, to suppress the shock in his heart, and an undisguised burning desire surged deep in his eyes. Father. Just as Emperor Shui was immersed in the joy of Shui Luoquan's martial soul evolution, Shui Haikang suddenly stepped forward, bowed deeply, and said with deliberate earnestness, Your subject humbly begs your Majesty to bestow the last immortal herb upon your subject. The smile on Emperor Shui's face vanished instantly, his brows furrowed slightly, and his gaze fell on Shui Haikang, a barely perceptible hint of contempt flashing across his eyes. Shui Haikang was completely oblivious to the contempt in Emperor Shui Yi's eyes. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the remaining immortal herb, his eyes surging with undisguised greed. Father, your son's talent far surpasses that of my fourth brother. This immortal herb should rightfully be enjoyed by your son. HMPH. Emperor Shui let out a cold snort, his tone as cold as ice. I haven't even consumed any immortal herbs yet, how dare you? If you eat, what will I eat? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall instantly plummeted to freezing point. Shui Heizang's face turned deathly pale, and he knelt down with a thud. His previous arrogance vanished, leaving only a heart full of fear. He had forgotten that his father would never willingly give such a heaven-defying herb to his son. Just then, Emperor Shui suddenly raised his hand, his palm holding the last remaining open black lens bracket frosty domain soul-devouring grass close black lens bracket. Without the slightest hesitation, he brought the immortal grass, which emanated a chilling blue aura, to his lips and began to swallow it in large gulps, his movements swift and decisive. In fact, from the very beginning, when Emperor Shui gave Shui Luoquan the immortal herb, his intention was to test the medicine. He wanted to personally confirm whether this legendary immortal herb truly had such miraculous effects. Now that Shui Luoquan's martial soul has evolved and his soul power has surged, the effect is far beyond expectations. Naturally, there is no reason to leave this last immortal herb to anyone else. In front of his 4 sons, Emperor Shui swallowed the entire open black lens bracket frosty domain soul-devouring grass close black lens bracket, then sat down cross-legged, his soul power suddenly circulating as he began to fully refine the icy, bone-chilling medicinal effects of the immortal herb. Chapter 111 Ambition on a Snowy Night. The temperature inside the hall seemed to be instantly sucked away, and even the air was covered with a faint frost. Shui Haikang watched as Emperor Shui Yi swallowed the open black lens bracket frosty domain soul-devouring grass close black lens bracket, his pupils suddenly contracting, and a fleeting, barely suppressed rage flashed in his eyes. That's a magical herb that can defy fate. A surge of intense resentment and bitterness welled up in his chest. His fingers clenched into tight fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. How he wished that the immortal herb could fall into his hands, helping him break through his bottleneck and surpass all his brothers. Seeing Emperor Shui swallow the immortal herb, Shui Luoquan was suddenly shocked and instantly understood the cause and effect. It turns out that the emperor's decision to have him consume that immortal herb was not a special reward at all, but rather a way to use him as a test subject for medicine. A surge of resentment welled up in his heart, but when he thought of the tremendous improvement in his martial soul evolution and soul power, that dissatisfaction was quickly suppressed. Although being used as a test subject was incredibly frustrating, this magical herb was truly extraordinary, capable of giving his strength and talent a leap forward. In the end, this deal was a win. Shui Luoquan quickly felt secretly fortunate. His talent was originally on par with his eldest brother Shui Qing, but he had always been overshadowed by his third brother Shui Hai. Now, with the help of the immortal herb, he finally had the capital to overtake him. Thinking this, Shui Luoquan looked at Emperor Shui Yi with a complex and unreadable expression, containing resentment, relief, and a hint of barely perceptible ambition. Now that he and his elder brother have both consumed the immortal herb, he finally has the confidence to compete with them in the future struggle for the throne. As for his third and fourth brothers, a trace of indifference flashed across Shui Luoquan's eyes. From the moment the immortal herb entered his body and his martial soul underwent a transformation, an insurmountable chasm had already formed between him and these two. Whether it's their spiritual power or their talent ceiling, they've been left far behind, and from now on, they're no longer worthy of being his opponents. Shui Haikang's eyes were bloodshot, he was panting heavily, and his fists were clenched tightly. A surge of resentment, almost overflowing, welled up in his chest. They are both sons of the emperor, so why are his elder brothers allowed to enjoy the heaven-defying immortal herbs, while he is the only one excluded? Intense resentment clung to his heart like vines. He hated his father's favoritism, his elder brother's good fortune, and even Feng Baiyu. If it weren't for the other party bringing these immortal herbs, everyone would still be on the same starting line, and there wouldn't be such a huge gap between them now. Watching Emperor Shui refine the immortal herb, and glancing at the spirited Shui Luoquan beside him, Shui Haikeng clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and his nails almost dug into his flesh. He was resentful. Why did others get all the benefits while he could only watch helplessly as he was left far behind? This resentment and bitterness quietly took root in his heart. Shui Haikeng's chest felt like it was about to burst from jealousy and rage, and his crimson eyes churned with an almost twisted resentment. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and his nails dug deep into his palms, drawing blood, but he didn't even notice. A magical herb. I must obtain one, he roared in his heart, secretly making a solemn vow. No matter the cost, even if it means resorting to any means, we must obtain that immortal herb that can defy fate and reclaim everything we have lost. Avalanche saw everything in the palace, from Qinrenzu. Bestowing the herb to Shui Luoquan's martial soul evolution, to his father consuming the immortal herb and Shui Haikeng's lingering resentment, every scene was clearly imprinted in his eyes. When the last glimmer of hope was extinguished as the immortal herb entered his stomach, a flame of resentment rose in his chest. But the flame was extinguished by reality as soon as it was lit. He gave a self-deprecating twitch at the corner of his mouth. What could he do even if he was unwilling? He was just the most inconspicuous little prince, whose talent was not as good as his older brothers, and who had never caught his father's eye. In this game of vying for the immortal herb, he didn't even have the right to sit at the table, so how could he compete with his brothers who held the key to the opportunity? Avalanche lowered his eyelids, concealing the resentment and loneliness in his eyes, and simply stood quietly in the corner, like a weed that no one cared about. He knew very well that in this royal family where strength was paramount, without talent or powerful backing, even the right to complain was a luxury. Qian Runshui took in the changes in the expressions on the faces of the 4 members of the Shui family, and a barely perceptible sneer appeared on her lips. She found the father and son's reactions utterly ridiculous. Little brother Bai is truly a prophet. She recalled that when she said goodbye to Feng Baiyu, he had confidently reminded her that Emperor Shui would most likely leave her a celestial herb. Looking at the scene inside the hall now, it was exactly as Feng Baiyu had predicted, and he couldn't help but admire it in his heart. Time flowed slowly in the tranquil hall. After an unknown amount of time, Emperor Shui, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly emanated a chilling aura. Then, he abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of shrewdness flashing in them. Clearly, he had completely refined the open black lens bracket frosty domain soul-devouring grass close black lens bracket. He already possessed the profound foundation of a soul emperor, and although the medicinal power of the immortal herb was strong, it failed to bring about a qualitative leap in his soul power, only raising it by 1 level. However, the martial soul has undergone a transformation. The original swan martial soul is now covered with a layer of ice crystal-like luster, and the claws are filled with a bone-chilling cold light. It has evolved into a more powerful open black lens bracket ice sculpture swan close black lens bracket. Emperor Shui was completely unconcerned about the mere 1-level increase in his soul power. He could clearly sense that his cultivation talent had undergone a qualitative leap. The meridians became wider and stronger, the speed of soul power circulation was several times faster than before, and the affinity with the soul power in the world was greatly improved. This means that from now on his cultivation speed will be far greater than before. Starting from his current Soul Emperor cultivation level, it won't be long before he breaks through to the Soul Saint realm, and even reaching the Soul Douluo or Title Douluo realm in the future will no longer be an unattainable dream. Thinking of this, a burning light burst forth in Emperor Shui's cloudy eyes. Emperor Shui was indifferent to the increase in strength brought about by the improvement of his cultivation. What truly captivated him was the almost exaggeratedly long lifespan of a Title Douluo. If he could break through to the Title Douluo realm, he could sit firmly on the throne for 100 or 200 years, firmly grasping the power of the Heaven Do Empire. This desire for long-term rule was his truest obsession. Ha 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 ha, Emperor Shui threw his head back and burst into hearty laughter, the sound of which made the beams and pillars in the palace creak slightly. His face was full of pride and satisfaction. As expected of the legendary immortal herb, such heaven-defying effects are truly unparalleled in the world. At this moment, the image of himself, sitting on the throne for 1 or 200 years had already appeared in his mind. Compared to that, what is the kingdom of Barak? And what is the open black lens bracket vast ocean universe cover close black lens bracket? Exchanging these material possessions for immortal herbs that can prolong life and help one break through cultivation realms is an incredibly profitable venture. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Emperor Shui clapped his hands suddenly, and his loud praise echoed in the palace. His eyes blazed with an uncontrollable greed and ambition, a light that seemed to ignite the surrounding air. In exchange for a kingdom and a soul tool, he gained the opportunity to break through to the title Douluo level and extend his life by 100 years. This deal was incredibly profitable. At this moment, any cost seemed insignificant to him, only the vision of holding imperial power for a long time unfolded clearly before his eyes. Chapter 112 The Unwillingness Hidden in the Snow Sea. Father. Shui Haikang knelt down with a thud, crawled 2 steps closer, and said in a voice filled with urgency and pleading, "Your subject. Your subject also wants a magical herb. You." Emperor Shui glanced at him sideways, his tone as indifferent as ice. "What use do you have for the immortal herb?" Before he finished speaking, he casually picked up the jade paperweight from the table, flicked his wrist, and the cold jade piece, accompanied by a strong wind, hurled straight at Shui Haizang. "Do you even know the value of a single immortal herb? You think you're worthy of enjoying one?" Emperor Shui slammed his fist on the table, his eyes wide with rage, his roar causing the candlelight in the hall to flicker wildly. "Get out. All of you, get out of here." At this moment, Emperor Shui had no time to care about the feelings of his 4 sons. His mind was filled with thoughts of the long lifespan he would have after breaking through to the title Douluo level. Not to mention his son, even when his grandson dies of old age, he will still be strong and healthy and wield imperial power. This temptation has long since made him throw the bond between father and son to the winds. In his eyes, as long as he can break through to the title Douluo level, he can enjoy a lifespan of several hundred years. Son and grandson, let's just have kids for fun from now on. Qian Runshui took in the greed and ecstasy on Emperor Shui's face, a faint smile playing on her lips, and bowed slightly, saying, "Your subject takes his leave." The moment she turned to leave, the smile in her eyes turned cold. Shui Yi and Shui Luoquan, those 2 fools, thought they had gotten a great deal. Little did they know that the so-called immortal herb had already planted a deadly hidden danger, and they wouldn't live much longer. As for Shui Haikang and Shui Bang, one was blinded by jealousy, and the other was too cowardly to pose any threat. Dealing with them would be a piece of cake. Qian Runshui sighed inwardly. "Little Bai, you've really solved a huge problem for me." The news that Emperor Shui Yi and his son Shui Luoquan had consumed the immortal herb and that their martial souls had both evolved spread like wildfire throughout the upper echelons of the Heaven Do Empire, and even reached the ears of surrounding forces. Those families and soul master forces that had previously hesitated due to concerns about the consequences now had their eyes burning with desire, their hearts filled with longing. But upon calming down and reflecting, they could only sigh helplessly. The conditions offered by the Feng family were too harsh, they simply couldn't offer such a large sum of money. Immediately, everyone's thoughts began to race. Many people were watching the tense relationship between the Feng family and the Spirit Hall, secretly calculating, given the Spirit Hall's style of doing things, they would never tolerate the Feng family possessing such a heaven-defying opportunity, and would take action against them sooner or later. When the Feng family falls from grace, they might be able to take advantage of the situation and grab a share of the spoils. However, some forces with a longer-term vision saw the potential behind the immortal herb in the Feng family's possession and secretly considered joining them. Rather than waiting for uncertain profits, it's better to attach ourselves to them early. Perhaps we can obtain a magical herb from the Feng family or board this great ship that leads to the pinnacle. Just as undercurrents were swirling in the outside world and various forces had different intentions, Shui Haikang quietly arrived at the gate of the Feng mansion all by himself. He straightened his clothes, stepped forward, clasped his hands in a fist and bowed to the doorman, his tone deliberately lowered with earnestness. "Please inform the Prince of Tiando, Shui Haikang, that he requests an audience with Young Master Feng Baiyu. When the steward, Uncle Fu, who was originally guarding the mansion, saw Shui Haikeng arrive, he assumed he was just an ordinary guest seeking an audience. He glanced at him indifferently and said in a completely calm tone, "Wait here." Before long, Uncle Fu reported the news to Wang Long. Wang Long did not dare to act on his own and quickly went to ask Feng Baiyu for instructions. Oh, he actually came. Upon hearing this, Feng Baiyu's lips curled into a half-smile, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. "Since he's here, let him in." "Yes." Wang Long responded and took the order, then turned and left quickly, soon bringing Shui Haikeng in. Shui Haikeng stepped into the hall, his gaze falling directly on the young man in the main seat. He cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "Shui Haikeng greets the young master of the Feng family." Feng Baiyu leaned back in his chair, his posture languid and casual, clearly not taking this heavenly dough prince seriously. He raised his eyes slightly, his tone indifferent. "Just state your purpose, I don't have time for nonsense." "Young Master Feng, I wish to purchase a magical herb." Shui Haikeng said earnestly, "If young Master Feng is willing to bestow upon me a magical herb, I am willing to pay any price." "Anyone can talk big." Feng Baiyu glanced at Shui Haikeng, his tone full of sarcasm. "I want 100,000-year soul bones, so why don't you hand them over?" He knew perfectly well that the price he had given to the 7 treasure glazed tile school was 100,000-year-old soul bones. If the Heaven Do royal family could produce such a treasure, they wouldn't have had to sell out the Barak kingdom to exchange for immortal herbs. Shui Haikeng was speechless, his face turning pale and then red. If he really could produce 100,000-year-old soul bones, why would he have to lower himself to beg Feng Baiyu? At this moment, he felt his throat tighten and couldn't utter a single word. "If you don't have the ability, don't talk big, lest you make a fool of yourself." Feng Baiyu picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said in a tone as indifferent as water, "If you can't offer an equivalent price, then please leave. Give it to me. I'll give it to you." Shui Haikeng's voice trembled with urgency as he stepped forward. "Young Master Feng, I'm willing to exchange the entire province of Fasno for a single immortal herb." "You think you can make that decision?" Feng Baiyu glanced at him, his eyes full of impatience, feeling a surge of anger rising within him. "When did you, a prince with no power or influence, have the right to decide the ownership of the Heavenly Do Empire's territory?" As long as Shui Haikeng's eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving violently, he was panting heavily, and his fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He almost squeezed out the words through clenched teeth, "As long as young Master Feng can help me ascend the throne and become emperor, I am willing to offer up most of the territory of the Heavenly Do Empire with both hands." Feng Baiyu glanced at him sideways, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. "What would I need so much territory for? If I really wanted it, I could just conquer it and occupy it directly. Would my Feng family lack land? Shui Yi's son's intelligence is just so-so. No wonder Qian Runshui's astounding wisdom was able to deceive the Heavenly Do royal family. With the brains of Shui Yi and his sons, it would be strange if they could even see through it." Sigh. Feng Baiyu sighed lightly, feigning helplessness, his tone carrying a hint of reluctance. "Fine, what can I do when I'm so kind-hearted? Since you're so sincere in seeking the medicine, I'll show you the way." Upon hearing this, Shui Haikeng's tense body instantly relaxed, and a look of wild joy appeared on his face. He hurriedly bowed and saluted, his voice trembling with urgency. "Please enlighten me, young Master Feng. I haven't delivered the immortal herbs to the Star Luo Empire yet." Feng Baiyu held his teacup, his fingertips casually stroking the rim, his tone as light as if he were talking about a trivial matter. "If you want the immortal herbs, you can simply snatch them before the people of Star Luo get them." Chapter 113 Feng Qingluan absorbs soul bones. "Grandpa, please absorb this soul bone quickly." The next morning, Feng Baiyu handed the 100,000-year-old leg bone, which gleamed with a lustrous sheen, to Feng Qingluan, and said earnestly, "With this, your soul power should be able to break through to level 98, right?" A soul bone from 10,000 years ago. Although Feng Qingluan already knew from her second brother that such a treasure had been sent, she still couldn't hide her shock as she watched her grandson hand it to her without reservation. He never expected that his grandson would give him such a treasure that others could only dream of. "Yes, it's for you." Feng Baiyu smiled, his eyes crinkling. "This soul bone isn't very useful to me, but for you, Grandpa, it's a powerful tool that can help you reach new heights. Once we get another 100,000-year-old leg bone, Grandpa, you might be able to break through to level 99. Feng Baiyu's tone was full of confidence. He was quite confident in his grandfather's breakthrough. Even if 2 100,000-year-old soul bones aren't enough, there's still the chance of the Sea God's trial. However, their current power base is in the Heavenly Do Empire, and they haven't reached the point where they must go to Sea God Island yet, so there's no need to rush. Grandpa won't be sentimental with you anymore." Feng Qingluan stared at the 100,000-year-old soul bone that shimmered with a luminous light before her, her turbid eyes churning with complex emotions, her voice full of emotion. "I always thought that Grandpa could protect you, shelter you from the wind and rain for a lifetime. But ever since your martial spirit awakened, it's become you pushing Grandpa forward. Every single breakthrough in Grandpa's cultivation, wasn't it all thanks to you?" Feng Baiyu chuckled and said, "Let's not talk about this, you and I." This wasn't the first time Feng Qingluan had benefited from his grandson's influence. The gift of an additional 100,000-year-old soul bone was merely icing on the cake for him. He took the soul bone and immediately felt the immense life energy contained within it flowing into his body through his meridians. Without a lengthy absorption process, with his peak level 97 soul power, he completely refined the energy of this 100,000-year-old soul bone in less than half an incense stick's time. The soul bone perfectly matched his right leg, emitting a faint golden light. As the last bit of energy merged into her dantian, Feng Qingluan felt her soul power erupt like a volcano, her bottleneck shattered instantly, and her soul power soared to level 98. He looked down at his spirit rings. 8 deep black spirit rings paired with 1 bright red spirit ring pulsed slowly around him. This extraordinary configuration, far exceeding that of other spirit masters of the same level, made his aura even more terrifying. Feeling the surging power within her, a sharp glint flashed in Feng Qingluan's eyes, and a confident smile curved her lips. "With this strength now, even my second brother's golden crocodile Douluo would probably be inferior to mine." Compared to his elder brother and the other 3 limit Douluo, he was still quite a bit behind. But Feng Qingluan was already very content. If it weren't for his grandson Feng Baiyu, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to touch a 100,000-year-old soul bone, let alone reach level 98. Everything he had now was thanks to his grandson. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, and news finally arrived from the Star Luo Empire. The handover of the immortal herbs and the transfer of the kingdom had been completed. Upon receiving the message, Feng Baiyu did not hesitate for a moment and immediately said to Feng Qingluan beside him, "Grandpa, I trouble you to come with me to complete this important matter." After saying that, the grandfather and grandson set off immediately, heading straight for the Star Luo Empire. Feng Baiyu had no intention of bringing his family with him. It was just a miracle herb transaction, and there was no need to make a big fuss about it. Instead of going through all that trouble, it's better to stay home and focus on cultivation. That's the real business. Especially those 2 little ones, Feng Chengguang and Feng Yixu, who have recently become engrossed in refining their martial soul fusion technique, practicing with great enthusiasm every day without slacking off for a moment. On the other side, Du Guyan and Shui Binger were also competing. Both of them were determined to improve their strength and secretly harbored a desire to compete for the title of the young master's #1 maid. Meanwhile, Shui Heizang's secret plans have been quietly put in place. Ever since Feng Baiyu reminded him that he could go ahead and take it, Shui Haikang had not wasted a single moment. Upon returning, he immediately used the family's secret channels to contact his maternal grandfather and uncle, earnestly explaining the pros and cons and urging them to mobilize the most elite personnel in the clan to ensure the success of the operation. Shui Haikang's maternal grandfather was the former king of the Kingdom of Silvis, and his maternal uncle was also a soul saint level powerhouse. The 2 of them knew that this immortal herb was crucial to Shui Haikang's struggle for the position of crown prince. With its help, Shui Haikang's strength could be raised to another level, giving him a real advantage in the competition for the crown prince position. To ensure everything went smoothly, the grandfather and grandson made the difficult decision to gather all the Soul Emperor-level experts in the family. These top-tier combatants, who usually guard their respective areas and rarely show their faces, have now quietly gathered in the shadows, waiting for the moment when the immortal herb is handed over so that they can strike swiftly and seize this immortal herb that is crucial to their future. Hadrian's kingdom. Before Feng Baiyu and his grandson arrived, Scorpion Douluo had already been waiting at the agreed location with the eldest prince, Davis. Beside them, the forces of the Spirit Hall's Zan and Wang families, along with their accompanying officials, stood silently, their eyes fixed on the entrance. At this moment, everyone's attention is focused on the upcoming transaction. Once the immortal herb and the official letter are completed, the kingdom of Shelvis will officially fall into the hands of the Spirit Hall. They have been waiting here for a long time, suppressing their anxiety. On the other side, Feng Baiyu appeared completely calm. Just as the signing time was about to begin, Feng Baiyu finally arrived. He spread his wings and soared, his wings cutting through the sky, flying to his destination with an air of looking down upon all living beings, before finally folding his wings and landing steadily on the ground. Feng Baiyu glanced around, then nodded slowly to Feng Qingluan beside him. The grandfather and granddaughter walked steadily toward the transaction site that would determine the kingdom's fate. Feng Baiyu glanced at everyone present, a faint smile playing on his lips, and said in a relaxed tone, "It seems you all are even more anxious than I am." Upon seeing Feng Qingluan and Feng Baiyu appear, everyone immediately bowed in unison, their voices in perfect unison. "Greetings, Your Highness Qingluan." "Greetings, young Master Feng." Feng Qingluan stood with her hands behind her back, her expression indifferent, seemingly oblivious to the greetings from the crowd, exuding an air of aloofness and nobility. Feng Baiyu waved his hand casually, his tone indifferent. "No need for formalities. I know perfectly well that you're here for the immortal herbs, while those over there are here for the kingdom's territory." Feng Baiyu's gaze swept over the crowd on both sides, then turned to Zan Ying's elder brother, Zan Kuang, and asked, "Have you checked all the handover documents? There shouldn't be any problems, right?" Reporting to young Master Feng, "The documents have been repeatedly checked and there are absolutely no omissions." Zan Kuang had already taken care of all the matters and now replied respectfully, "As long as you sign your name, the kingdom of Hadrian will officially come under the command of the Spirit Hall." Chapter 114 Melee. It's good that there are no problems. Feng Baiyu flipped his palm and took out the Ember Soul Devouring Flower, which was a fairy herb with petals that shimmered with golden and white light. Feng Baiyu handed the immortal herb to Scorpio Douluo, his voice carrying just the right amount of confidence. "This is the top-grade light attribute immortal herb, golden cup-holding light flower. After consuming it, it will not only grant you a pure light attribute soul power boost, but also allow your cultivation speed to rival that of someone with innate full soul power, making your future progress twice as effective with half the effort." With a flick of his finger, Feng Baiyu presented the radiant immortal herb to Scorpio Douluo, his tone calm yet brimming with confidence. "Lord Douluo, you may examine it carefully. I guarantee there will be no problem." Scorpion Douluo threw his head back and laughed, his voice so loud that the surrounding air trembled slightly. "I naturally trust young Master Feng's reputation." Having said that, he didn't even glance at the immortal herb again. With a wave of his large hand, he stored the immortal herb in the storage soul tool at his waist. He himself knew nothing about the medicinal herbs. Even if he stared at them for a long time, he couldn't figure them out, which only made him seem petty. It was better to sell the herbs and avoid doing anyone a favor, thus gaining a more straightforward and satisfying outcome. "As long as you can trust me." Feng Baiyu chuckled softly, picked up the wolf hair brush with his fingertips, and with a light twist of his wrist, vigorous and powerful characters appeared on the handover document. He put the pen back on the pen holder, looked up at Zan Kuang and Wang Cheng, and said in a calm but authoritative tone, "From this day forward, the kingdom of Hadrian will be under the command of the Spirit Hall. I hope that you too will do your best to manage it and govern it well, and not let this fertile land be wasted." Upon hearing this, Zan Kuang and Wang Cheng immediately bowed and said in a firm voice, "Your subordinates will certainly follow young Master Feng's teachings and live up to your expectations." Zan Kuang was Zan Ying's older brother, and by all accounts, he was Feng Qingluan's brother-in-law. However, their status and strength were worlds apart, and he dared not claim any kinship with her. He remained respectful and self-disciplined, never daring to be presumptuous in the slightest. Now that he had managed to seize the throne of Hadrian's kingdom by taking advantage of favorable circumstances, Zan Kuang knew perfectly well who was behind it all. If it weren't for the presence of so many people, he would have wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Feng Baiyu on the spot to express his gratitude for this immense favor. Wang Cheng, standing to the side, was even more excited than him. His son, Wang Long, had long been Feng Baiyu's follower. He had previously benefited from following Feng Xiao and obtained whale glue, which greatly improved his strength. Now, he was even more fortunate to be given a celestial herb, making his future path incredibly smooth. Wang Cheng gazed at Feng Baiyu's retreating figure with unwavering certainty. It was only a matter of time before his son not only caught up with his father and second uncle, those two revered figures, but even surpassed them. "Take good care of this land and don't let it down." Feng Baiyu patted their shoulders gently, his tone filled with expectation. After speaking, he turned to Feng Qingluan beside him, his voice softening, "Grandpa, we should go back now." Feng Qingluan responded softly, and the grandfather and grandson flapped their wings at the same time. As the Qingluan's wings unfolded, the shimmering feathers drew graceful arcs in the sunlight, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into two streaks of light, flying towards the distant horizon, leaving the people on the ground standing there watching their backs for a long time. The Spirit Hall's forces began to take over Hadrian's kingdom in an orderly manner. The Spirit Hall's banners were planted throughout the royal city. Officials inventoried the treasury, and the army rotated and deployed its troops. The power transition was completed in an orderly manner throughout the kingdom. On the other side, Scorpio Douluo, protecting the eldest Prince Davis, sped towards Star Luo City without stopping. But just as they stepped out of Hadrian's kingdom border, a shout suddenly erupted from the dense forest on both sides, and dozens of dark figures darted out like ghosts, blocking their path. "Leave the immortal herb behind. How dare you!" Scorpion Douluo's pupils shrank sharply, his soul power exploded instantly, and the black and purple scorpion tail phantom churned behind him. His angry roar made the surrounding trees tremble. "How dare you plunder the Star Luo royal family? You're tired of living." Scorpio Douluo had anticipated that this immortal herb would attract covetous eyes, so before setting off, he secretly arranged for experts from the Star Luo offering hall to disguise themselves as ordinary followers. Seeing the dark figure rushing towards them, his followers instantly dropped their disguises, and their martial spirits shone brightly. The brown aura of the Vajra giant bear, the purplish-black afterimage of the netherworld cat, and the golden flames of the fiery sun bird intertwined into a net, fiercely attacking the attacker. Scorpion Douluo stood with his hands behind his back, the phantom of his black and purple scorpion tail swaying slowly behind him, coldly watching the battle unfold. "You ignorant fools, don't you even know whose stuff this is?" The weakest of Scorpion Douluo's followers were soul saints, while the strongest had reached the soul Douluo level. In contrast, the dozens of attackers on the other side were mostly combinations of soul saints and soul emperors. The difference in strength became immediately apparent as soon as the two sides clashed. The experts of the Star Luo offering hall unleashed their full martial spirits, their spirit rings flashing in and out, and their spirit skills far surpassing those of ordinary spirit masters. The Vajra giant bear's paw slammed down, instantly cracking the ground with spiderweb-like patterns. The netherworld cat's sharp claws swept across, leaving a piercing sound in the air. The fiery sun bird's flames swept out, turning an area into a sea of fire. Although the attackers were fearless, the gap between their soul power and soul skills was as vast as an insurmountable chasm. In just a short while, their offensive was completely suppressed. Some were sent flying backward, coughing up blood, while others had their martial souls forcibly shattered. Cries of agony rose and fell, and they quickly showed signs of defeat. However, Scorpio Douluo dared not relax in the slightest. He knew perfectly well that today's troubles were not limited to this group in front of him. Walk. He grabbed Davis, unleashed his soul power to its limit, and flew towards the Star Luo Imperial Palace like a streak of black-purple lightning. But after flying only a few miles, a powerful aura of soul force suddenly descended from the sky, blocking their path. A figure clad in black robes stood in midair, his voice booming like thunder, "Leave the immortal herb, and I'll spare your lives." Scorpio Douluo stared intently, his face instantly darkening, and he roared angrily, "You Yuanjun, you old scoundrel, do you have any shame?" Those previous raiders were nothing but lowly fry, and he couldn't be bothered to check their identities. But can the person in front of us hide his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul even with his face covered? Soon, the two sides clashed. The battle wasn't just fought by these people, more and more soul masters joined the fray. Some wanted to seize it, while others wanted to protect it. Not far away, Feng Qingluan and Feng Baiyu stood by watching the show. Tisk tisk, such a commotion caused by a single immortal herb, I wonder how many soul masters will die in the end. Feng Qingluan looked at the soul masters fighting on both sides and showed a gloating expression. Baiyu, your plan is really brilliant. People die for wealth, birds die for food, let alone the fact that they think this is a divine herb that would greatly benefit all soul masters in the world. Feng Baiyu said calmly, Grandpa, can you tell who these people have come along the way? The Tian Do Shui family, the Xing Luo noble family, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the Fire Leopard sect, the Star Crown sect, the Elephant Armor sect, the Spirit Hall. Oh, and there's even the Clear Sky sect. Chapter 115 The Snipe and the Clam Fight, Davis Eats the Immortal Herb. 3 title Douluos and 12 soul Douluos. This battle for the immortal herbs has probably attracted the attention of forces from the entire Douluo continent. Feng Baiyu gazed at the sky torn apart by soul power, a knowing smile playing on his lips. It seems that the reputation of my immortal herb has spread even more widely than I expected. Hee hee. Feng Qingluan chuckled softly, a hint of mockery spreading across her eyes. Her voice was light yet carried a chilling insight into people's hearts. In this world, how many people can truly overcome the greed in their hearts? If someone else had such a celestial herb, I would risk everything to snatch it for you. What a pity, it's all in vain in the end. Feng Baiyu stood with his hands behind his back on the mountaintop, looking down at the various forces embroiled in chaos below, his tone full of pity and regret. In the end, all that's done is to add unnecessary sacrifices. As Feng Baiyu said this, his gaze unconsciously fell on Davis. Who is Davis? The eldest prince of the Star Luo Empire. Such an earth-shattering event as exchanging a city for a magical herb would indeed lack significance without the personal involvement of a member of the royal family. To put it bluntly, this eldest prince was going to risk the condemnation of the entire nation to exchange for the immortal herb that could defy fate on behalf of the Star Luo Emperor. Feng Baiyu simply couldn't believe that Davis was so stupid as to not even see the current situation clearly. Both sides were already blinded by rage. Didn't he know he should swallow that immortal herb first? However, given the current situation, Davis actually had no intention of taking the herb immediately. Whether it was out of fear and reluctance to act rashly, or because there were other hidden reasons and concerns, remains unknown. No sooner had the words left his mouth than another powerful aura of a title Douluo swept over. Grandpa. Feng Qingluan's eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke softly, call him over. Feng Baiyu had already recognized the newcomer's identity. It was none other than the chrysanthemum Douluo from the Spirit Hall, whose spirit was the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. We absolutely cannot let Chrysanthemum Douluo ruin our entire plan. We should first summon him to our side to ensure we can control the situation. Feng Qingluan nodded slightly, raised her finger and pointed, sending a wisp of soul power wrapped in a sound transmission to Chrysanthemum Douluo in the distance. Chrysanthemum Douluo's heart skipped a beat, only then realizing that the third elder, Feng Baiyu, had been secretly watching the battlefield from the beginning. He dared not make any further moves, so he quickly concealed his aura, walked up to the two of them, and bowed. Your subordinate greets the third elder and young master Feng. Just watch from here, Feng Baiyu said indifferently, his gaze icy. Don't try anything funny, or you'll be the one who suffers. A bitter look crossed Chrysanthemum Douluo's face, but he dared not utter a word of rebuttal. He could only bow again and reply, "Your subordinate understands." The three stood side by side, watching the chaotic battle with composure, and another quarter of an hour passed. The situation on the battlefield became increasingly dire, with corpses piled up one after another. Davis's guards also fell one after another in the clash of soul power. Seeing his trusted men constantly being weakened, he finally lost all restraint and no longer had any scruples. He suddenly raised his hand and took out the immortal herb that had caused rivers of blood to flow from the storage soul tool at his waist. Without the slightest hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed the entire herb into his stomach. What? Damn it! Leave the immortal herb behind. Seeing that Davis was about to swallow the immortal herb, those who had been eyeing it with bloodshot eyes instantly turned ferocious and pounced on him like madmen. Even though they were coughing up blood from the shockwave of his soul power, they used their last bit of strength to stop his foolish act. But Davis was no longer concerned with anything else, his eyes were filled with only determination. He was prepared to fight to the death, even if he couldn't bring back the immortal herb and would be punished by his father. He absolutely could not let this immortal herb, which had driven countless people mad, fall into the hands of these wolves. As for whether he had long coveted the immortal herb and was just waiting for a way to have no choice but to eat it, no one can say for sure. In the blink of an eye, Davis had swallowed the entire herb. Damn it! Upon seeing this, Yu Yuanjun of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan and the titled Douluo of the Clear Sky sect were instantly enraged, their soul power surging wildly, wishing they could rush up and tear Davis to pieces. However, the two ultimately suppressed their urge to fight. Stealing the immortal herb was merely a power struggle, a matter of mutual benefit that could easily escalate into open conflict. But if they were to truly kill the eldest prince of the Star Luo Empire, they would incur an irreconcilable enmity with the entire Star Luo Empire. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that the immortal herb was completely beyond anyone else's reach, Scorpio Douluo suddenly burst into a burst of wild laughter, his figure rushing into the chaotic crowd like lightning, his soul power surging and stirring up a bloody storm. 8th soul skill, Heavenly Poison Mist. Scorpio Douluo did not target Yu Yuanjun and the titled Douluos of the Clear Sky sect. Instead, he focused his attention on cultivators with the cultivation levels of Soul Emperor and Soul Saint. Faced with the absolute power of a titled Douluo, these ordinary soul masters were utterly helpless, a single move could wipe them all out. In an instant, the dark green poisonous mist surged and spread, and screams echoed throughout the battlefield. In just a short while, those who came to seize the immortal herb suffered heavy casualties, and corpses littered the ground. Among these people were elites from the Heaven Do Empire, death squads from the Star Luo Empire, fierce generals from the 4 lower sects, and experts from hidden sects. All these forces were mixed together, but at this moment they became lambs to the slaughter. Scorpio Douluo, blinded by rage, disregarded the origins and backgrounds of his opponents, relentlessly unleashing his soul power to unleash a bloodbath upon the crowd. Seeing that the immortal herb had already entered Davis's stomach and there was no longer any possibility of competing for it, Yu Yuanjun and Tang Lai of Haoshan sect exchanged a glance and turned to leave without saying a word. They came specifically for the immortal herbs, and their actions were always swift and efficient. They carried no burdens whatsoever. Now that they were determined to leave, no matter how unwilling the people in the arena were, they could not stop these two titled Douluo from leaving. Those Contras weren't so lucky, even if they tried to escape, they were bound to be injured. Chrysanthemum Douluo gazed at the horrific scene of corpses strewn across the land, gasping in horror and shaking his head in dismay. Too brutal. This is nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Upon hearing this, Feng Baiyu turned his head to look at him, his tone carrying a hint of a half-smile as he offered a word of advice. Chrysanthemum Douluo should be glad that he didn't act impulsively just now, otherwise you might be lying on the ground right now. The Spirit Hall's forces finally arrived, but only one soul Douluo and a few soul saints actually rushed into the melee to seize the immortal herb. As for Chrysanthemum Douluo, the true leader of this operation, he had already been summoned aside by Feng Qingluan's men. Chrysanthemum Douluo was originally ordered by the Spirit Hall to seize the immortal herb, but how could he dare not come when the three elders summoned him? It wasn't until Davis took out the immortal herb in front of everyone and swallowed it without hesitation that Chrysanthemum Douluo was struck by lightning and suddenly realized the truth. That's not some magical herb that can defy fate, it's clearly a poisonous herb that overdraws potential and devours life. Chapter 116 Poaching. Chrysanthemum Douluo was so shocked that a layer of cold sweat instantly seeped out from his back. Fortunately, I came on my own this time. If it had been that reckless old ghost who had actually snatched the miracle herb back, no matter who ended up consuming it, I, as the recommender, would not have been able to escape the guilt of indirectly harming someone. When the time comes, His Holiness the Pope will certainly not let him off the hook. Chrysanthemum Douluo tilde, Feng Baiyu looked at him with a half-smile, his tone carrying a hint of knowing the answer. Who is Dong planning to give this immortal herb to when he asked you to snatch it? Young Master Feng is joking. Chrysanthemum Douluo quickly bowed and said with some caution, I am just following orders. It is not my place to inquire about the ins and outs of the arrangements made by my superiors. Chrysanthemum Douluo secretly hoped that His Holiness the Pope would leave the immortal herb to Juliana. After all, Juliana was the Pope's personal disciple, exceptionally talented and highly valued. If it was for her sake, he would feel better even if he had to make the trip. But then he thought about it again and couldn't help but shudder. What if this magical herb was meant for that good-for-nothing Yu Shaogang? The thought, once it surfaced, gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake, making him feel uneasy all over. Tilde, Feng Baiyu looked at Chrysanthemum Douluo's self-deceiving appearance and chuckled softly, his tone carrying a sharp insight into people's hearts. You followed Dong for so many years, and you probably haven't even received a decent reward, have you? He changed the subject, his tone now tinged with regret. A titled Douluo, yet he doesn't even have a suitable soul bone. Who would believe that? Upon hearing this, Chrysanthemum Douluo's knuckles instantly cracked, and his knuckles turned white. Without a soul bone, this was the thorn hidden deep in his heart, one he was unwilling to touch. Now, Feng Baiyu's words struck a nerve, and he felt as if his heart was being squeezed tightly, both suffocating and painful. He kept telling himself, soul bones are such rare and precious materials that the drop rate is already pitifully low. How could it be so easy for him to get one? Over the years, he had followed His Holiness the Pope through countless life and death situations, doing countless dirty and tiring jobs. The blood on his hands and the risks he had taken were piled up like mountains, yet he hadn't even touched a single piece of soul bone. This grievance and resentment, like a needle piercing my heart, has accumulated over time and brewed into an unyielding resentment. Just then, Feng Baiyu lightly flipped his wrist, and a leafless, pale pink flower with a stem about 3 feet long and a flower diameter of up to a foot appeared in his palm. Open black lens bracket fragrant silk immortal herb close black lens bracket. He looked at Chrysanthemum Douluo with a half-smile. I do have some immortal herbs here, but unfortunately, the one that best suits you, open black lens bracket Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum close black lens bracket, was already eaten by myself. The fragrant jade herb. Chrysanthemum Douluo's gaze was fixed on that immortal herb, his heart pounding uncontrollably. This was a peerless immortal herb he had never seen in his entire life, and it had appeared so easily in Feng Baiyu's hands. Although this open black lens bracket fragrant jade flower immortal herb close black lens bracket had no direct benefit to him, Chrysanthemum Douluo understood that young Master Feng was not simply showing him an immortal herb, he was subtly revealing his strength and confidence. Following Dong will ultimately lead nowhere. Feng Baiyu casually put away the fragrant silk immortal item, and a translucent 10,000-year-old soul bone and a seed emitting a faint golden light appeared in his palm. I kept the roots and seeds of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum back then. If Chrysanthemum Douluo is willing to switch allegiance, this seed and this soul bone will be yours from now on. The miraculous chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum Douluo didn't even glance at the 10,000-year-old soul bone, his eyes were glued to the seed, and even his breathing became rapid. The familiar and refreshing chrysanthemum fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose instantly convinced him that these were the seeds of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Even though it wasn't a fully mature immortal herb, this single seed, brimming with boundless vitality, was enough to stir the heart of this seasoned title Douluo, making his fingertips tremble slightly with excitement. But desire ultimately failed to break through Chrysanthemum Douluo's defenses. He abruptly turned his head away, his voice trembling slightly. "Young Master Feng, why must you humiliate me like this? I'm just telling you that you no longer have to obey Erbadong, not that I'm asking you to betray the spirit hall." Feng Baiyu muttered in a low voice, his tone then turning serious. Chrysanthemum Douluo might want to think carefully about whether following her is really worth it. "If you've figured things out in the next 2 years, you can come find me anytime," Feng Baiyu said, putting away the 10,000-year soul bone again. He then tossed the seed of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum to Chrysanthemum Douluo, his tone indifferent yet carrying an undeniable power. "You are a member of the Spirit Hall, but the Spirit Hall has never belonged to Erbadong alone." After Feng Baiyu finished speaking, he turned to look at Feng Qingluan beside him and said softly, "Grandpa, we should go back." Feng Qingluan nodded slightly, and the two figures disappeared from the spot in a flash. Chrysanthemum Douluo stared blankly in the direction they had left, standing there for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. The seed of the rare and precious chrysanthemum in his palm felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, weighing heavily on his heart. Feng Baiyu's last words, and that seed containing infinite possibilities, stirred up ripples in his heart like a pebble thrown into a lake. Isn't breaking away from His Holiness the Pope the same as breaking away from the Spirit Hall? Chrysanthemum Douluo clenched the warm seed in his palm, his fingertips tightening slightly, and a long-forgotten corner of his heart quietly loosened. He had never truly considered betraying Bibidong, but Feng Baiyu's words just now were like a pebble thrown into a deep pool, creating ripples in his heart. That hidden thought had surfaced so clearly for the first time, refusing to leave his mind. For Feng Baiyu, kidnapping Chrysanthemum Douluo was merely a trivial move that had little bearing on the overall situation. Whether it succeeded or failed, he didn't really care, but the thought of using it to annoy Bibidong filled him with unbearable pleasure. After watching the farce caused by the immortal herb, Feng Baiyu didn't linger any longer and returned directly to the Feng residence. It wasn't the old house in Wuhan City, nor the Feng mansion which was converted from the Dugu family in Tiando City, but his newly acquired mansion in the Baroque Kingdom. The handover of the immortal herbs to the Heaven Do Empire had long been completed, and it was time for the Feng family to move into the Baroque Kingdom. As for their new residence, the Baroque royal palace naturally became the Feng family's new home. When Feng Baiyu and Feng Qingluan arrived in the Baroque Kingdom, they were greeted only by a handful of members from the Feng family branch. Trusted confidants like Zhan Ying remained in Tiando City to handle the aftermath. In fact, Feng Baiyu didn't have much affection for the Baroque Kingdom. The reason he was willing to settle here was because he remembered that Shrek Academy was located within this territory. However, considering the time frame, it would still be 6.5 years before that little rascal entered Shrek Academy. He had plenty of patience and was in no hurry to make contact with him now. Chapter 117 Phoenix Academy. This Feng mansion in Baroque is quite a nice place. Feng Baiyu's gaze swept over the pavilions and towers and the exquisite layout before him, and he slowly said, "If we have the leisure in the future, we can come here to stay for a while. However, for us right now, there is really no need to stay for long." Feng Baiyu owns numerous mansions across the country, each with scenery and grandeur comparable to this place. For him, Baroque's Feng mansion is hardly a rare destination. But on second thought, this place was the perfect place for the Feng family to settle down. After all, it was their own clan, and now that he held a high position, it was only right that his clansmen could share in the glory and enjoy a peaceful life. However, this blessing wouldn't come easily. A cold glint flashed in Feng Baiyu's eyes. Only those clansmen who handled his tasks properly and beautifully were qualified to stay here and enjoy wealth and honor. If anyone dared to slack off or disregard his words, then they shouldn't blame him for disregarding clan ties and turning ruthless. "I'm glad you like it." Feng Qingluan smiled gently, her tone indulgent. "If there's anything you don't like, just give the order to fix it. I do have an arrangement to make." Feng Baiyu looked up at her, his tone firm and unwavering. Next, have them set about building a Phoenix Academy. Phoenix Academy. Feng Qingluan was slightly taken aback, her gaze probing as she looked at her grandson's face. Then, as if she understood something, she slowly said, "You are planning to use the name of the academy to gather the power of faith." "Not so soon." Feng Baiyu slowly shook his head, his tone firm. "Most of our Feng family members have avian martial souls. After the Phoenix Academy is built, more than half of the places will be for our own family. As for the rest, they will be used to recruit those exceptionally talented elites. They must be qualified to cultivate the Phoenix technique and be worth our efforts to subdue. The cultivation threshold of Phoenix technique is extremely high. To date, apart from Feng Baiyu himself, only his grandparents and Shui Binger are qualified to cultivate it. But 3 people are far from enough. Feng Baiyu knew that only if 30 or 300 people cultivated this technique together could their power truly be strengthened. But he also understood that this was just wishful thinking. Let alone 300, even finding 10 more suitable individuals would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry. The safest course of action at present was to take a long-term view, slowly find promising talents, and carefully cultivate them. For example, all of his newly recruited subordinates have the potential to become titled Douluo. In that case, we'll do as you say. Feng Qingluan looked at her grandson, her eyes filled with satisfaction. He had long since grown into a capable head of the family, and her only responsibility now was to protect him. Upon hearing that her grandson was going to arrange affairs for the clan, Feng Qingluan immediately took action and summoned all clan members with cultivation levels above Soul Emperor to come and receive orders. Before long, the Feng family members had all gathered in front of the hall. With respectful expressions, they knelt on one knee before Feng Qingluan and Feng Baiyu, and said in deep voices, "Greetings, Patriarch. Greetings, young master. Rise, all of you." Feng Baiyu's gaze swept over the crowd below, and he said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, in addition to managing the affairs of the Barak Kingdom, 2 of you will be responsible for leading the establishment of Open Blacklands Phoenix Academy Close Blacklands. The scale will be based on the standards of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Don't worry about funding, the Feng family's resources are sufficient. The rest of you, all of you, set off to find outstanding talents who are suitable for the academy." The Phoenix Academy's criteria for accepting disciples are actually quite simple, Feng Baiyu said slowly, his tone carrying an undeniable certainty. The primary focus is on recruiting flying beast martial soul masters, especially those with the Phoenix bloodline. Once discovered, they must be given special attention and training. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and added, "If it's not a bird-type martial soul, then there's only one hard requirement: innate soul power must be at least level 7. A talent with innate soul power at level 7 is 1 in 10,000, and Feng Baiyu was unwilling to miss such a promising prospect. These kinds of soul masters may not meet the standards for top-tier training, but they are precisely the ones who can become the backbone of the academy's future. What supports the foundation of the academy is never just a few geniuses, but also such solid and reliable core strength. Whoever can recruit the most outstanding students will receive the greatest reward from me." Feng Baiyu paused slightly, his tone suddenly becoming more serious, and added, "However, one thing must be remembered: loyalty is always the most important quality for these students. If they are ungrateful wretches who are unstable in character and difficult to control, no matter how talented they must never be recruited into the academy." "Yes." The moment the Feng family members responded, their eyes were already brimming with barely suppressed excitement. How could they not covet those legendary immortal herbs? Even though they knew they had no chance of obtaining the top-grade immortal herbs that could trigger the evolution of their martial souls, if they could obtain even slightly inferior immortal herbs to temper their bones and improve their soul power, it would be an incredible opportunity for them. The thought of their soul power surging and their strength improving made everyone's breathing quicken. Seeing the eagerness on everyone's faces, Feng Baiyu realized that their enthusiasm had been fully mobilized, so he slightly raised his hand, indicating that they could act according to his orders. After everyone had left, he turned to Feng Qingluan and asked, "Grandpa, are you going to take Grandma and Douluo to find their 9th spirit ring next?" In the past, if they could find an 80,000-year spirit ring, that would have been top tier. Feng Qingluan nodded slowly, her tone full of emotion. "But now, with your help, their strength is vastly different from before, and they are fully qualified to bear a 100,000-year spirit ring. The only problem right now is that a 100,000-year spirit beast that matches their spirit attribute is extremely difficult to find." Feng Baiyu knew in his heart that there were 3 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest, Daming, Erming, and Xiaowu in her human form. However, none of these 3 soul beasts were compatible with the War Eagle martial soul. The attributes of the Great Ming are barely compatible with Douluo's, but its actual age far exceeds 100,000 years. With Douluo's current soul power, he simply cannot withstand such a powerful soul ring. Forcibly fusing with it would only result in his body exploding and dying. It seems we should find another suitable 100,000-year-old soul beast to be on the safe side. Feng Baiyu pondered for a moment, then looked up at Feng Qingluan and said, "There's no rush. We can take our time. The 9th soul ring is related to their future potential. Even if we have to wait another year, we must find the most suitable one so as not to waste this opportunity." "That's what I think too." Feng Qingluan nodded in agreement. "I've already instructed the Zan family to search for soul beasts with compatible attributes. Once they have information, I will take your grandmother and Douluo to hunt them down and obtain the rings." He changed the subject, looking at Feng Baiyu. With a more serious tone, "If we haven't found a suitable one by the time you break through level 40, then we'll put this matter aside for now and prioritize finding you a 4th soul ring." Chapter 118. 8 years old, level 40. Not long after Feng Baiyu had properly deployed the mission, he received follow-up information about the previous incident of stealing the immortal herb. After consuming the immortal herb, Davis's martial soul underwent a tremendous evolution, transforming from the original evil-eyed white tiger into the far more powerful open black lens bracket holy light white tiger close black lens bracket. His golden and white interwoven soul power flowed like holy flames, and the king character pattern on his forehead shone with a sacred luster. Each time his martial soul possessed him, a faint halo emanated from his body. His strength, speed, and defense all experienced a qualitative leap, making him far more powerful than before. However, the price of this power was the permanent loss of the ability to use the open black lens bracket netherworld white tiger close black lens bracket with Zhu Zuyun. When Emperor Xingluo learned that Davis had secretly taken his treasured immortal herbs, he was furious. He grabbed Davis and, disregarding any father-son relationship, rained down his iron fists on Davis, causing him to writhe on the ground, howling in agony. Only when Davis was on the verge of death did Emperor Xingluo stop, panting heavily. At this point, the immortal herb had been ingested, and further pursuit was futile. With nowhere to vent his anger, Emperor Xingluo suddenly turned his head and swept his gaze over the crowd who had participated in the scramble for the immortal herb. The people involved in this scramble for the immortal herb were a mixed bag, ranging from soul masters to titled Douluos, covering almost all levels of powerhouses in the soul master world. After a thorough investigation, it was found that more than 20 families and sects were involved. These forces are spread all over the continent and usually control local resources openly or secretly. However, they have torn off their facades and taken risks for a single immortal herb. This frantic struggle ultimately devolved into a bloody massacre. According to statistics, as many as 197 soul masters died on the spot. The once high and mighty soul masters now lay in pools of blood, their shattered martial souls and blood staining the battleground red, becoming the most tragic footnote to the immortal herb. Emperor Xingluo's rage did not subside with the deaths of over 100 people, on the contrary, it burned even brighter. In front of the entire court, he slammed his fist on the table and ordered in a stern voice to uproot all members of the Xingluo family who had participated in the plundering of the immortal herb. In an instant, the Star Luo Empire was filled with unease and fear. Those once glorious families collapsed overnight and became victims of the emperor's wrath. As for the participants from the Heaven Do Empire, Emperor Xingluo could only issue a few weak and powerless verbal condemnations from across the border. The Heavenly Do Empire is far weaker than the Star Luo Empire, but the Star Luo Empire wouldn't go to war over a mere immortal herb. Having just slaughtered so many of their own people, they are powerless to wage war. Even with his boundless rage, Emperor Xingluo could only watch helplessly as those people went unpunished. This frustration only intensified the resentment in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want revenge, but he was simply too far away to do so. Take the most prominent Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan and the Clear Sky sect, for example. These two top sects actually dispatched title Douluo to participate in the competition. Even though the Star Luo Emperor feared neither side, he dared not risk a life or death conflict with these two giants over a mere immortal herb. A complete breakdown in relations might not benefit the Star Luo Empire, it could even damage its national strength and create opportunities for others to exploit. Weighing the options, he had no choice but to suppress his anger for the time being. Feng Baiyu had a list of battle casualties, which included Shui Haikang's uncle and maternal grandfather. As for Shui Heizang himself, his strength was weak, so he stayed home waiting for news. In the end, not only did he gain nothing, but he also lost his biggest backer. This result suits me well. Feng Baiyu glanced at the list of casualties, his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. To him, those who died or were wounded were nothing more than insignificant strangers. A single herb, a rare and precious plant, led to the deaths of over 100 people. This bloody tragedy was enough to make the world see its true value. More importantly, this tragic end served as a heavy blow, waking all those who harbored illusions. Without the strength to match it, it was best not to covet such a rare and precious treasure. He tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, a cold smile curving his lips. In the future, anyone coveting rare treasures would have to think twice before acting. 5 days had passed since Feng Baiyu received the message, and his soul power finally broke through the bottleneck like a tidal wave, steadily stopping at the threshold of level 40. Without the slightest hesitation, Feng Baiyu turned to his grandfather beside him, his tone filled with urgency and excitement. "Grandpa, let's go back to Tiando City. Connect the water pipes and Shui Binger, it's time to go to the far north and hunt for my 4th spirit ring." Level 40. Feng Qingluan suddenly looked up at her grandson, her cloudy pupils contracting sharply, and she was momentarily stunned. 8 years old, level 40. The number struck him like a thunderbolt, exploding in his mind. He had lived most of his life and had seen countless people of extraordinary talent. Even Qian Runshui, the 6-winged angel from the Spirit Hall who was born with a level 20 spirit power, had only barely reached the threshold of becoming a spirit master at this age. But Feng Baiyu before them had actually pushed the limits of cultivation to the limit with a speed far exceeding the legends. Feng Qingluan reached out her hand, trembling, wanting to touch her grandson's forehead to confirm that this was not a dream. The warm touch on his fingertips brought him back to his senses instantly. An unprecedented light shone in his old eyes, and his voice became hoarse with excitement. "Good. Good. My grandson, you are indeed born with the potential to become a god. All right, let's set off immediately." Feng Qingluan's eyes flashed with a sharp light, without the slightest hesitation. The grandfather and granddaughter didn't need to pack their belongings. With a flicker, they took to the air, transforming into 2 streaks of light, and flew swiftly towards Tiando City. Young master. Greetings, young master. Greetings, master of the house. As soon as Feng Baiyu and Feng Qingluan stepped into the house, the people waiting in the hall immediately surrounded them and bowed to them. According to the rules, everyone should first pay their respects to Feng Qingluan, who is of higher seniority, but the little one subconsciously bowed to Feng Baiyu first. This is not impolite, it's simply that Feng Baiyu's reputation is now at its zenith. Especially among the younger generation, he has displayed extraordinary talent at such a young age, making him their most admired role model. Their heartfelt respect makes them instinctively turn their bows towards this young man. If it were anyone else who broke the rules, Feng Qingluan would definitely be displeased. But since these people were behaving improperly because of his grandson, he felt a warm comfort in his heart. Far from showing any intention to correct him, he stroked his beard and gave the little ones an approving look, appearing quite proud of his grandson's prestige. Feng Baiyu ignored the little incident and looked directly at Shui Duanliu and Shui Binger, saying softly, Shui Guan, Binger, my soul power has just broken through to level 40. Tomorrow, Grandpa will take us to hunt for soul rings. Chapter 119 The Far North. At this point, Feng Baiyu looked up at Zan Ying, his tone filled with certainty. Grandma, we're currently looking for a 100,000-year-old soul beast to give you your 9th soul ring. We'll definitely find the most suitable one for you. I know. Zan Ying nodded with a smile, his eyes showing no sign of urgency. Don't worry, I can wait. In fact, it wasn't just Feng Qingluan who ordered the Feng family to search with all their might. She had already had the Zan family spread the net far and wide. But as the days passed, the messages sent back by the people they sent out still didn't contain a trace of the 100,000-year-old soul beast. This time, Feng Baiyu only needed to lead a group to hunt for soul rings. There was no need for a large-scale operation. He entrusted Wang Long and the other children to Du Gubo's care, while he, along with Shui Binger, Shui Duanliu, and accompanied by Feng Qingluan and Zan Ying, headed to the far north. After only one day of rest, the group packed up and set off. The 5 of them swept across the sky, speeding towards the frozen land at the northernmost tip of the continent. The biting wind whipped at their clothes, and although the road ahead was unknown, it could not hide the eagerness and anticipation in the eyes of the young men. Is this the legendary far north? As his feet touched this frozen land, Feng Baiyu finally saw the true face of this secret realm. A biting wind, carrying fine ice shards, swept across his frozen cheeks. In the distance, the continuous glaciers gleamed with a cold, eerie blue light under the dim glow of the polar day, like blue flames frozen deep within the earth. Looking at the world ruled by ice and snow before him, Feng Baiyu felt as if even his breath carried the weight of ice. So this was the far north that people talked about, far more vast and desolate than he had imagined. Let's not linger here. Feng Qingluan turned to look at the group behind her voice tinged with seriousness. This place is fraught with danger. We need to hunt for soul rings as soon as possible and then leave immediately. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, not daring to slacken in the slightest. They immediately followed Feng Qingluan's footsteps, hurrying towards the frozen depths of the far north. The biting cold wind whipped snowflakes against their faces, and a faint rumble came from the distant glacial rift valley. Every step felt like treading on unknown perilous terrain. Humanity's understanding of the far north has always been limited to fragmented legends. This frigid land, frozen for thousands of miles, is only visited by the soul masters of Tianshui City who possess ice-attribute martial souls. They risked their lives to venture into this desolate place in search of an ice-attribute soul ring that was over 10,000 years old. Apart from them, very few dared to easily set foot here, as every inch of this land concealed deadly dangers. Feng Qingluan and her group only had a blurry map with landmarks that were almost unrecognizable. Faced with this vast, unknown wilderness, they could only proceed step by step, relying entirely on experience and intuition to explore and move forward on the ice plains. Time passed quietly in the cold winds of the icy plains. 7 days had gone by, and just when everyone's patience was almost worn away by the biting cold, a figure finally appeared on the horizon that lifted their spirits. It was a large bird with a wingspan of 6 feet, its entire body covered with feathers as clear as ice crystals, and each feather tip was covered with a cold, dark blue mist. The air currents created by its flapping wings stirred up the snow on the ground, producing a sharp whistling sound. Its eyes, like 2 clusters of dancing ice flames, stood proudly atop the glacier. Articuno. Feng Qingluan stared at the giant bird covered in ice crystal feathers atop the glacier, her eyes flashing with brilliance. She then turned sharply to Shui Binger beside her and said calmly, "Shui girl, the perfect soul ring we've been searching for has finally been found." Shui Binger's gaze was already fixed on the frozen bird, whose flapping wings stirred up a mist of cold air, her cheeks flushed slightly with excitement. She took a deep breath, suppressing the pounding in her chest, and bowed to Feng Qingluan and Feng Baiyu beside her, her voice filled with barely suppressed joy. "Thank you, Grandpa Feng, and thank you, young master. Hee hee. Feng Qingluan chuckled softly, his eyes filled with a calm and confident look. He raised his hand, signaling Zan Ying to stay in place and protect everyone. In a flash, he transformed into a blur and sped towards the summit of the glacier. In just a short while, before the biting cold wind had completely subsided, his figure reappeared before everyone. In his hand, he held a dying Articuno. The giant bird, which had once cried out proudly on the icy plains, now had drooping wings, its icy feathers stained with mottled blood, and it had exhausted even the strength to struggle. After all, he was a level 98 title Douluo. If he couldn't easily defeat a soul beast with over 600 years of cultivation, he would be a laughingstock. Feng Qingluan casually tossed the frozen bird to the ground, the movement as light and effortless as if he had merely plucked a piece of ice. Feng Baiyu's gaze fell on the dying Articuno, sweeping over the ice crystals condensed on its wings and the remaining fluctuations of soul power. He nodded slightly, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. Yes, this Articuno's soul power is very pure, and its soul skills are also very suitable. After Binger absorbs it, she should be able to obtain a rather practical ice attribute soul skill. Since Baiyu has said so, it must be right. Feng Qingluan stroked his beard and laughed loudly, then nodded to Shui Binger, let's do it, finish it off and take the soul ring. All right. Shui Binger's eyes narrowed, without the slightest hesitation. She raised her hand and took out a short dagger that gleamed with a cold light, swiftly stabbing it into the neck of the ice bird. The dying ice attribute soul beast let out a weak wail before completely losing its breath. The next second, a shimmering yellow spirit ring slowly floated out of Articuno's body, gently swirling in the cold wind of the icy plains, radiating pure and chilling spirit power fluctuations. Shui Binger didn't dare to delay. She immediately sat down cross-legged, formed hand seals, and began to guide the soul ring into her body. Feng Qingluan and Shui Duanliu stood on either side of her, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily, shutting out the howling cold wind and the faint sounds of beasts in the distance, creating an invisible barrier for her. Warhawk deftly dismantled Articuno's corpse, his fingertips brushing over the icy bones and muscles, but ultimately he couldn't find any trace of the soul bone. It's normal for soul beasts not to produce soul bones, but as Shui Binger gazed at the gradually cooling corpse, a trace of undisguised disappointment still swept through her heart. After all, Shui Binger had cultivated for over 600 years, which made her unable to help but harbor a sliver of hope, wishing for a miracle to happen. Unfortunately, that expectation ultimately failed to materialize. Soul bones are something that I'm lucky to get or unlucky to lose, so there's no need to worry about them. Feng Baiyu said calmly, seemingly not taking the matter to heart at all. He added to Zan Ying, besides, how could our family be short of soul bones? Even if this frozen bird really produced a soul bone, a 100-year-old one, we would never let Binger absorb it. Zan Ying listened and nodded in agreement, but couldn't help but tease, that's true, but everyone should have dreams. What if you hit the jackpot one day? Chapter 120 The Emerald Demon Bird with Astonishing Speed of Improvement. Just as Shui Binger was sitting cross-legged, completely immersed in absorbing the soul ring, Zan Ying quietly left the icy rock hollow where the team was resting. Feng Baiyu and Shui Duanliu's soul rings are still undecided, so she needs to take advantage of this free time to explore the surrounding ice plains. After all, in this perilous far north, blindly searching is tantamount to courting death. Only by figuring out the distribution and strength of the surrounding soul beasts in advance can we clarify the direction for our next goal. While Zan Ying was out searching for targets, Feng Baiyu raised his hand and summoned a storage soul tool that emitted a pale blue halo. With a slight movement of his soul power, the patterns on the surface of the soul tool lit up, and a palm-sized emerald demon bird with feathers as lustrous as jade fluttered its wings and flew out, landing on his shoulder, tilting its little head and making a crisp, chirp-chirp, sound. Its gaze locked precisely on that fresh mass of brain matter. Although this frozen bird wasn't of the highest age, its fresh scent made it an unparalleled delicacy for a creature that craves brains. But the emerald bird was very sensible. Without Feng Baiyu's permission, it simply tilted its little head and squatted on its master's shoulder, its bright black eyes staring straight at that spot, but it never showed any intention of pouncing on it. Seeing this, Feng Baiyu chuckled and gently tapped its little head with his fingertip. Go ahead and eat. The moment it received permission, the emerald demon bird flapped its emerald wings and flew away, its sharp beak pecking precisely at its target. It made a soft, rustling sound as it ate, its agile appearance a stark contrast to its previous restraint. Under Feng Baiyu's careful nurturing, the emerald demon bird, Chocho, has now grown into a soul beast with 5,000 years of cultivation. It belongs to a race with naturally strong combat power, and coupled with its superhuman flight speed, ordinary flying soul beasts with 30,000 years of cultivation cannot gain the slightest advantage in front of it, let alone harm it in the slightest. If they encounter a land-based soul beast that lacks anti-air capabilities, even a powerful 100,000-year-old soul beast like the Titan giant ape, they can only gaze longingly at the emerald afterimage in the sky, utterly helpless. It is said that the cultivation speed of soul beasts is far inferior to that of humans, but in fact, it is just that their cultivation paths are completely different. For soul beasts, devouring is the shortcut to breaking through cultivation levels. Unlike human soul masters who cultivate diligently, meditate, and comprehend the soul power of heaven and earth, as long as they find a prey that matches their own attributes and bloodline, and absorb its original power into themselves, their cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Whether it's devouring weaker soul beasts of the same attribute, absorbing the pure soul power crystals condensed between heaven and earth, or even by chance consuming rare and precious materials containing ancient soul power, as long as the right food is found, the soul beast's cultivation path will be like a flood that has been released, unstoppable. Those soul beasts that can break through 10,000 years of cultivation in just a few years are all devouring masters who are well versed in this art. Take the deep-sea demon whale king for example. In just 300,000 years, it acquired terrifying strength comparable to a million-year-old soul beast. This was largely due to its omnivorous instinct. It never discriminates over prey that can be eaten, and through indiscriminate devouring, it has amassed an extraordinary level of cultivation. Even so, its cultivation speed is still limited. After all, it has lived for too long, and there are very few high-level soul beasts in the sea that can catch its eye. To encounter a powerful prey that can replenish its essence is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Imagine if it could prey on a dragon that was over 10,000 years old every day, the situation would be completely different. Dragons are born with powerful bloodlines and possess pure and abundant soul power, making them a top-tier nourishment for soul beasts. With the deep-sea demon whale king's resources and such a continuous supply of top-tier energy, its cultivation will inevitably soar at a terrifying speed. Perhaps in less than 100,000 years, it will truly step into the realm of a million-year-old soul beast and become an unparalleled existence in the sea. Looking at the dark demon evil god tiger, this type of soul beast is inherently ferocious, daring to hunt and kill alone even at a young age. If a powerful being were to feed it top-tier soul beast essence that matches its dark attribute, given time, even the 10 most ferocious beasts would probably become nourishment for its growth. Then there are the 1,000-pound ants, whose cultivation method is even more direct. They simply catch and eat the 1,000-pound ant queen. Each queen provides them with a significant boost. As for that ice silkworm named Tianmeng Tilda, that useless guy has eaten his way into a million-year-old soul beast. It is evident that for soul beasts, as long as they find the right food, their cultivation speed can increase exponentially, far exceeding ordinary understanding. The emerald bird's diet has always consisted of only one thing, its brain. From the day Feng Baiyu hatched it from the egg, it was fed only the finest, most carefully selected brain marrow. At first, it was brain marrow aged 100 years, then 1,000 years, and even 10,000 years, all of which became nourishment for the little guy's growth. With such a top-tier food supply, the emerald demon bird's cultivation level naturally skyrocketed like a rocket, its speed astonishing. Not to mention, Feng Baiyu will continue to feed this emerald demon bird with the brain marrow reserves of 10,000-year-old and even 100,000-year-old soul beasts. As long as the feeding continues, it's only a matter of time before this bird breaks through to the 100,000-year cultivation level. But 100,000 years is the true starting point for the emerald demon bird. Chirp chirp. Feng Baiyu looked at the emerald demon bird, which was pecking at the brain marrow, and gently tapped its little head with his fingertips, his tone tinged with amusement. After you've eaten your fill, you'll have to go back to work. Chirp chirp. The emerald bird immediately raised its head, its bright black eyes darting around, and its clear chirp was full of agreement, clearly understanding its master's meaning. Ever since the group set foot in the far north, this emerald bird has become their most competent scout. With its flight speed and keen senses far exceeding those of ordinary soul beasts, it hovers and scouts over the ice plains every day, and even the soul beasts hiding in the glacier crevasses cannot escape its eyes. It was this bird that first discovered and brought back the trail of the Articuno. Now that it had eaten and drunk its fill, it shook its emerald feathers, flapped its wings, and was about to fly into the sky, ready to continue searching for the next target for everyone. Unfortunately, the emerald bird is naturally afraid of the cold, and after patrolling the frigid far north for only a short while, it had to turn back to warm up. Otherwise, Feng Baiyu would really like to have this most capable scout out searching for prey around the clock. With its speed and keen senses, it would definitely save the team a lot of trouble. After eating and drinking its fill, Chirp fluttered its emerald wings and quickly disappeared into the cold wind of the icy plain to continue its reconnaissance mission. Before long, the yellow soul ring around Shui Binger, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, gradually faded and eventually merged completely into her body. She slowly opened her eyes, a faint glint of icy blue light flashing in them, clearly indicating that she had successfully absorbed her first spirit ring without any major incident. When she stood up, her aura was much calmer than before, and one could vaguely sense the flow of ice attribute soul power in her every move. Chapter 121 Open black lens bracket frozen close black lens bracket. Young Master, Grandpa Feng, Uncle. Shui Binger suddenly opened her eyes, the icy blue light from the circulation of her soul power still lingering in them, her face filled with barely suppressed joy. I did it. I've finally absorbed my first soul ring. Very good. Feng Baiyu's gaze swept over the increasingly condensed ice attribute soul power around her. His tone remained calm, but he couldn't hide a hint of approval. Binger, tell me what the effect of your first soul skill is. Young Master, my first soul skill is the control type open black lens bracket ice seal close black lens bracket, which can directly freeze and bind the opponent. Shui Binger spoke without reservation, her tone filled with undisguised excitement. Moreover, this soul skill is instantaneous, and it can lock onto the target through mental power. It can even affect multiple opponents at the same time. With my current soul power, I should be able to control 5 soul masters of the same level at once. As she spoke, she raised her hand and condensed a wisp of icy blue soul power. With a light touch of her fingertip to the ground, several icicles instantly burst forth from the earth, forming a crystal clear ice surface on the snow, directly demonstrating the power of her soul skill. Instant cast, lock on, crowd control. Feng Baiyu had already seen Shui Binger's soul power data panel and knew that everything she said was true, without any concealment. He nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes, but his tone remained as calm as ever. Yes, the practicality of this soul skill far exceeds expectations, it's really good. Not only Feng Baiyu highly approved of this soul skill, but even the well-informed Feng Qingluan and Shui Duanliu couldn't help but marvel at it. It should be understood that for a soul master's first soul skill, having even just one of the 3 characteristics of instant casting, mental lock-on, and group control is already a rare and high-quality soul skill. But Shui Binger's open black lens bracket frozen close black lens bracket perfectly combines the 3. With a mere thought, the soul skill is instantly unleashed, precisely locking onto the enemy with mental power, and can affect multiple targets simultaneously. This incredible configuration goes far beyond being simply excellent, it's a treasure bestowed by heaven, enough to make any control-type soul master envious. With this effect, even if 100 open black lens bracket blue-silver entanglement close black lens bracket S were combined, could they compare to her? Feng Qingluan stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with surprise as he looked at Shui Binger. Binger, this girl is truly a treasure. With this soul skill in hand, she will definitely be able to walk a path far beyond ordinary people in the art of control in the future. Shui Duanliu chimed in, his tone filled with undisguised envy. With such power in his first soul skill, I can hardly imagine what he will achieve in the future. In fact, the moment Shui Binger stepped into the Feng residence, Feng Qingluan's gaze fell upon her, with an unusual level of attention. Shui Binger is calm, obedient, sensible, and talented, making her the perfect candidate for the future matriarch of the Feng family. As for Qian Runshui, although she had a close relationship with Feng Baiyu, she was backed by Qian Dalu, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall. With such a background, Feng Qingluan would never dare to mention her thoughts easily, and could only keep them to herself. Seeing Shui Binger's first soul skill so amazing, setting a superb precedent, Feng Qingluan couldn't hide the smile on his face. He stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly, feeling that his initial judgment was indeed correct. You already had a strong foundation, and with the boost to your soul power from this 600-year soul ring, you should be at level 19.5 by now, right? Feng Baiyu looked at Shui Binger, his tone confident. Maybe before we leave the far north, we can get you your second soul. Ring 2. Yes. Shui Binger nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with excitement. Young master, the ice attribute soul power in this far north is so rich, it's practically a training ground tailor-made for me. I feel like I can break through to level 20 in less than 10 days. Good. Feng Qingluan clapped her hands and laughed first, her tone full of satisfaction. Feng Baiyu nodded slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Binger is amazing. Once you break through, we'll find you an even more powerful second-generation soul ring. The group chatted amongst themselves, their expressions filled with anticipation for Shui Binger's growth. If it weren't for the extraordinary talent of Feng Baiyu, Shui Binger, with her talent and temperament, would undoubtedly have been a shining star among her peers. But now, she is already someone by Feng Baiyu's side. With the Feng family's resources and the guidance and protection of the powerful Feng Baiyu, her future is destined to be more than just dazzling. Shui Binger will stand on a higher stage and shine with a light that can illuminate the entire continent. Feng Baiyu hasn't given Shui Binger the immortal herb yet. If she were to take it with the help of the immortal herb soul power amplification, Shui Binger might be able to break through to level 30 during this trip to the far north. But Feng Baiyu wasn't in a hurry. Even though he was absolutely certain of Shui Binger's loyalty, he felt that she should be put to some tests first. Rewarding those who have made tangible contributions is a reasonable form of incentive. However, bestowing heavy rewards without cause creates a muddled mess of unclear rewards and punishments. Although Feng Baiyu, given his status and position, did not need to adhere to these rules, as the leader of the team, he was well aware of the intricacies involved. Leading a team is not something that can be achieved in the long run by being autocratic. Clear rewards and punishments, and a combination of kindness and strictness, are the only ways to win people's hearts and minds and unite the team as one. Feng Baiyu's vision was never limited to the Douluo continent, but also extended to the God realm, which was high above and ruled over the rules of all realms. He knew in his heart that if he were to ascend to the realm of gods one day, he absolutely could not be a lone commander with no one to rely on. To gain a foothold in a place teeming with powerful figures and strict rules, and even to carve out one's own territory, one must plan ahead and build a team that is completely obedient to oneself. After everyone had rested, Feng Baiyu glanced at the people around him and suggested, "If no one is hungry, let's continue on our way." Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they felt no hunger. They immediately packed their belongings, identified the direction, and stepped into the vast ice field. Occasionally, you'll encounter snow rabbits or snow foxes of 100 years or more darting by, at which point Shui Binger will raise her hand and activate open black lens bracket ice seal close black lens bracket. The pale blue soul power instantly condensed into ice threads, precisely wrapping around the prey and freezing them in place for a short time. Her eyes were focused, and with each move she adjusted the intensity and range of her soul power output, clearly using these low-level soul beasts as excellent practice subjects to familiarize herself with the controlled details of her new soul skills. This is the far north, a land frozen solid for thousands of miles, where the air is filled with an aura of ice so dense it's almost tangible. For Shui Binger, this land is nothing short of a natural sacred ground for cultivation. Her ice attribute soul power was greatly amplified here, and even the recovery speed after consumption was nearly twice as fast as outside. What's even more amazing is that whenever her soul power is fully restored, she can always feel that her total soul power is slightly more than before. The growth was so slight that it seemed like an illusion, but with repeated accumulation, the cultivation speed was in no way inferior to sitting in meditation all day. The frigid winds of the icy plains became a furnace for tempering soul power. With each breath, she absorbed the icy power of heaven and earth, silently strengthening her foundation. An hour later, the Warhawk returned. Chapter 122 Ice Jade Scorpion. Feng Qingluan knew her well, and after only a glance, she asked, "Have you found a suitable soul beast?" "Yes, I've found traces of the Ice Jade Scorpion." Feng Qingluan didn't keep them in suspense, her tone filled with excitement. "The one I just saw had a cultivation of at least 8,000 years. I rushed back as soon as I confirmed its location. The Ice Jade Scorpion is a special soul beast that voluntarily abandons its poison attribute in pursuit of ultimate power. It pours all its talents into the ice attribute, possessing an ultimate ice soul power that can eclipse the heavens and earth. This soul power can not only be transformed into indestructible ice blades to launch attacks, but also condense into impenetrable ice armor for defense, making it a top-tier combat force among ice attribute soul beasts in the far north. More importantly, the Ice Jade Scorpion is a typical social spirit beast. Once one is discovered, it often means that there is a group of them nearby. The fact that the Warhawk did not act rashly after discovering the trail, but instead immediately turned back to report, was undoubtedly the most correct decision. Ice Jade Scorpion. That's a good thing. Feng Baiyu nodded slightly, then turned to look at Shui Duanliu, his tone carrying a hint of mockery and certainty. "Water pipe, your chance has come." Feng Baiyu had two excellent options for his 8th soul ring, which was for the water-severing flow skill. One was the Ice Jade Scorpion, which was over 70,000 years old, and the other was the Titan Snow Demon Ape, which was of the same age. Both of these are top-tier ice attribute soul beasts from the far north, truly ultimate. The Ice Jade Scorpion's ultimate ice soul power is condensed and pure, with a very high degree of compatibility with the water-severing ice blade martial soul, making the ice blade more penetrating and even adding an ice sealing effect. The Titan Snow Demon Ape's ice attribute soul power, on the other hand, is heavy and domineering, which can greatly enhance the ice blade's destructive power and area of effect attack capabilities. What's even more ingenious is that these two choices form a perfect connection. If the Ice Jade Scorpion is chosen as the 8th spirit ring this time, when attempting to reach level 90, a 100,000-year-old Titan Snow Demon Ape can be found as the 9th spirit ring, one sharp and one domineering, complementing each other. The reverse is also true. Now that the Ice Jade Scorpion clan has been located, Shui Duanliu's 8th soul ring has finally found a definite place. He can only wait for the right time to hunt it down. Upon hearing this, Shui Duanliu was so excited that his voice trembled, and he repeatedly bowed, saying, "Thank you, mistress. Thank you, young master. Don't waste time." Feng Qingluan glanced at everyone, her tone urgent. "Zan Ying, lead the way." "All right." Zan Ying nodded in response and immediately turned and strode forward. The others quickly followed her, heading swiftly across the vast ice plains towards the direction of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan. Feng Baiyu knew that a true overlord of the far north was hidden among the Ice Jade Scorpion clan, the Ice Emperor, who had cultivated for over 300,000 years. This soul beast's strength is unfathomable. Even among titled Douluo, it is at the top level, and ordinary level 97 titled Douluo are no match for it. What's even more terrifying is that the far north is its home ground. The extremely dense ice attribute aura can provide it with a continuous boost. On this land frozen for thousands of miles, the Ice Emperor is enough to confront a level 98 titled Douluo head-on, and even gain the upper hand. If the Ice Emperor guy really shows up, even if you, Grandpa, are among the best of the 98 titled Douluo, you probably won't get the slightest advantage. Even more problematic is that if the commotion escalates, it could very well alert the true ruler of the far north, the Snow Emperor. At that point, they would be walking on thin ice, unable to afford the slightest mistake. The group made their way silently toward the Ice Scorpion clan, their footsteps sinking into ankle-deep snow. A biting wind whipped at their faces with fine ice shards. No one dared make a sound, only the crunching of their feet on the snow echoing clearly across the silent ice plain. Before long, Feng Qingluan, who was walking at the front, suddenly raised her hand to signal everyone to stop, and at the same time lowered her voice to a very low level. "We've arrived, be careful." His spiritual power had already spread out, keenly detecting the hidden soul power fluctuations ahead. It was an ice jade scorpion with 20,000 years of cultivation, currently lying behind an ice rock, feasting on its meal. Its icy blue shell blended almost seamlessly with the surrounding glaciers. Had it not been for Feng Qingluan's formidable spiritual power, it would have been difficult to spot it in this icy wasteland. "Conceal your aura." Feng Qingluan's voice was deep and carried an undeniable authority. "I'll go and scout the area to find a suitable ice jade scorpion and capture it directly from its clan." "Thank you, Patriarch." Shui Duanliu's eyes instantly reddened, and his voice was choked with sobs. He was just a steward of the Feng family. What merit did he have to receive immortal herbs that could enhance his cultivation and have a level 98 super Douluo personally go to great lengths to find a suitable soul ring for him? In Shui Duanliu's heart, the kindness shown to him by the Feng family weighed far more than 1,000 pounds, moving him to the point of being overwhelmed with gratitude. "Water pipe, don't get excited," Feng Baiyu said with a gentle smile and a confident tone. "The 8th spirit ring is by no means your end. You will definitely be able to step into the realm of title Douluo in the future." "Yes, young master." Shui Duanliu nodded. Emphatically, his eyes filled with excitement and determination. There was a time when he thought his peak in this life was only Soul Douluo. But now, with the full support of the family head and the young master, even the threshold of level 95 Super Douluo no longer seems like an unattainable dream. If Feng Baiyu knew that Shui Duanliu had only set his sights on a level 95 title Douluo, he would definitely sneer and scold him with disappointment, saying, "Your vision is too narrow." Based on all the resources and effort Feng Baiyu poured into Shui Duanliu, let alone level 95, if you can't even reach the level 99 limit Douluo realm, then I've misjudged you. Feng Qingluan concealed her aura to search for the ice jade scorpion, which was over 70,000 years old, while Zhanying stayed behind to protect the safety of the group. Time passed quietly in the stillness, and the surrounding soul beasts shuttled back and forth. Even the ice jade scorpion that had been searching for food earlier turned around and gradually disappeared into the distance. Feng Baiyu and his group concealed their auras and hid their presence completely, remaining undetected by any soul beasts. About 2 hours later, the sound of wind breaking came from the sky, and Feng Qingluan landed steadily in front of everyone, carrying a huge ice green scorpion. Without the slightest hesitation, he shouted, "Go." Before she could finish speaking, Feng Qingluan had already picked up Feng Baiyu and dashed out like a bolt of lightning. Warhawk instantly realized that when Feng Qingluan captured the ice jade scorpion, it had obviously alerted the entire clan, and now a large number of ice jade scorpions were chasing after it, following its aura. She dared not delay, immediately grabbed Shui Binger's wrist, and followed Feng Qingluan's figure, soaring through the air. Shui Duanliu immediately took off running, following closely behind. Although he had no wings to protect him, he relied on his formidable strength. As an 80th level quasi-soul Douluo to fully unleash his soul power, his feet barely touching the ground, and his speed was by no means slow. An hour later, the group finally arrived at a deserted cliff. Chapter 123 Ice Jade Scorpion's Left Arm Soul Bone. Feng Qingluan casually tossed the unconscious ice jade scorpion from her palm to the ground and said in a deep voice, "There is no danger here anymore. Everyone, please rest for now. Duanliu, after a short rest, you can begin absorbing soul rings." "Yes, Patriarch," Shui Duanliu responded, immediately taking out a pill and swallowing it. He then closed his eyes, focused his mind, and circulated his soul power to recover. Once his breathing was stable, he was about to summon his martial soul open black lens bracket ice blade close black lens bracket to sever the head of the ice jade scorpion. In a short while, a jet black soul ring slowly rose from the ice jade scorpion's corpse, hovering in front of Shui Duanliu, its rich soul power spreading outwards. Without daring to delay even for a moment, he immediately sat down cross-legged, quickly formed cultivation hand seals, and fully circulated his soul power to guide the dark soul ring to slowly merge into his body. Feng Baiyu's gaze fell on the ice-green scorpion. Its body was pure white, as if carved from ice crystals, with a pale blue halo flowing between its patterns. It was like a work of art made by nature. He couldn't help but nod slowly. It must be said that the appearance of this ice jade scorpion is truly stunning. What's even more remarkable is that this is a soul beast that is 74,000 years old. For a near-soul Douluo of the ice attribute, like water flow interruption, this is undoubtedly a perfectly tailor-made soul ring. Its extremely high quality of ice makes it an ideal 9th soul skill for any ice attribute soul master. Just then, Zanying took out a short blade that gleamed with a cold light and began to dismember the corpse of the ice jade scorpion with skillful movements. She first precisely opened the top of the ice jade scorpion's skull, took out a clump of brain marrow that was white with a hint of light blue, and presented it to Feng Baiyu with both hands. This is the food to feed the emerald demon bird. The brain marrow of a soul beast that is over 70,000 years old contains a vast and pure soul power, which should be enough to help the emerald demon bird break through to the realm of a 10,000-year-old soul beast in one fell swoop. After processing the brain marrow, Zanying's fingers flew, the blade tracing patterns on the ice jade scorpion's bones, carefully searching for traces of a soul bone. The probability of a soul beast developing a soul bone is extremely low, but this ice jade scorpion, over 70,000 years old, was of exceptional quality and might just bring an unexpected surprise. Despite knowing that the chances of a soul bone being born were extremely slim, Zanying still searched meticulously with great enthusiasm, his short blade tracing precisely across the ice jade scorpion's carcass, unwilling to miss any possible clues. The others did not step forward to disturb them, each standing guard to the side, vigilant of their surroundings. Feng Qingluan released her spiritual power, like an invisible net covering the entire cliff area, and no movement could escape her perception. Shui Binger kept her eyes fixed on the surrounding glacial cliffs, her brows slightly furrowed, not daring to relax for even a moment, for fear that an accident might suddenly occur in the shadows. Feng Baiyu leaned against a rock, watching Zanying's focused back, and suddenly asked with a smile, "Grandma, have you found the soul bone?" Warhawk, head down, was intently dismantling the ice jade scorpion's corpse, muttering without looking up, "Soul bones aren't so easy to find. Hey, there really are some." Before she could finish speaking, her voice suddenly rose, filled with undisguised joy. "A soul bone. A soul bone has appeared." "What?" Feng Baiyu and Feng Qingluan turned their heads to look at the scene. They saw that Zanying was holding a piece of left arm bone that was glowing with a lustrous blue light in his palm. The icy soul power was slowly flowing between the patterns on the bone surface. It was obviously a soul bone of excellent quality. No one expected that this 70,000-year-old ice jade scorpion would actually drop a soul bone, which was a truly unexpected surprise. A left arm bone over 70,000 years old, this is a genuine treasure. Zanying said, tossing the blue glowing soul bone to Feng Baiyu with a flick of his wrist, his tone full of pride. "Baiyu, what did I tell you? Disassemble more soul beasts, and who knows, you might unearth something like this someday." "Grandma is right." Feng Baiyu smiled as he caught the left arm bone. The moment his fingertips touched it, he channeled his soul power into it. In just a moment, he figured out the soul skill contained within the bone, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Open black lens bracket ice jade scorpion left arm bone close black lens bracket, with the following soul skill, open black lens bracket ice explosion close black lens bracket. This open black lens bracket ice explosion close black lens bracket is an extremely powerful soul skill. To cast it, the target's body must be completely frozen. Once the conditions are met, after triggering the ice explosion technique, the target's own soul power will resonate mysteriously with the ice condensed within their body. The caster can then detonate it with a mere thought. Even more astonishingly, the stronger the target and the more abundant their soul power, the more terrifying the explosion's power will be. If the left arm, which carries this soul skill, directly touches the target and forcibly injects the original power of the ice explosion technique into its body, the explosive power can be increased to another level. Such a domineering soul skill is only awakened by a very few individuals with exceptional talent within the Ice Jade Scorpion clan, making it a closely guarded secret of the clan. Don't underestimate this soul bone just because it's only 70,000 years old. Its value is comparable to an ordinary 100,000-year soul bone. Water Pipe's luck is simply heaven-defying. Feng Baiyu stared at the left arm bone that shimmered with a bluish-green glow, and couldn't help but marvel. Once he absorbs his 8th spirit ring and fuses with this spirit bone, even if he encounters a weaker titled Douluo, he will have the strength to fight, and his chances of winning are not small. The water-severing flow martial soul itself was of high quality. In addition, it had previously undergone marrow cleansing and meridian strengthening with immortal herbs. Now, with the addition of this 70,000-year-old ultimate ice attribute soul bone, even old and weak titled Douluo like the porcupine Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo would probably no longer be his match. However, Feng Baiyu quickly realized a crucial point. The Ice Jade Scorpion soul bone could only be absorbed by someone possessing an ultimate ice martial soul. The quality of his water-stopping martial soul is already quite good, but it's still a long way from reaching the realm of ultimate ice. Even if his first 8 soul rings were all from ice attribute soul beasts, and even if his 9th soul ring absorbed the soul ring of a 100,000-year-old titan snow demon ape, the chances of him stepping into the threshold of ultimate ice would be extremely slim. Such a precious treasure, yet its owner is not fortunate enough to enjoy it. It is truly a pity. Sigh, what a pity. Feng Baiyu looked at the left arm bone in his palm and couldn't help but sigh. Such a powerful soul skill can't be used by the water pipe. It's likely that when the water pipe wakes up, it will be even more troublesome than him. What's a pity? Zhan Ying was completely confused. He raised his eyebrows and said, a soul bone that's over 70,000 years old is right here. Isn't that good enough? The soul bone is good, but it can't be used as a water pipe. Feng Baiyu shook his head helplessly and explained in detail why the Ice Jade Scorpion soul bone could only be absorbed by an ultimate ice martial soul. The group was stunned upon hearing this. No one had expected that this rare treasure would have such strict limitations. To hold such a treasure mountain in one's hands, yet be able only to look at it but not to use it, was truly a great pity. As Feng Baiyu spoke, he flipped his wrist and tossed the blue glowing left arm bone to Shui Binger, instructing her, Binger, keep this for Shui Guan for now. If he has the opportunity to evolve his martial soul to the ultimate ice form in the future, this soul bone will come in handy. Chapter 124 Open Black Lens Bracket Extreme Ice Blooms Close Black Lens Bracket. Another hour passed quietly, and Shui Duanliu was still concentrating with his eyes closed, fully absorbing the dark soul ring. The fluctuations of his soul power had not yet stabilized. Just then, a clear, chirp, sound came from afar, and the emerald demon bird flapped its wings and flew back. Chirp tilde chirp tilde chirp tilde. It landed on Feng Baiyu's shoulder, its little head rubbing against his cheek. Its high-pitched chirping was full of grievance, just like a child who had been wronged outside and came back to complain to its owner, chattering about the hardships and dangers it had encountered on its way to find food. Unfortunately, humans and animals are different and cannot understand each other's languages. Even Feng Baiyu could not understand what the series of chirping sounds were saying. But judging from its flapping wings and drooping head, one can guess that it did not find the Phoenix Soul Beast on this trip. If you haven't found it, you haven't found it. No rush. Feng Baiyu smiled and rubbed the little head of the emerald demon bird, his tone full of reassurance. Then he took out the ball of Ice Jade Scorpion brain marrow and handed it to it. Here, eat this to replenish your strength. After consuming this 70,000-year-old Ice Jade Scorpion brain marrow, the Emerald Demon Bird will be able to enter the ranks of 10,000-year-old soul beasts in one fell swoop. At that time, its abilities and role will surely reach a new level. The Emerald Demon Bird stared at the shimmering, bluish-white brain before it, its bright black eyes widening instantly, filled with excitement. It pounced on it impatiently, its small beak pecking rapidly as it wolfed down the food, looking as if afraid someone would steal it. In just a few moments, it had completely devoured the brain matter. But as soon as it finished eating, it slumped into Feng Baiyu's clothes, found the most comfortable spot, curled up into a ball, and soon began to snore softly. Sleeping soundly. Tisk tilde, Feng Baiyu looked at the little bundle puffing up inside his clothes, raised an eyebrow, and chuckled softly, judging from this, it's about to start evolving. Feng Qingluan, Zan Ying, and Shui Binger were already used to the intimate interactions between Feng Baiyu and the emerald demon bird. Compared to the adorable little black spirit that could only lean on the ground, the lively and endearing emerald demon bird seemed more like Feng Baiyu's inseparable, external spirit. About half an hour later, the fluctuations of Shui Duanliu's soul power finally stabilized, indicating that he had completely absorbed the 8th soul ring. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze surging with uncontrollable elation, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Patriarch. Young Master. My soul power has surged to level 83. Not only that, I'm absolutely confident that I can break through to level 84 within 3 months. The immortal herb not only helped him break through the cultivation bottleneck that had been hindering him for many years, but the excess medicinal power also slowly settled in his body, continuously nourishing his meridians and the foundation of his soul power. Now, after absorbing the soul ring of this 70,000-year-old ice jade scorpion, his soul power has jumped to level 83. This breakthrough seems amazing, but it is actually the inevitable result of his accumulated strength, and it is not too abrupt. Moreover, Shui Duanliu is still young. With his current foundation and potential, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a title Douluo. Water pipe, congratulations. Feng Baiyu smiled and nodded to Shui Duanliu, his tone full of genuine praise. Then he asked curiously, how is the power of your new soul skill? Does it suit your taste? Satisfied, extremely satisfied. Shui Duanliu's voice trembled with excitement as he hurriedly reported to Feng Baiyu, Young Master, my 8th soul skill is called Open Black Lens Bracket Extreme Ice Bloom Close Black Lens Bracket, a powerful offensive soul skill. When activated, it can unleash 7 extremely condensed ice blades at enemies around it. Not only does it have a freezing effect, but it can also trigger a violent ice explosion at the end of the soul skill, making it far more powerful than ordinary soul skills. Moreover, that's not all. Shui Duanliu paused deliberately, his tone filled with excitement and pride. If the 7 sword energies were condensed into a single point and released with full force, their power would be comparable to the 9th soul skill of a title Douluo. This soul skill is indeed quite good. After listening to Shui Duanliu's explanation, Feng Baiyu nodded approvingly. With it by your side, coupled with the foundation you've accumulated over the years, you can now stand on your own. However, changing the subject, Feng Baiyu's tone carried a hint of regret. That ice jade scorpion also dropped a soul bone, but unfortunately you can't use it. Feng Baiyu explained the restrictions on the ice jade scorpion's left arm soul bone to Shui Duanliu in detail, expecting him to show disappointment. However, Shui Duanliu simply waved his hand, speaking as casually as if it were a trivial matter, a soul bone I can't use. Then I won't use it. There's nothing to regret. Shui Duanliu waved his hand dismissively, his tone full of satisfaction. I'm already more than satisfied with having such a powerful 8th soul skill. Besides, Shui Duanliu turned to look at Shui Binger, his eyes full of expectation, then turned back to Feng Baiyu and said, Young Master, I'm afraid I'll never have the chance to touch the ultimate ice in this lifetime, but Binger is different. Her talent far surpasses mine. If she can evolve her martial soul into the ultimate ice in the future, wouldn't it be perfect for her to absorb this soul bone? Shui Duanliu turned to look at Shui Binger, his eyes filled with expectation and solemnity, and said in a deep voice. Binger, your father and I have limited talent in this life, and it's difficult for us to achieve great things. We are useless, but you are not. We both believe in you, and you will definitely be able to follow the young master and reach heights that others can only dream of. You're quite generous. Feng Baiyu looked at Shui Duanliu's calm and unrepentant expression and couldn't help but think more highly of him. It's important to understand that not everyone can remain so calm in the face of a treasure like a 70,000-year-old soul bone. Countless people have turned against each other and broken up families over a mere 1,000-year-old soul ring, let alone a top-tier soul bone that can shake the very foundation of one's cultivation. Even if someone says you can't absorb a 70,000-year-old soul bone, you'll still try every opportunity. But who would have thought that after learning that he could not absorb this 70,000-year-old soul bone, Shui Duanliu did not feel the slightest regret. Instead, his first thought was to leave this treasure to Shui Binger. Binger, Feng Baiyu looked at Shui Binger, his tone tinged with emotion. You have a good uncle. Yes. Shui Binger nodded vigorously, her eyes slightly reddening, her voice filled with genuine warmth. Uncle has always been very good to me. She turned around, looked sincerely at the still water, and solemnly said, Uncle, I will definitely not let you down. For the honor of the family, Shui Binger has no choice but to do her duty. Hee. Shui Duanliu chuckled and ruffled Shui Binger's hair, his palm warm with the touch of an elder, his tone full of expectation. Binger, follow the young master well, and you will definitely have the opportunity to use this soul bone in the future. Chapter 125 Double Happiness. With Shui Duanliu successfully absorbing the spirit ring, only Feng Baiyu remained in the team without finding a suitable spirit beast. The war eagle took flight first, heading deep into the far north ice plains, specifically seeking out areas rich in ice elemental energy to search for traces of the ice phoenix. After quickly replenishing his strength with some dry rations, Shui Duanliu volunteered to lead a thorough search in another direction. Feng Qingluan, along with Feng Baiyu and Shui Binger, chose a secluded glacial canyon and slowly explored it. But the ice phoenix is a legendary creature among soul beasts, and its whereabouts are extremely difficult to find. The group searched for 2 months, turning over the frozen canyons, frozen lakes, and frozen soil, but they couldn't detect even a trace of the ice phoenix or a single fluctuation of its soul power, which was quite disheartening. For the past 2 months, the group has been searching for the ice phoenix, sometimes splitting up to explore and sometimes meeting up to rest. They have been constantly traveling through the glaciers and permafrost of the far north ice field, sparing no effort to find its traces. Feng Baiyu even encountered many rare soul beasts along the way, a 50,000-year-old impression beast that could replicate the opponent's skills, a 90,000-year-old unicorn dragon covered in ice scales, and an ice bear that had long surpassed the 100,000-year threshold and was as big as a mountain. But although these soul beasts each had their own unique abilities, none of them were the targets he was looking for. Shui Binger, on the other hand, steadily improved her soul power during this period of training with the team, successfully breaking through to level 20 and taking a crucial step towards becoming a soul master. Feng Baiyu had been urging Shui Binger to take whale glue to hone her physique, also that when the time was right, he could help her obtain a 1,000-year soul ring as her second soul ring after breaking through level 20. As everyone was scattered across the ice plains searching for traces of the ice phoenix, Feng Baiyu suddenly frowned, sensing a faint fluctuation of energy emanating from his storage soul tool. The little guy is awake. A smile flashed across his eyes as he casually activated his storage soul tool and released the emerald demon bird inside. Chirp tilde. The emerald demon bird flapped its wings and flew out, landing precisely on Feng Baiyu's shoulder. It nuzzled his cheek affectionately with its little head, and gently pecked his earlobe with its soft beak, looking both charming and affectionate. Feng Baiyu smiled and rubbed its little head. The moment his fingertips touched its feathers, he noticed something was wrong. The emerald demon bird's originally fluffy down had become even whiter, and the tips of its wings were faintly glowing with a light golden halo. The soul power fluctuations surrounding its body were also several times more condensed than before. It had obviously completed its evolution and its strength had greatly increased. The emerald demon bird, which originally had a cultivation of only 5,000 years, saw its cultivation level jump to 11,000 years after consuming the scorpion brain marrow of the ice jade scorpion, which was over 70,000 years old. Moreover, a portion of the immense soul power contained within its brain marrow is slowly being digested within its body. Before it is completely absorbed, its cultivation level can steadily increase by more than 10 years every day. Congratulations, little guy. Feng Baiyu smiled and rubbed the little head of the emerald demon bird, his tone full of praise. Feng Baiyu looked at the changes in the emerald demon bird with satisfaction on his face, patted its little head and said, "All right, now it's your turn to contribute. Go and help me find the ice phoenix." Chirp tilde chirp tilde. The emerald bird tilted its little head and let out two aggrieved murmurs. Its round eyes were full of reluctance, just like a child who had just woken up and was urged to do chores. It was obviously protesting against its owner's ruthless exploitation. Despite its complaints, it was still extremely obedient at heart. It nuzzled Feng Baiyu's cheek in dissatisfaction, flapped its wings, and took off, flying towards the depths of the ice field, quickly turning into a tiny white dot. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Feng Baiyu still hadn't found any trace of the ice phoenix. However, at the end of a frozen canyon, he unexpectedly encountered a water condensation ice phoenix with 1,300 years of cultivation. A 1,300-year-old ice phoenix, that's quite a fine quality soul beast. Feng Baiyu gazed at the phoenix, its entire body covered in icy blue feathers, scattering ice shards as it flapped its wings, and nodded thoughtfully. As a lower-level soul beast of the same origin as the ice phoenix, if it had over 40,000 years of cultivation, I wouldn't mind taking it in. But right now, he suddenly turned around, his gaze falling on Shui Binger, a hopeful smile playing on his lips. "Binger, are you confident you can win it over?" Shui Binger gazed at the water condensation ice phoenix, which scattered ice shards with each flap of its wings, took a deep breath, nodded emphatically, and said with unwavering determination in her eyes, "Young master, I will not let you down." Shui Binger had already broken through to level 20 long ago, but hadn't encountered a suitable spirit ring yet. The water condensation ice phoenix in front of her was undoubtedly an excellent choice for her second spirit ring. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately activated her martial spirit to launch an attack, swiftly defeating the condensed water ice phoenix. Afterward, she sat cross-legged, held her breath, and began to guide the soul ring into her body. Feng Qingluan looked at Shui Binger, who was focused on absorbing the soul ring, with a smile in her eyes. She turned to Feng Baiyu and teased, "When it comes to luck, Binger is much better than you." "Who can say for sure about luck?" Feng Baiyu shrugged, his tone relaxed. He had long been prepared to spend a year in the far north ice plains, then added with a smile, "If Shuiguan and Binger can become stronger, isn't that a good thing for us too?" Just as Shui Binger was sitting cross-legged, concentrating on absorbing the soul ring, Feng Baiyu walked over to the corpse of the water-condensing ice phoenix and examined it carefully. After all, it was just a low-level soul beast that had been around for a little over 1,000 years, so it was understandable that it hadn't dropped a soul bone. Feng Baiyu wasn't disappointed. He skillfully extracted the ice phoenix's brain marrow and carefully stored it in his storage soul tool. This was an excellent snack for the emerald demon bird. As for the remaining corpses of Bingluan, he didn't waste them. He cleaned them up with his soul power, packed them up, and kept them as rations for the team. Just as Shui Binger was sitting cross-legged, concentrating on absorbing the soul ring, Feng Qingluan suddenly stood up and sharply turned her gaze to the northeast horizon. "Your grandma is back." A hint of undisguised joy flashed in Feng Qingluan's eyes, and she said with certainty, "Perhaps she brought back good news." "Thank you for your kind words." Feng Baiyu also stood up, looking in the direction of the churning clouds, his fingertips unconsciously clenching. He desperately wanted to get this fourth spirit ring. "I've always dreamed of having this. I've found the ice phoenix. But it's being hunted down." Warhawk exclaimed urgently as soon as he landed, speaking rapidly as he recounted what he had seen. "That ice phoenix has at least 50,000 years of cultivation, and it's being hunted by an 80,000-year-old ice attribute dragon." A 50,000-year-old ice phoenix and an 80,000-year-old dragon. Feng Baiyu's eyes lit up instantly, his face filled with undisguised joy, and he couldn't help but murmur, "Could this be a double blessing? Let's go now." Feng Qingluan looked at Zan Ying and said, "You stay with Binger and just show me the way."